900 to a bill plus.
All right, welcome.
I don't see
It's
any.
Friday.
Hey,
Yeah, I
hello.
didn't pop out the thing.
Oh, okay.
Welcome. It's Friday. It's open comms. We did it. We made it. Another week.
Did we?
Oh, I just got a message from
Hell yeah.
Radicos. Okay.
Are we live?
We are live.
live. We're
We're
on,
waiting on you, LB. You're good. You're the
Yeah.
man.
It's Friday?
It's Friday.
Oh, okay.
I like
Fine.
the LB's got a whole new look going on.
I had to shave my beard because we're testing our gas masks on Monday, and you can't have a beard. So
What?
Yeah.
Well, they don't work as well. Yeah,
Why don't they make
Yeah,
beard
allegedly.
masks?
it's weird how
Tell them
like
to
air
use
goes
less
through your
gas and
hair,
you'd be
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Use less gas. That's fair. Yeah. Why don't you use less gas? What the hell?
I agree.
Seems like a bunch of bullshit.
But yeah, so Radicos says when they're done with practice, he'll come join us to talk on some Angry Games.
Because tomorrow's the first matches, right?
Yep, Angry Games
Yep,
starts
yep.
tomorrow, 1700, which I think that's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. Am I right on that? I think we might have-
1700 would be noon Eastern.
That's what.
Well,
Angry
but I
Games,
mean,
yeah?
after daylight savings, isn't it
Eastern?
now? Because I think I'm minus
Yeah,
7 now.
Yeah, you're right. It's far behind, so 1 Eastern.
Yeah. Because I'm minus 7 during the winter, or minus 8 during the winter, minus 7 in the summer. Like that's.
Saw death.
Or we could just get rid of fucking daylight savings because it's a bunch of bullshit.
No, whoa! I will
Slices
fight you.
are-
Either
Either
get
right.
rid of
Fight
it
you over
permanently
that.
or keep it permanently. I just don't want to change the clocks.
That's right.
That's so stupid. It's
Permanent.
still,
You
Let
should
me
you
get
should change
used to
names
some-
though, because I think you got
Saw death.
just
Skyhawk
leave
wrong.
It's
leave
because
the
Skyhawk
day
came in like a ninja.
good evening.
midnight. The sun at the apex at noon and the opposite at midnight, and just leave it that way and let the freaking morning and
It would-
night ebb and flow throughout the year. That's
So
just,
if you're not on the edge of a time zone, it would work out better. But if you're at an edge of a time zone, if we kept it permanent in winter, things would just feel really weird. I don't know. I've thought about this a lot, and at least where I live now, I would hate it.
it's just
when I
dark in the
lived-
winter all the time anyway.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
sometimes
like,
things are just weird. It's just how life is.
Sometimes things are just weird. You're
Sorry,
right,
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead, Scott.
In Iceland,
Like-
they get fucked on it.
it's fair. Well, there they have the weird time of year where sunset happens after midnight and sun rises at like 3 something in the morning, as on their shortest day, or excuse me, longest day.
Could you imagine if you were fasting for Ramadan and you were in Iceland and you had to eat at like 3 a.m. and you couldn't eat till like 11?
What are all those doner kebab people doing then? How do they make it work?
I don't know. I also don't want to assume they're Muslim. So
I mean, I'm gonna. I'll
Doner kebab.
jump on that grenade for you. There's a lot of kebab places in Reykjavik.
I like kebabs though. They're good. They're fun.
It was
That
very
one
good.
near
We
my
enjoyed-
Airbnb was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, we had no problems with food while we were there. It was
And there was always
Obviously,
interesting
Laszlo?
people there.
Laszlo, thanks
Oh,
for the
for
resub.
sure.
Dom, thanks for the
I-
Is
resub.
that Laszlo? Oh, it is.
Also, Laszlo
I just
has a-
actually
You say
I
there's
looked this
a
up.
Good.
Apparently, followers of Islam in Iceland do in fact end up fasting for about 21 hours during Ramadan.
I mean,
So
it's doable.
Scott-
It's just rough.
They're probably trying to sleep through
Ugh.
most of it.
As a person
Um,
that lives on a time change zone, yeah, screw daylight savings. Let's cancel that shit.
Fuck
let's
no.
go to
'Cause you know
permanent
what?
daylight savings.
You know what? We have
don't
headlights.
care.
We have
Pick
lights
one.
now.
Either one.
Flashlights,
That's right.
Headlights.
That's right.
Yeah,
We already
lights.
solved this
Yeah.
problem.
It's never like, I don't know. I never have a hard time like adjusting my sleep schedule. Like I have to do
My
it all the
sleep
time
schedule's
already.
weird anyway, so it don't count. But it
Well,
just,
but like
yeah.
it's just the time change has never bothered me. Like it's just a thing that happens. And
So do
and
you
DD
like it how it is now, or
I
how
mainly
it is
fucking
during the
l-
winter?
I love how it is once we get into like June and July because it's light out until 10 o'clock at night practically.
That is
Same. See, I'm fine with the way it is now. Even I would be more fine with it just staying the way it is currently than changing back.
My main issue, like changing the clocks is kind of a pain in the ass, but once you do it, then it's done. But when it comes to
Who
Eve time,
has
because they're like,
clocks
oh, it's this,
anymore?
it's like 0600 Eve time. I'm like, fuck. I
Oh,
always have to
yeah.
think about it. I'm like,
Microwave,
oh, is it
yeah.
-7,
That's right, oven and
-8? What do I
microwave.
got to do
Oven
to
and
figure this
microwave.
out? And
And my
Dude,
car.
my work one will flash at you and not work when you need to reset it. Like if if the power flickers or something, you have to not only fix the clock, you have to fix a date with like year and everything. And I'm like, you're a fucking microwave. What importance of it, is to you what date it is?
Yeah, don't tell
Nobody
me what I need
uses
to
you
do,
for the
motherfucker.
date.
Yeah.
unless
That's
it's a
the
microwave
problem
that
with
takes into
smart
account daylight
microwaves.
savings and it'll automatically
It's
change
not
the
a
time
smart
for you.
microwave.
Oh,
It's an
never mind.
old school, just under cabinet. It's probably 15 years old.
Okay,
Sounds
I
like
was-
asshole asshole microwave. Is what it
It's
sounds
an
like.
asshole, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I just want to reheat my fucking coffee. Now I got to look at a calendar.
You won't fucking do your job without me fucking putting the date in there, you son of a bitch.
The clock
So
and the
as
calendar are not important for the task that I want you for.
Exactly.
I don't have much time to talk. Who's excited for next weekend?
I'm very
No,
excited.
nobody.
Base.
What's going on next weekend?
Nothing.
well, that's
Don't worry about
That was a
yeah, we're doing
smart-ass-
Enola.
That was a smart ass question, Drayden. You don't need to explain. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's why I said don't worry about it. No one knows.
um,
It's a private group thing that you're not part of the
Very
private
private.
group.
If you're not invited, you don't know. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a meeting of all the Bama haters that think that Roll Tide is like
Yeah, definitely.
I thought we
definitely,
liked Bama.
No.
no.
No, nobody likes Bama unless you're from Alabama. That's the only
Yeah.
thing.
Even most of them people don't like it. They don't like the
Probably
rules.
not.
Yeah, probably not.
My
Though
stepdad is
we're
from
about to
Alabama,
have a
and he's all
long.
about it.
We're about to have a very long streak of Alabama just losing.
good.
Called
Friends don't let friends say Roll Tide.
Rest in
Roll
pieces, Nick Saban, you piece
Yes.
of shit.
Ding dong, the witch is retired.
Speaking of pieces of shit.
You mean Nancy Pelosi? What? Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no, that's
He had a
it.
good
Yeah.
segue, and you fucked it up.
And I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh, no, I was going to be mean to Akaroff.
What
Akaroff, what are you drinking tonight?
We agreed we're not mentioning the football player.
Yeah.
What are you drinking tonight, Akaroff?
I'm drinking good old reliable Red's Wicked
Excellent.
Apple.
I am drinking. I can't remember the beer. I don't remember. Fuck. I don't
You're
know.
drinking
I'm not
beer.
getting
Drinking a
bothered.
beer?
See the-
I
see
am
the
not
bottle. Yeah,
drinking
beer.
because I have to work in the morning.
What? You're not too.
It looks like a dark one though.
It's dark
How
one. It's
early?
a-
How
it's a-
early do you have to work?
I have to be up for work in, let's see, hang on. In 6 hours.
Okay, that's valid.
What do you do, Mace?
I work for the post office. Or I should rephrase that. I used to work for the post office and then I went to work for a retail chain called Food City, which some of you know. And now I went back to the post office.
Oh, it's a good job. I mean, not for you, but for us.
It's getting
No,
worse.
Yeah. I got
worse
two.
is that
I got two
post
good
office.
friends that work for the post
So
office.
as a person that works for the post office,
quick before we get
it
too
is
far
the
down the
worst
road.
it's ever been in 20 years.
I believe that because that
And-
one
and
guy
it's
that
get-
got attempted
and
by
it's
somebody
getting-
that I'm not going to name.
It's getting steadily worse. Like we've been
What,
late every day this week.
What are you drinking? Joe?
Apart from
Oh.
people doing a verb that involves the postal service.
Wait,
A
all
verb.
right, hold on.
We
Drayden, what are you
derailed
Let's
it.
do
Alright.
what we're drinking, and then we should reel it back.
Drayden,
to
what are you
Eve.
drinking?
Oh, we're already to me.
Ah,
Yeah,
Um,
we started
love
into
you.
those guys derailed us.
Oh, okay. Just some vodka and lemonade.
excellent.
It's,
Helby,
sounds
Nice.
delicious.
That
you're in
does
the
sound-
kitchen.
I'm
It's easy
drinking-
for you. Yeah.
I'm drinking an old fashioned right now.
Ooh,
And it's
Yeah.
fresh
I haven't
because
had
it's in
one
the
for-
kitchen.
yeah.
That's right.
It's not an aged old fashioned.
And Mace told us
No.
he's not drinking at all because he's got to work.
It's
he's
actually
a
just a
responsible
fashion.
adult.
And I gotta go. Y'all have
That's
a great
fine.
night.
Have a good
Alright,
night,
see you,
buddy.
Mace.
Thanks for
Nice.
joining us.
See you in a few days.
Just a
See you,
fashion.
man.
Mr.
said,
Skyhawk, what are you drinking tonight?
I am drinking. I'm channeling Malkuth. Apparently, I'm drinking Coke
Oh
tonight.
shit.
With-
Okay.
In
Yeah.
between shots of vodka, of course.
Oh,
Oh,
there you
so
go.
not just Coke.
You're deviating from the Malkuth path a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I won't call your sponsor. Don't worry.
Vodka and Coke. Is that like just Coca? No, wait, no, that's something different.
No.
No, I was thinking like vodka.
Do you
like
have
Coke,
some?
Coke.
Do you have some
Nah,
Coca?
no, it's-
Yeah.
you know what? That didn't land
Bringing
right.
the-
That's a
I'll
different
bring-
joke.
Bringing that
Vlad,
down
what do
to
you
New
do? Oh,
Orleans
sorry.
next week.
There you go,
No,
yeah.
I'm not.
Vlad.
I have a rum
Rum.
and Coke.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, I love it, especially with Plantation 3-Star, which I'm still pissed at Delta for getting rid of in the Sky Clubs.
Is that the name of the rum?
What is it?
Yeah, it's called Plantation 3-Star. It's a really nice white rum. It's like
Wow,
from-
it's
Bucks
called
a bottle.
Plantation and it's a white rum. Color me shocked.
Jesus, yeah, that's a little rough.
it's It's Barbadian and Jamaican and some other country I'm not sure of, but it's a blended white.
It's,
Yeah,
so Darwin
Barbadian,
usually
Jamaican.
tells us what he's drinking, but he's ignoring us tonight. He hates us, I guess.
I thought
Uh,
you said-
I
Mandy
was gonna make
has-
a drink meme, but I promised not to make a meme referring to it. So
You know what's amazing? I don't know if it was an update that Discord did or an update that OBS did, but I can put active windows over top of the cameras now and it doesn't turn them all gray. So it's
Now
a
you
new
said-
it's a new
Yep.
fucking world. What is this?
Now that you said that,
Nice,
it's gonna
bro.
break Drayden.
I know.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I'm
It's not
ex-
gonna work that way anymore. Yeah,
Let me
you
have
fuck
my
it.
moment.
Some victories just
That's
need to be
fair, right?
relished in quiet.
I just noticed that like a little earlier. I was like, wait a second. Wait
I do have a
second.
question for Skyhawk before we get into the Eve stuff, because we
Okay.
do have a lot of Eve stuff to cover.
Yeah, we do have a bit.
What'd you think of the total?
Oh yeah.
Of
Oh,
what?
yeah, you went
Did
to
you
the
go down
zoo.
to see the total?
Oh yeah. If you ever have the opportunity in your life to go see Totality, go do it.
Don't forget to
I-
charge your crystals.
Yeah, you really need that extra energy to run off of when the sun goes away. Where I was at, Totality ended up being 2 minutes. I decided so I went down to Columbus, Ohio, and there is a really huge and awesome zoo there, the Columbus Zoo. They're one of the better ones in the country. The reason I found out about that zoo is actually they're on Disney Plus, Secrets of the Zoo. Like there's a National Geographic show that's filmed there. But it's a really cool experience going to see it, and it ended up being just clear sky day for us, basically. So it was perfect, and it was also like 5 minutes from the hotel I was at.
Very cool. All right. Did you get any pictures or no? Did you?
Yeah,
So
he shared a bunch on Discord.
I was posting
I may
pictures
not.
like crazy when I was at the zoo, because my whole thing was, since I went down there alone, I was like, all right, like if I just go to a park and just sit, like I'm just gonna be chilling basically. I'm like, I want to go somewhere where I could be doing other things. So like as this moon was moving across the sun, like I was wandering around the zoo, and every so often I'd look up, and then I found just a spot next to the silverback gorillas, and just hung out there basically during Totality.
were
Do you
there any
guys
good
ever-
reactions from the animals?
So I talked to one of the workers at the zoo there, and she said that they had a whole list of animals that they were paying more attention to, and they were also taking videos. Like if you were at the zoo that day, you could send them videos and things that you took during the eclipse, because they're just trying to gather as much data as possible.
That's cool.
But it was mostly the prey animals is what they were actually focusing on. Like she warned me in advance. She's like, just so you know, like the last eclipse that happened at a zoo where they did a study, the gorillas didn't give a fuck. Like they just kept going about their day like normal, no change in their routine. And and that's apparently generally like the way it is with predators. It's the prey animals that react more, apparently.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I wonder if it had something to do with captivity too. Might
But the most common thing with the animals really is they'll start going about some of their end of day routines.
Yeah, I can see it.
So they're like,
hardware.
there's less light. That means night is coming, as like the simple math in their brains.
That's why I would imagine like the prey animals acting different, because day and night mean a very different thing for some species.
Yeah, like at night, oh, I'm more vulnerable. I should go to bed in a safe space.
I'm in danger.
Exactly. One of the coolest animal that also I just thought was a little freaky while I was there too, I just wanted to talk about for a moment. There's a type of Japanese bat. I can't remember the actual name of the species. Largest species of bat in the world. That thing is like, if it was like when it's hanging from its little perch, it's like 2 feet long.
Whoa.
Like it is not a small bat at all. I was like, Jesus fuck, I would not want this thing flying at my face.
So that's actually a vulture you've got hanging in there.
Yeah. But yeah, TLDR, you
Very
can go to Eclipse. Go to an Eclipse.
Worth.
Seeing,
probably,
2026.
probably won't be alive in
seeing
the
the
next
Corona
one,
was really
44,
cool.
right?
Well,
45.
Yeah, they happen all the time.
24. That's the next one in the U.S. Although I think there's actually gonna be one in like the
In
top of
Spain
Alaska.
next year, I think. Right?
Yeah,
August,
Alaska will have
Just
one.
travel.
August 12th, 2026, CCP Darwin. I'm looking at you while I'm saying this. there will be a total solar eclipse that will pass over Reykjavik.
Yeah.
That it lines up
Ooh.
with roughly 18 months after the already announced FanFest for 2025. So if they keep going with the 18-month cadence, really it would have to be 17 months after because they'd have to move it up a month. But please, CCP, make
Put it on a post-it note. on your
FanFest
desk.
happen in 2026 during that total eclipse. That would be baller.
And you should supply
should-
a pair of Eclipse glasses with the FanFest ticket that you buy.
But you
Oh,
also
it's
you
a
should,
good
put, you
double
should
win.
post that on the Eva Discord somewhere
It's a good idea. We should
every
lobby
day
this hard,
until it happens.
I'd be down.
and that way they can't fuck it up if we say it.
They've got
I'll
enough
fuck it up.
advance notice.
We just got to keep saying it though, because I could see somebody be like, "Oh, that's a great idea," and they drink with us, and then tomorrow they don't remember shit.
That happens to us a
So
lot.
don't
actually.
mention
Happens
it
to me
in New
all the time.
Orleans.
I think my memory's going
They
cool.
drink with us and they fuck.
Because I can imagine that B or Swift, hopefully Swift can make it, or Arcade, and whoever else is coming besides B.
I think Arcade might be.
I think it's Swift, B, and Arcade, but I think B's the only one that's 100% confirmed it.
Isn't he
I've-
officially coming as
Yeah.
representative? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, B is coming. I think Swift might be coming, but he's not coming he's not coming on CCP's dollar. I think he might be coming as like on his own.
As a civilian, as a
yeah,
lease?
just like he took vacation time and might be
So,
coming
so
out, but it's
CCP
not
Swift
confirmed.
isn't coming. It's
Elise
Elise
is-
It would
Randolph
be
coming.
yeah. So it's like he would
Yeah.
be if
That guy
he's
seems
coming,
cool,
he's
too.
not coming as the CCP representative. He's just a CCP guy that might come down for a vacation. But
Since we're kind of on this topic, I went ahead and pulled the trigger earlier this week and bought my 25 FanFest ticket.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Although it's really
Nice.
just like the one ticket, all the other ones I guess aren't for sale.
they're already on
But
sale.
So
Yeah,
Is
like-
this an early bird thing? Where it's
the,
cheaper?
the,
Started
the, yeah,
at Fest last year.
This isn't
Yeah,
the
I-
earliest
I-
early bird, but this is still an early bird kind of thing.
Okay.
I bought my FanFest 2025 tickets before I left Iceland.
Did you
Same
really?
here.
Yes. I was like,
Did you
oh,
sell-
they're available.
That's
I'm
called
buying
commitment, baby.
this.
Commitment.
Well, so here's the thing with them. A lot of like FanFest eventually ended up selling out for this last one. Granted, it was the 20-year, but
Yeah.
like if you buy, especially if you buy an early bird ticket, you have a really good, easy, or a relatively easy time selling that ticket if you end up not being able to go.
So they are transferable. I did not know that.
Yes, you can transfer them.
Interesting. Okay.
Like Kale came up for came for FanFest last year. It was sold out by the time he decided to pull the trigger. So he ended up buying a ticket from someone who couldn't come.
Very cool. I did not know they're transferable. I'm glad that they are. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing some people like sell them on Reddit and stuff as it got close. And so like again, so this is just the initial ticket, which includes a few of the main things, but then as it gets closer, they're gonna release all the other like
Yeah, the Golden Circle. and the-
auxiliary tickets
yeah.
that are, different other, there's a charity dinner,
different events, yeah,
different shit that you can do.
This
that-
ticket does not include the party, correct? That's a separate ticket.
No, it includes the party.
depending on which
Yeah.
grade you get, it
Oh,
might.
okay. All right.
I
Which,
think the founders
I-
ones it looked like did. I don't know if this early bird one does.
All the normal FanFest tickets include the party.
I do. Okay. I couldn't-
But
I
it's
was
a
is
super,
is it the
super
pub
early
crawl that's
bird.
separate?
pub
Correct.
crawl separate.
Okay,
yeah.
that's what I was thinking. All right, my bad.
You don't need a ticket for the pub crawl. Just get a Sharpie.
Also, yeah, we
It's
did
true.
kind of
There's
learn that.
nothing that stops you from just following along with whichever group you want.
I want to hold
We
hands
have-
though, so I need something.
We have 3 people worth of evidence,
I did
Except
the
for the
pub crawl
one you
last when I
did
went.
the-
It was fun.
and we had a great time once we got over our anxiety.
There will be a lot
2018
less. Go ahead.
They did a bus pub crawl, and that was a lot of fun because they went to a bunch of bars that were outside that main walking area, including a horse farm where a horse actually bit Killaby.
Oh, that's not good. LB, do you remember the name of the big guy that was like our escort? so to
Insidious.
speak?
That
That's
was the
right.
lead.
So apparently a lot of people knew that guy. I didn't know him yet. Very large gentleman. I'm not a large gentleman myself. I didn't know who he was. So when he LB made a joke when we were at the first bar, and he was like, "Hey, these guys didn't have tickets or something, whatever." And we're all like, "Ah!" And the guy comes and he's like, I don't remember how he said it to us, but he was like, "What are you doing here?" or something, And I was just real intimidated because I was like, this guy seems like he's in an officious capacity, and he's huge. And I was like, is he a bouncer? Is he just a really big ass dev? What's going on here? And then he was like, "I'll be right back," and it just it was a brief second of just like stressed where I was like, this big ass dude's gonna hurl me out of here. It didn't happen.
did
He was a
the-
nice guy.
Didn't happen.
And
No.
a player.
didn't
I
happen?
found out
Okay.
afterwards. I was, throughout the night we got to know more people, but it was like he's just a giant of a man that I was like, this guy seems officious. He's like helping escort us to the bars.
I think the
If
pub crawl was
you
my
have-
favorite part when I went.
He was a volunteer, is what it was. He was a player volunteer.
Of course, it's not out. This is going to be one of those events that just isn't posted yet. But I highly recommend the charity dinner personally. The food was good. It wasn't like crazy good, but my favorite thing about that actually was how much time you got to spend intimately just hanging out and chatting with devs.
Yeah, it's
Like,
bizarre.
and they were like, and also for that, like we were in CCP's offices, which was just a cool space as a player to like. Fucking cats. Sorry, my cats are fighting.
That was a cat noise?
I thought it was
That
a
was
bird.
that
Holy
was one of the
shit.
cats. I was
Yeah,
like,
cats
yeah.
are great. They're so friendly and
You got some
Um,
out of control pussy, man.
It's a
I
personal
do like
problem. But no, the offices was a cool space to be in, but really just getting to hang out and talk to the devs. I mean, that night I think we spent like 45 minutes to an hour chatting with CCP Rattati about scarcity, actually, and like all of that, that kind of stuff.
That was the 100th time you had that conversation that week.
It was I enjoyed talking to Rattati. It was interesting because like, I mean, obviously he's not exactly been the most popular person.
Sure.
The last couple of years.
But
And,
have
like,
you seen how much happier
figured-
Fozzie looks since everybody yells his
Yes.
name now?
so much happier.
that's funny.
It was
Fozzie
interesting
looked
because
like he was genuinely happy.
because I saw him going around the room before he came over talking to us, like, approaching players. And he seemed like he didn't really stay anywhere very long. And then he ended up staying with us for a while. And I think it's because like we weren't
You weren't
openly
yelling at him?
hostile. Yeah, we
that's
weren't
good.
giving him a hard time. Like it was a fun chat. But I definitely recommend it. At one point, we were talking to a CC peer who was originally from Chicago, so another American that's relocated there, and just talking to her about that process. And Hilmar just like casually like comes up to her and like asks her a question about something for work, and then chatted with us for a few minutes. Like it was a chill atmosphere, and everyone just felt super approachable.
The best, I'm sorry, but the best conversation story is LB's with Hilmar.
All
That
right,
was
you
I
guys
saw
know
that
what
go
we're
down.
doing.
yes.
That was fantastic
yes.
how you handled that. It's just fucking amazing.
That's honestly, if there was anything that I mean, there's lots of things I took away from that trip, but how approachable most of and like everybody from CCP that I had a chance to talk to were all super approachable, very friendly. And it's always funny for me to reflect on like how like toxic people can be on like Reddit and things like that. And it's like, I promise you, if you get up in their face, you're gonna treat them like a human and you're gonna be really nice. Because I don't think people have the nerve to go up there and be like, "Why are you fucking the game that I spend too much time thinking
Yeah.
about?"
Well, also when you're face to face, you can make better arguments for why your point of view works versus this is a
I
dumb
think-
idea.
I think people are just pussies online, but that's fine. Like that's it is what it is. Or
My
no, right?
favorite t-
Pussies and
Anonymity-
human, but I mean
anonymity
that in a
gives
nice
you
way.
a lot of
They're shitty online.
confidence.
That's what I mean.
And an anonymity.
Anonymity, is that right?
Anonymity.
Anonymity. There you go.
Unanimity?
Whatever that
live
word
in an
gives people a
anonymity.
lot of
Legion,
courage.
expect
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
Anonymity.
Anonymity. Whatever. Fucking
Sorry.
whatever.
I don't know if you
Yeah,
guys
I mean,
ever
English
see
people
those.
got me all
low
fucked
hanging
up.
fruit.
I was
had
gonna
to.
turn the camera over to them so you could see, but one cat
Because
has
soon as you do,
now.
they'll move because they're assholes.
Well, they were fighting over on the cat tree again, which is fucking just par for the course. But it is now only one cat up there.
Two go in, one remains.
Yeah, the other one
The
is
way of the
King
Spartan.
of the hill.
somewhere else.
And now we know which cat wears the boots in that house or whatever. Socks.
Ironically,
And
that
we know
that
that he has
one
a cat Thunderdome.
that one is named Boot.
That's what I meant because I can see its
Yeah,
patterns.
yep.
There's
that
like a
was him.
70+% chance that cats with those patterns get named boots or socks.
Boots and
Or
My
pants.
buddy who
mittens.
had one named his Mister because it looked like he was wearing a tuxedo all the time. So he thought he was a distinguished Mister.
I'd say
My
my
kid's
favorite
cat's called
combo
Turnlicker.
at FanFest was with Chimichanga, who's like the head tech guy, just talking shop about like engineer stuff, like super nerdy shit, like on the back end. That if you don't work at IT, you're probably going to find really boring. But if you actually work at IT, you find interesting.
I mean,
Yeah,
but historically, CCP puts out like dev blogs and stuff about like, let's tell you about our new fucking server hardware, and people are like, you know,
That's
I
people
love
buy
IT.
old-
I
is
like that shit. Hell
exactly
yeah.
that
people
is
buy the old
exactly me
blades and
when
stuff when they auction them.
they come out with
This is the exact
I
player
have one
base
of
for
those
those kind of
blades
people.
actually. I got one from the Vegas auction last year,
nice.
and it took
Very-
like 6 months for it to actually come in. So they ended up giving myself and the other guy one like a year of Omega over it.
Very cool. We should get on to Eve
Oh, that
stuff,
is
but
cool.
one thing
Sure.
I will say before we go, just because somebody mentioned something. Oh, you were talking about the charity dinner. One thing I noticed, there was so much charity shit. CCP, every chance they got, it seemed like they were doing something that was benefiting, like I guess the local children's hospital or whatever.
Yes. Yep. That
And it
all
was
of the
really cool to see. I was like, damn, like this, this they could just be making little side money, transactions at a player convention. But like it seemed like everything was going towards and maybe not everything, but whatever. A lot of things went towards like the local children's hospital, which is cool.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah.
Those little bastards.
Well, they don't have jobs, so they can't pay for shit themselves, right? Yeah,
That's a good point.
True.
They're
But I mean, they're
freeloaders.
socialists
They're
over there.
freeloaders,
They were
yeah.
going to take care of them anyway.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. So who's that money really going to? Maybe it goes to the nurses.
I mean, it kind of
Well,
does.
nurses
It
are
goes to
traditionally
the
underpaid,
hospital
too.
staff so that they will get paid so
Feel
they can treat the
motivated.
children.
Keep showing up to
To
work.
get-
Yeah.
Yeah, to save the
Uh,
kid.
But
That's yeah. What do you do?
Avakid's got a thing going on. I think we talked about this a little bit last week. But they had a scope video come out today. I don't know if any
Oh,
of you guys
the
watched it.
system.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were
Scope?
saying a word just.
Oh,
I was like,
that's the-
avocado,
that's the
what?
system. Yeah, I don't even know where that is. I'm assuming it's in high sec
I've
somewhere.
never heard of
Or
it.
it could be low sec, but
Which is fine.
it might be low sec. I would assume it's probably low sec if it's So
it was
No,
near
it's
Cheetah.
it's high sec.
is it? Okay,
Yeah.
it's high sec. So it's Avakin. I don't know. Was it plant 4, plant 6, something like that? It's going up at.
Is it near Dovahkiin?
It's somewhere
No.
over there.
Dotland. I don't know.
But it's a new upwell structure that's being built. And right now they got a thing going on to where you can turn in rogue drone stuff, which was interesting. So it's rogue drone material that you can either get from high sec sites where you get the rogue drone stuff, also sentient drones. So if you're out in low or null sec doing rogue drone sites and you get a sentient spawn, you can kill that. It might have some stuff you can go turn
But
in.
the high sec part of it, that's just for this event, right? That is that something
just
that's
for this
normally in high
structure.
sec? Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's this
Yeah.
structure. It's a new upwell structure that they're building. And they're
this
talking about
is
doing
how-
clone technology, so I'm assuming it's probably going to be war clone related, right? It's probably going to be something to do with
Yeah, for Vanguard.
Vanguard,
Yeah.
right?
But you forgot the good part, which is you can get faction tractor beams and faction MTUs out of it.
True.
But what do you need those for?
They're faster.
There's a ton of
I don't know.
crabs that play this game, man.
I play this game and I
But
crap,
is that a new
but I
thing,
have like
faction?
magpies and stuff. Like, why did I need a slightly? I don't know. It
I
just,
haven't
I don't.
looked at the stats.
Of all
on
the
this.
like random
It's
things they
10
could have thrown
kilometers
in,
is 10 kilometers, motherfucker.
I feel like a slightly better like MTU and whatever tractor beam module. Like I'm just like, what? I don't know what the use case is that they're like, oh, this would be great.
Well, is there a fitting
Efficient.
difference on them?
Crab egg.
It's efficiency. The
Yeah.
new MTU, that faction MTU has a 2 kilometer per second.
Yeah, it's
tractor
faster
beam on
and
it.
it's further
So, like,
than a
So you
magpie.
can-
You're right.
Because I know that I've
But it's
dropped
just
them
like
before.
it's a
You drop-
lane that I don't feel like very many people do anyway, Sergeant.
well, I'm just saying, like, you go to a site, you finish it, you drop an MTU, you go to another site,
No.
and
You drop it MTU before you start the site. So
Oh.
it'll be going the whole time. No, go
Oh,
ahead.
that's probably
Yeah.
smart.
I'm one of those guys that like in my alliance I salvage. all
Wow,
my
that's a
sites
good
and shit.
idea.
I
I did the same- I
love
used to do the same
salvaging,
yeah, I was like, then
and
you
like it's not worth doing.
you go
but
to
I
it
do
later, it's like, oh, it's not finished hoovering up all the stuff yet. So
See,
like I'm
what-
one of the guys who I could see using stuff like this, but I'm like, we didn't like. I just don't see where they were like, oh, I just need a little bit further and a little bit faster. Like
I never.
it's not gonna hurt anything. I'm gonna get them eventually if they're not like crazy, because it's like I have magpies and you don't even need magpies for most shit, but it's just like, yeah, but it's faster, it's further. I do those things, and that's why I think it's crazy that
You
I'm
wanna
like,
hop on,
I
Laszlo?
didn't see that there was like a big need for this, but like I'm not gonna fight it. It's just it was just a weird direction. I feel like I'm like, there's got to be
Right.
something fun behind the scenes as to why they're doing like tractor BB shit.
Got to make myself sound
Well,
like
the
I don't know
tractor
game.
beams are
What's
the
a magpie again?
rewards. That's the rewards. That's not what they're using these things for. What they're using
don't
this for
think
like
it's
some
gonna
kind of I don't know. I think that's just what they're giving out, but they're using the materials that they're getting from the Capsuleers for cloning research, which is gonna be for war clone stuff. And it's they're using it for all 4 factions, so like all 4 empires. So it's probably a thing where, because right now it's just Capsuleers, and then you have the Deathless. I'm assuming they're gonna have a thing where you can choose to join one of the empires as a faction against the Deathless and fight for them as in Vanguard.
So Dominark, there's the mobile tractor unit. You know about this,
Yeah,
yes?
yeah.
Then there's faction ones, or like I don't know what you would call them, but like loot ones that you get doing sites and stuff like that. There's a pack rat, which is a little bit further and a little bit faster as far as its reach and
It's
how
still an MTU,
quick it
correct?
pulls it. Yes. Then the magpie, which is the next step up one, which they're kind of pricey if I recall. They're like 300 million or something. So it's not something you want to go out there and be losing all the time, but it's like it's a little bit further and a little bit faster.
They're
Like,
drops,
I wouldn't
right?
drop one on a battlefield if there were still people like trying to keep you from vulturing, but like I think people like the obvious use cases of this is not only just PvE crabbing, whatever. Not I don't mean crab beacons. I just mean like
Yeah.
PvE activities. Also the Abyss. I have used them in the Abyss, and it's kind of helpful if you don't forget them places, which I do. So that's why I will only use like a pack
Don't
rat
use a
at best,
magpie,
which is
yeah.
kind of I've never. I don't want to bring a magpie in there. I don't know, stuff like that. But even still, and I
The
have
magpies are
wished for a
drops, right?
longer range.
You can't build them, correct? They're
You
drops.
build them, but
Oh, you do build
it's
them,
from
okay.
a drop BPC, and I think
Got
you
it,
get them in
okay.
like data sites and shit like that. I don't know.
Cool.
LB probably knows more. He's a turbo crab.
Well, he's super
Yeah.
smart. Yeah.
You can pick you can get the BPCs as drops in data sites, and then you can build them and sell them for profit, or build them using them yourself. Just like you, I wouldn't use them in an Abyss because I always forget them, leave them behind.
I left a pack
Which
rat
is
in
a
last
pain
time
in
I
the
tried
ass.
it, and I was
Like-
like, "This is why you don't do this shit, you dummy." And it was just a pack rat, but like that's still what 50 million or something, and I'm, frugal.
What did I
Yeah,
just
I'm trying
click
to say
on?
that in a sensitive way.
Dom? Oh, this is to. Oh, never mind.
That was
So
for
what's the-
Laz, though.
what's the
Sorry, I should
running-
have put.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
no,
sorry.
no,
I was.
sorry.
What's up?
What's the running theory on
Hey,
this
Seema.
structure? What are they building here in Avakin?
It's a new structure. It's not a
But
it's
what?
an Upwell structure, but it's not one that's a current structure.
Do you think it'll be something
And
the players will
I
be able
just-
to use? What if it's like a manufacturing structure?
introducing
Or
a new
a
structure?
It's going
research
to be an NPC
structure?
only structure.
What if it's
So
the new
I-
map for Vanguard? It's a station map.
Ooh.
That'd be kinda
One thing
wild.
I do
That'd be
want to point out too, just before Upwell structures came out, like we did have something kind of similar. Like there are not non-dockable Astrohuses and like Fortizar, and there's a Keepstar out there that you can like warp to. I forget what system they're in, but that were
Really?
like built by Upwell. Yeah, they're in HiSec. Those
But
are
they're just like monuments, more or less, like as far as their
They're
functionality.
still there.
as far as their functionality, yes, yeah, they're still there, but they were
Never
like
heard of
in the lore, they were the like the prototypes, basically, like the first ones built
Okay.
by Upwell.
Hmm.
So like this has a precedent in the game.
Very cool.
They
okay.
have
So
done this before.
I saw a theory on Reddit that said that the only structure that Upwell hasn't replaced yet is the Poco. So this could be the replacement for the Poco, Upwell Consortium Pocos, which kind of ties into Vanguard as well. If you recall, if you went to the Vanguard thing at FanFest, they talked about the connection between Eve and Vanguard is going to be the Poco. So you'll catch stuff or you'll collect stuff on the planet, and when you send it up through your contracts, it appears in the Poco, and that's how the games talk back and forth, right? So an item is in Vanguard. The only way for it to get to Eve is through a Poco.
Dude, let's
So if
start
they're
a Poco
replacing-
Cool, okay.
consortium. You
Yeah,
guys
if
want
they're
to cartel
replacing all
Pocos
the-
and HiSec with me? Sorry.
Mhm.
I've gone down that road before and
Yeah,
been
that's-
like, yay, we built a great empire. Oh god, it's burning.
Yeah, who's that
Yeah, you
one
gotta
guy
fight
that
for it.
owns?
I
There's
love
like that
killing
one guy that
Pocos
owns
that-
like
Yeah,
half
I
the
said
We know
more
Pocos.
people
so
can't
much, though.
defend, yeah.
What I forget what group, but it's like this one
Shadow
guy that,
Cartel still owns a bunch, I think.
well, he might, but I mean, like,
There's
there's
some
one.
alt corp.
It's like this one dude that owns like half of HiSec's Pocos. Like,
Yeah, and we should burn.
At one point,
Didn't somebody reward deck him and start killing him?
There was a
I know you're
group that-
talking
I
yeah,
think
there was-
recently I was hearing.
No, there
about
was
it.
a group. There was a guy that like started war decking all of them and he killed a bunch, but the guy just kept putting them back up, and eventually the war fizzled out, and the guy just
You gotta
still
be
owns
quick.
the Poco empire because he's so loaded with money because everyone doing PI and
I mean-
ISEC is feeding this dude cash. So
I feel like in high sec it could be worth it. I put up a lot of Pocos over the years in nullsec, and those are the kind of thing that you'll only ever see money. It's almost like T2 BPOs or something, right? Like the money isn't in like your returns while you own it. It's when you turn around and hand off the bag to the next guy. So like if you sell Pocos after you like get evicted or move or whatever, you know, we buy and
Holy
sell
shit.
Pocos over the years.
oh, Mr. Unlucky.
You
The-
usually
the-
get the the
but the thing
value,
with-
some value,
on that point too, Akaroth,
but
I
in
just
null
want-
there's not enough traffic or volume
The
to like.
You have to
only-
find systems that have good planets, right? I mean, that's
the only structure
that.
I've ever owned myself that like made ISK hand over fist, arguably, was a Tatara, and it was off of reprocessing taxes.
I could see it.
That is the only thing I've ever operated that like
Right.
tidy profit. I think at one
Yeah,
point I was clearing like 12 bill a month.
So
You
was
know,
that,
honestly,
was
in a
that
s-
free ported or was that for your own group?
That was in the Wrecking Crew staging system
Okay,
in
good.
Nullsec.
I could see in space like DOMs where everybody's so dense, I could see Pocos actually like, I don't know what their percentages are set there, but anything above 0, I could see a lot more money trickling through those because of how dense they populate their space.
Yeah.
But
Taxation
in
with
most of
representation
null, I
you
don't
can see a
is
big difference
tough.
between the systems that have
think they
good
get
planets and the systems that don't, right? The systems that don't.
I mean,
it's a
obviously you're going to
big
see better in
difference,
some systems, but like so like I'm in Slice. A lot of people know that it's not a very dense alliance for how many systems we.
Oh,
we
they're pretty dense there. I don't know.
I don't know, but anyway.
Don't
Got
you
him.
guys have a lot of
Uh,
renters though to
Shots- shot
flesh
for
that
it?
out?
Josh to the raid. I
I'll
did
show.
great.
Also, Unlucky, you got a battle report for that? Oh, there it is. Man,
Do we
goes
have what,
fast.
Vlad? I'm sorry. Would you?
Don't you all have a lot of renters though to help flesh that out?
I mean, how does that help my fucking Poco incomes?
If
Like
you
I
got
stay in
the
rental
renters the
systems.
renters use,
Nah, we allow anybody to put up their own Poco. Slice is very I don't like to throw around libertarian because I think that's kind of a joke of an ideology, but Slice is very like, hey, yeah, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, like do whatever the fuck you want, which is kind of why I've been there for a long ass time because they don't meddle in much. It's a pretty low stress environment.
Nice. Okay.
so do you guys know where John Galt is then?
I do not, but I
Oh.
also don't. Is that
Is that a person?
what is that? Not
Ayn Rand.
Atlas Shrugged. What's yeah? I was gonna say Ayn Rand
Yes.
something. Yeah. I've never read it or seen it.
Neither have I, but it's like
But I get
most
the-
people kind of
the
know the general
libertarian-
plot points of it.
Reference, yeah.
Ooh, Gary.
I know more about it than
That's
I
pop
wish
culture
to.
for you, though. Pop culture is such a fascinating concept that you
I
can
spent
know
a-
so much little nuggets about things you give like no interest about. And I don't mean that as a shot to like Ayn Rand or libertarianism or anything. Like anything. Like I know shit about like the Kardashians and shit. It's like that's not on my radar, but you can't escape it if you live in, places where pop culture will cross your radar.
I don't subscribe to the objectivism these days, but that was actually something that I got pulled into for a while when I was still hanging around the UW Madison campus a lot, like 10 years ago. I got pulled into their Students of Objectivism social org and used to go to those meetings every week.
What is objectivism? If you-
It's Bioshock. If you've played Bioshock, that
Yeah.
is textbook.
Can I
Of-
be real with you guys real quick?
No.
You never
Oh, I
played
want
it?
fake.
No,
Fake
yeah, you
only.
can't. Yeah,
When I was about 20 years old, I had my first big boy job that would like send me on trips and like expense account and shit like that. And I was working out of town. I was in New Orleans at the time. I did quite a bit of work in New Orleans because I'm from Houston and it was drilling related. But I was a 20-year-old staying in motels and I had a little money in my pocket. And one day I went to the local like GameStop or something and I bought a 360 at the time, which granted this was about 16 years ago to give you reference. But a 360 and a handful of games, one of which was Bioshock and one was Fallout 3. And it wasn't long into my working at the job that I realized that they don't test. And I was a young man and I like to enjoy the herb a little bit. So I started bringing that with me to like my hotel rooms, and I'd smoke and like blow it out of like a toilet paper thing with like a laundry sheets in it. So you know, like
I've-
Me and my
was
friends used to
brilliant.
call that a mashugana.
Yeah,
But anyway.
my friends used to do that too, and it doesn't fucking work.
I thought it did though. I
then
think
it-
only when you're the one you think it does,
you're
because you
"Oh,
smell
it helps."
fresh
It's
and you're
no,
like,
now
"Oh, I
it
can't
just
smell
now
weed
it just
right
smells
now."
like weed and laundry at the same time.
That's
Like,
possible.
like, it
But
doesn't-
either way,
like,
I never got caught for it,
Sweet
so I'll
must.
say it had to have worked a little, or they just didn't give a fuck. That's probably possible too. Long story short, I would get stoned, sit there in my motel room, like in the dark, you know, just TV glow, and I tried to play both of those games, and I'm not a guy who likes horror movies. I don't like jump scare shit. I don't like a lot of things like that. And both of those games were kind of creepy to me to be like playing while I was super stoned by myself, like in a foreign place.
So
And
I
I made it about a half hour into both of those games for a long time. At some point, I picked up Fallout like in the daytime and like enjoyed myself once I got over
see,
that
man,
hump.
unlucky.
But like that, that start of it, I was just like, this game's fucking creeping me out. I'm gonna play some racing game now. Like fuck this. So I didn't
So-
make it very
What
far into
game we talking
Bioshock.
about? Sorry.
Bioshock and
Bioshock,
Fallout
yeah.
3. He was saying this objectivism is embodied, you know, whatever. You could look to Bioshock as like a great example. And I'm admitting that I was a pussy, and I still am. I don't like to be
It happens,
scared
yeah.
because, you know, whatever. And that game was very dark and like stuff coming out at you and you know, where you shine your light, you know, shit like that. And I was young and stoned and out of town, like in a foreign environment. And I was like, no,
Nope.
like, I don't think I'm gonna do this at all. Actually, I think I'm gonna play some like just real lighthearted, you know, brightly lit games and not like try to scare myself when I'm out of town as a young man and blah blah blah.
So
You're not
on
going to
the
get Bioshock 2 if you're stoned, because it's a very intellectual game.
They all, like, I've read plenty about them over the years. Again, pop culture. I've never played any of them much, but like I know plenty of little tidbits about them. They're all super fascinating. Like I assume they're, based on how history has gone so far, they're absolutely going to make some movies or shows out of them at some point, because they all have
Some of the
really
Bioshock
cool
stuff?
storylines. Yeah, they're really well done games from everything I can tell from the outside looking in. It's just at the time and the setting, it wasn't right for me. LB's about to pull some chef shit.
I
I've really
can tell
never heard
you
anything
why
bad about those,
you
right? I've some-
Oh, he's gonna make an old fashioned.
There's nothing bad about them unless you're a pussy like I am, and that's what I was saying. If stuff
You still
jumps
saw
out
the,
at you,
you
in the
still
dark-
saw the value of it, right? It still looked like
I did. I
yeah,
think
you just didn't-
as far as I've gathered, it's very beautiful, like really great artwork, so to speak, in the gaming world. Really well done,
its
really
time,
well
for sure.
written,
Right.
really great, you know, pretty graphics, great setting. They're just like well thought out games from everything I've gathered.
If you're only going to see
So-
two things from Bioshock, there's two cutscenes to watch. The first is the intro one where Ryan introduces Rapture, and the second one is where Ryan elaborates on the difference between a man and a slave. I'm not going to say what happens at the end because there is spoilers.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, because at some point I will pick up this game. It's been 16 years, but one of these days I'm going to muster the courage.
I can guarantee
No,
you
it's
I'll never
actually
watch
just
it.
packed
I
away in a
like the
box.
Vlad. I like that's like I'm not going to tell you what happens at the end because there's spoilers there. It's like, well, yeah, I think there's spoilers at the end of everything.
That's fair. That's fair.
I
But I
can
appreciate
say
him doing
with the
No,
Because
I
I,
like
do
that.
want to
It's
play
just-
that
He's
game.
looking
one
out
day.
for us. Yeah, yeah.
No, I like that.
And he could have easily been like, "It's been 16 years, dude.
Should have
Like,
watched
you
it by
can't,
now.
you can't say
fuck dicks."
spoilers after 16 years." But he was very nice, and he offered to not spoil the game.
We appreciate it very much. Yeah.
I did.
So
I will never watch it.
can-
I'll play it because it's 16 years old and I'm not doing it.
It seems like a
give
really
you enough
beautiful
info to
game.
look it up if you want to watch it and don't care about getting spoiled.
So I can tell you, Akaroth, why you didn't ever get charged or get in trouble about the weed thing from my experience in hotels.
Okay, what you got?
So at any hotel I've worked at, first off, the smoking fee is $250.
These were
However,
motels, to be fair, but
Well,
I'm sure it's still
it's
exists. Go ahead.
it's pretty standard though.
Okay.
And it's usually because they have to like wait a day or two before they can resell the room if it reeks really bad. They can only get most hotels will only bother charging you if they actually can find physical evidence. Because what'll end up happening is, you know, say I'm a room attendant or, you know, manager or whatever. I go into the room, I'm like, oh my God, this stinks. And then I charge you. If you do a charge back on that, and if me as the manager, if I can't provide photos of physical evidence of smoking, I will lose that 100%
Right,
of the
credit
time.
card's gonna go.
So hotels won't even bother unless they find physical evidence. So
That's fair.
that's always been our policy. If we could find physical evidence, like, I see, like, I've gone into rooms before that reeked, and then I'm like, oh, there's ashes all over the fucking bathroom counter. Your ass is getting charged.
To be
Yeah.
fair, I was smoking out of like a little pipe and like I'm not like bong ripping in some motel room. I would smoke a little bit
Yeah.
and then blow it out my thing. And like I while I know what Drayden's talking about, because I do know that I become like nose blind to it in on some levels.
I definitely have.
I don't think it reeked. Like I honestly don't think it reeked. And also I'm a smoker. So I was often like taking a break to open the door and like stand out, and it was a motels. So I'm like just standing out kind of in the parking lot, whatever, smoking a cigarette, and everything airs and whatever.
It's not like
I don't have any real fear of
It's,
it.
it's not a
Right.
permanent nose blindness.
Well,
it's
but
just
just-
like
yeah.
it's like I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
can
very
notice
temporary.
pot smoke, but once you're in the pot smoke for a
Yeah.
while, you stop noticing it. So it's,
Right.
you
For sure,
develop
yeah.
nose
I think
blindness
that's
like
anything,
short term,
though, too, right?
and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
It absolutely is anything.
But
There's-
so
there's
as a
senses that
smoker,
work.
you didn't get a smoking room, or they're just not available?
I
I
don't.
I haven't even
I don't
seen a
know
hotel
if-
with smoking rooms in so long.
yeah,
anymore.
most
Well, if you
places
go to
South
cheap
you
don't.
do.
shitty ones, they're there.
In the South, you do.
Still?
And yeah, it's shitty
Okay.
help. I don't
Yeah.
remember right off the top of my head. I don't remember them ever being smoking rooms, honestly. Even though these were probably not even like not very nice motels.
The good ones, yeah.
I mean, I had a good enough time. Like, then nothing ever like seedy or super like scary happened or anything. It was just kind of podunk areas of Louisiana. and
You weren't
motels.
at the Ritz.
No, these are places you drive up right, and then your door's right
Yeah.
in front of you.
uh,
Most of them were one story.
want to reel it on back to Eve.
Yeah, let's do it.
Don't
Oh,
you?
what's that?
Anger Games.
Just- well, Anger Games. I mean, we
Oh,
could go into
tomorrow.
that. Radicos is going to join us, but he's in
Oh,
the middle
we
of
could save him
practice. Yeah, we could. He's in the middle of practice, so he'll be.
Don't
here.
anybody let him convince you of anything, though.
Well, and I felt bad.
Limit his speech.
I was talking to Vlad before the show too. I was like, oh man, do we want to have like I invited him on? Like I'm gonna feel bad though because last year for the Alliance tournament, he was on our show the night before it started, and he
stayed
stayed
up too late.
up
That's
way too like because I think the tournament started at my time. It was like I think it started at like 7 a.m, and he was up with us till like 2 a.m, and he got drunk, and so he woke up. He was like tired and hung over for the AT, and their team went 0-2, and I was just like, oh man,
That's right.
did we do that? It's possible.
I mean,
That's why
he
you know what?
did
You guys
pretty well
cursed
in the
yourself.
AT last year.
Yeah, and then
so-
that was right after he convinced us to put them all the way
But
to
yeah, he
like
was
winning
so
the
friendly and
tournament on
nice,
our
and he hung out
brackets
and-
too.
Talk to us
Uh,
about everything, so we were sold. He was a salesman.
Yeah, he convinced us like we're gonna kick ass tomorrow, and then yeah, he was like, yeah, we were all just tired and fucking.
Drayden and I are
was
just
like, oh,
fucking
man.
casual, so he says like a couple buzzwords about like how they're flying and shit. We're like, oh man, this guy knows it.
They fly the shacks, well, they're gonna win, obviously.
And then they're a bunch of like mid-tier guys. No offense, Radicals.
No, I
I'm
want
gonna
to
give him a
watch.
bedtime tonight.
He's a big boy. He just
Well, I mean, it
fucked
doesn't
around
start
and
till
found
10,
out.
so they got plenty of time.
So what did you want to touch on, Drayden? What you got?
Well, I mean, we kind of hit that structure thing. I don't know if we finished on it really, but I mean, it's only just speculation after that. Like, you know, what is it going to involve as far as the? I don't know, LB. I don't know if you had something on the. You were saying something
The
about
Pocos thing.
Well, we were talking about Pocos.
Well, he was saying he thinks that's the last structure left.
Oh, yeah.
And also
Yeah.
there was a Wally Mart's troll post about Pocos, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I didn't know if that's what he was making reference to, but if it is, I didn't
I
want
mean,
to
if
give it
that's
more
a troll
spotlight.
post, I don't think it's that far off.
It may not be.
I mean,
Is
could
it
be.
Wally Mart's a SEMA alt?
Broken clocks and shit. No,
What'd you
Wally Mart's
say?
is
He's not a SEMA. Oh, no.
no.
Wally
Wally
Mart's
Mart's
is
funny.
totally a SEMA alt. Y'all are just bullshit.
Wally Mart's is probably a very nice gentleman. I don't know him, but I'm not impressed.
Also, I know Wally's not a SEMA alt. It's just a good meme.
That's funny, yeah.
I like that SEMA has so quickly like created a lane for himself though. Because he was not a prominent poster
No.
all that long ago. And he's picked up his efforts, and it was not long before people just shitposted. People were like, leave it to SEMA, bro. Like, stay in your lane.
Yeah, like now if it's not SEMA, it's a budget SEMA post, pretty much.
Yeah. Or people are like, SEMA, you making alts now?
Yeah.
Or Wally, or it could be a Wally alt too.
Could be. I don't think Wally's on the same account he used to be on, so hard to say. It's got a bunch more
Hey,
S's now, I
Redline.
feel like.
Welcome to the party.
Hey, Redline.
Hey, thanks. Happy to be here at the party.
Are ya?
I'm
Am
sorry,
I?
Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
He sounded pretty energized when he said it.
You did. That's why I was
Why
asking.
wouldn't I be happy to be at this party?
why
Are you kidding me?
wouldn't
It's the
you? Yeah.
best party of the week. I wait for it 7 days a week. I
I'll
wait
drink
for
to
this party.
I
Speaking of
appreciate
Eve, did we talk about was the Amazon Dread Brawl on last week's show, or is that after last
I don't
week's
think so.
show?
I think it was since it.
No, that was after, wasn't it?
I think so.
I
I think it was
don't
over the
remember
weekend.
what
It wasn't a huge Dread Ball. It was like that was where we brought
It
the
was
Tech
a
One dreads in,
trillion
right?
isk, brother. What do you mean, not a huge
It was a big one.
brawl?
Well, I mean, like there was I guess there
Drop
was a
the
lot of
bucket.
dreads died. Yeah,
I don't think it was intended to be a huge one from our side, but then again, I could just. Be
I died
not
very
a good
fast in
meeting.
that, and I was.
Were you in the Dread, Drayden?
No, I was in a Logi Loki. Oh no, I think I was in the one before that. Yeah, I was in the one before that where we set the timer. That last Dread Brawl, I was at work when that happened. I think because that was an EU time zone timer, wasn't it?
No, it was like super late at night.
It wasn't super late, was it? I thought it was
No.
just kind of evening.
Oh,
I
no,
got it.
that
It
was
was
last week. No,
evening.
that was
It
last week. I
was-
was at
It
my
was.
parents'
It
house.
happened during the show, gang.
Oh yeah, because I think I
What
dipped
the-
to do some of
'Cause
that.
I-
Maybe?
You're
No,
right,
Are you
somebody
sure?
Left. Yeah,
Dude,
you
Yes,
you
because
signed left.
I
You're
went
right,
to
yeah.
short-term
go
mem-
run a fleet during the
Yeah.
show.
Oh,
That's
that's
true,
right. And I
yeah.
went too. I was trying to figure out which fleet you were in.
Our
at some
short-term
point, 'cause
memory
I didn't
lasts
have any
like
good
2 days,
looking.
Redline. We can't remember anything past that.
I was in my own
That's
room.
so right, dude.
That's true. Yeah,
It was
that's.
during
I was like,
last
there was
year.
a reason I wasn't there. It's because we were doing this. Because there was
I
another
wasn't on the
fight.
show because I was on the fleet.
Yeah, there was another
Yeah.
fight like the next night that I didn't go to because I was my grandparents were in town then, so I went over to my parents' house Saturday night. So
Did Big Ab get paid to do that stuff? I saw some talk on
I
Reddit
don't
today,
know
and
if
I
they got
couldn't tell if it was just cope or not.
paid. I don't know.
I
I mean,
think it's cope. I think it's a
Everything's
mutual
cool.
desire to just fuck.
yeah,
things.
I think it was
I was
just
gonna-
both.
well,
both
I
of
think
us
Big
want
Ab
to
is
shoot
just very
goons.
opportunist, and so like they shoot a lot of shit.
I do want to give a shout out to the latest collection of goon pets, our friends in Snuffed Out. Well done, guys, living up to expectations, which were rock bottom before
They're
this
not
dread
good
bomb.
pets,
Well,
though. They're
wasn't-
kind of like,
now
they're kind of like
are
owning a
even
snake
lower.
or
Well, wait,
spider.
are they actually
They've been
affiliated
doing
with
this
goons
for a
now, or
very
or is
long
that just
time.
like because they hop all around and like, okay, we're gonna
I
help
said,
this
didn't
group
they
with
go
this,
live
this
in
group
Goon
with
Space
that.
to build supers or whatever?
I
a while back?
mean, look,
I'm just wondering, are they like blued by
When-
goons and they're
when
like
you
living with
show up-
status now, or
when you show up on the same side as the goons on a battle report, you're a goon pet.
You did it right.
That's all there is
That's
to
all I'm
it.
saying is you did it right that time.
Well, you also probably lost the video game, frankly.
Well, maybe, but you still did it right that night.
Did you guys figure out
I've
how
actually
to-
been in a situation in the past where that was a thing, and like, it wasn't. What was that? That was back during the old NC Dot shit when they were taking the stuff from
Yeah.
Solar Fleet, because Solar Fleet,
Yeah.
NC Dot, PL, and all of them were invading Ethereum Reach, and Solar Fleet decided because goons were shooting PanFan back at that point, and so Solar Fleet's like, well, I mean, if goons are gonna shoot them, they're invading our allies' space, so we'll just like, why don't we just team up for this fight and we'll shoot them? And then everyone's like, Solar Fleet's a goon pet, and like half of Solar Fleet's like allies in the south, like oh, who was it? The people that were living in like Deterit or whatever, like there's like, they all like fucking broke away. It just caused like an implosion of the whole Solar Fleet empire. I'm like, wait, because they teamed up on one fight to shoot the group that they were both at war with? It's kind of
Snuff is not. I mean, fought for us. Sure, I get that they were on our side for that fight. But here's the thing: you can't trust them. Right? The next fight, they may attack us because
yeah. I mean, the
they're
goggles
untrustworthy
men, the
miscreants.
goggles men are just they do the goggles men's bidding.
I
And
think
let's be
there's
real,
some
if
groups
Snuff
that'll just
had
opportunist.
subcaps. I bet they probably would have been more than happy to kill all the goon dreads afterwards
Yeah.
as well.
Absolutely.
I
mean,
you were correct. Yeah.
They've shown up
Hard to
to
say.
they show up on everybody's side to go shoot something if it's a valuable target they want to blow up and they think they can get
Well,
some kills. They'll show
the
up.
thing is that
jerkwads.
when you choose to align yourself with the goon, that is worse, right, than just going around and third partying. Like if
Is
you're
that-
third partying, kill the people that are fighting goons.
Sometimes
kill
you
the
want to
kill
win,
the
though,
goons.
Redline. Sometimes
No,
you want to
Is that
because
win.
like
if
you-
So
Snuff
then you
was,
join our side.
was
'cause you
killing
wanna
the
win. You wanna be
goons,
good.
then our side may have won.
Well, I
if
mean,
they
Laszlo
were
has a
killing
point. I'm not
Hopefully.
like I don't necessarily have anything against frat, but there's a lot of people that see frat as like just as bad as goons.
Oh, we're still working.
Nobody sees
We're
frat as
terrible.
bad as goons.
Just
I
nobody.
don't know. There's a lot of people that don't
We've
like
worked
frat.
hard on our
I think
reputation.
there's
being
I
pieces
think
There's
there's
a
plenty
lot
of
of
people
people
who
that
see
don't
that.
like frat out there.
I think
Yeah,
frat
yeah.
gets a bad rap. Like what
I would
really
agree.
did
I'm fine
frat
with
do
frat, but I'm
wrong?
I
also
don't think it's
fine with
completely
I'm fine
unknown.
with goons too.
What
Like,
did frat do wrong?
I don't really care
ever?
about any
Hmm?
group. Like I will shoot goons
I will
because
shoot
they're.
anybody in game and
I
drink
mean, I
with anybody
compared
out of
some
game.
allegations.
Well,
of
even
it,
in
like-
game, it's like
I
I
agree,
will
yeah.
shoot goons because they're red, but I don't
Even-
have any like particular hate for goons.
Even with allegations, like they're unsubstantiated, right? Like who can say for sure? Who can
Not us.
say whether these things are true? You know,
People hate
Well,
them because they're
if it's the
successful,
body
right?
thing,
they
every-
hate
That's
them
all-
because they ain't them. They
every
hate them
alliance
because
That's
has
they
what it
ain't
boils down
bots.
to. People who are successful get
Goons
hated
have
on. That's
bots.
a fact.
So
NC
well,
has
then there's no
bots.
doubt
Fred
there.
has bots.
And-
Brave has
and
bots.
if
Like everyone
you-
has bots.
No,
If
I
you
don't
look
have
at the
bots.
I'm not
periods
saying that makes
where-
bots okay, but I'm just saying like if you're saying, oh, this group has bots in it, that they're terrible. It's like, well, then every
That
single
actually
group
wasn't
in the game is
directly what I
terrible.
was going to
Like,
reference.
every
There's
large
also the
alliance is
Neg Wallet
terrible.
controversy,
What's the controversy about neg walleting?
being hugely neg walleted by
For
the
what?
devs. I couldn't say I wasn't there. I've just heard it.
RMT. That's
Parody
the
for
only reason you
years.
get
What's
neg
wrong with
wallet.
RMT these days?
All the things if it doesn't go through the proper pipes.
So if you neg wallet, you can't do certain things in the game, correct? Until you've got to the pot, you can't sell the character. right?
Presumably,
Right.
There's a bunch of rules. If you are,
yeah.
that's
There's
a
things
pretty
that
serious thing. Yeah.
it will affect. Now this was
well,
on
yeah, you
alliance
can't
level.
you
allegedly.
can't buy things if your wallet is negative, right?
True, but you got stuff given. I don't
I
think you
can.
can contract.
Can
either,
you
right?
even? Yeah, I don't
There's,
think you can even
yeah.
sell
Well, the
stuff to the
contract
market
costs
because there's
10K.
sales tax. Oh, unless when you sell
You
something to
ain't
the
got no-
market, it gives you the income
got
and then
negative-
takes the tax. So
You got negative money, so like, how you gonna spend your money, dog? Like, what do you mean?
Just go further in debt. United States does it all the time.
That's
Come
not
on.
how you
I
can't do that in
declare
the video
bankruptcy.
game.
how low
Okay,
can
Michael
you go?
Scott. I don't think that's how it works.
So, but Drayden
I
said
mean,
everyone
you don't
bots,
know.
and that's not true because I don't bot.
I'm
one
not
time.
saying
Well-
everybody. I'm saying every
Shit.
large major null block alliance has someone in there that's botting.
Goons would never, bro. They are righteous.
So that's what I'm
If we
saying.
find them,
guys,
we beat them
everybody's
down.
intelligent.
Keep 'em
Right,
out,
you do, but
If
there's
you
still
find
bots
them-
and there's bots and goons.
But
There's
there was
bots in
that one
PL. I
time-
guarantee it. I don't
There
know
was
any
that
of them,
one
but I'm
time,
sure there's one in
though,
there.
remember, when your leadership said if there's bots and goons, don't report them.
Yeah, I remember that.
That
Yeah,
was
there
a
was
real
that-
thing that
Yeah,
happened.
that was kind of
I-
shitty. Like,
I
that's-
You know,
still
what, you know what that made
remember-
me do, Redline?
Nothing.
Report them more and faster.
but I'm
My
just saying-
Does
alliance
anyone-
and a
does
couple
that-
buddies made a lot of propaganda around that. Go ahead.
Heckin'
Does
don't
anyone
we?
else remember when Mittens was on or being interviewed by Matterall and just absolutely refused to answer the questions and dodged them all? And just basically
but
fucked
That
with
just sounds
Matterall?
like regular.
Yeah, yeah.
vaguely, that was kind of.
Well, yeah, he
It wasn't on his platform, so like,
It's like
yeah.
his thing.
Mittens agreed to go on Talking in Stations, and Matterall tried to ask him about like that exact topic, and Mittens basically fucked with him until Matterall got frustrated. Was like, okay, this is done.
I
It
don't.
was
Yeah.
basically
I apologize.
it was basically just like, peak stereotypical Mittens behavior.
It is funny
Yeah,
when
he
people
seemed
that
like
have.
a real cool guy.
Who?
Minutes is
Connie?
like the only person
that
in
was-
Eve,
that-
so
that-
that's
there was a
issues
slash
with
S
on
on
a
that.
game.
but-
That was just sarcasm.
A
Sorry.
swagé? A swagé?
A
They swagéed it?
swagé. Yeah. Is that what that's called?
Is that what you said?
I actually have
I said
yet to
there's a
know
slash-
somebody
a
at a
slash
meetup
S.
that isn't.
Like slash S.
Oh.
In typing,
thought
that's
you
what
said
people
a
say
slash
for,
A,
for
like,
sarcasm. I was like, there's a slash S. Yeah. You know what? Swagé. That sounds better. Swagé
Yeah,
it
fuck
means
yeah,
slash
dude,
S
swag.
now. It's
Real
Blase.
sophisticated, like
if fucking
Might as well.
Shakespeare can make words, so can I.
Exactly.
That's right.
Fuck Shakespeare, though, by the way, making words
Dude,
and
you're
no one could
American.
fucking say but him.
What a
Yeah,
jackass,
but-
right? He's a jerk.
Right? Dick.
What
Dick
an
bear.
asshole. And he probably didn't even write most of that shit. He probably stole it from somebody.
Had
Queen
to.
Elizabeth.
The
So-
queen?
Yeah, the Queen was the real author.
So we had the big Amazon fight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There was another big fight a couple days ago. So
Uh,
that I mean, it was decently big. It wasn't the
F4R.
biggest, but as far as
yeah,
Null,
that
if
was
we're talking
F4.
about
Yeah, I was
Null,
like, that
F4R
was
happened a
that
couple days ago.
Amazon. There was a timer for Amazon, but we punted on that
retimed
one and
that,
went
didn't
to F4R one instead of thing.
When you say retimed, what do you mean? They changed the timer up? Like they're
Yeah, the Amazon timer was USTZ, and I believe now it has been changed to EUTZ to have no more fight. No more fight.
I mean, that's fine.
Live
Is it,
you, people
though?
can fight, right?
If they want to
We don't
time it
hate all
for
them,
a
do we?
time when they are strongest, then why wouldn't that be fun?
I don't know.
Do you know
It's
any
just
other
like-
groups who don't do that?
It's one of those things where like, you say, "Oh, I want to get a fight," but then they're like, "Ah, nah, I don't want to get a fight because I'd rather, have this be timed into this time zone when I
Do
definitely
you know
have
anybody who
dominance."
actually wants a fight and doesn't want to win?
Yeah,
Uh,
I think when it comes to defending
'Cause I
your own
don't know any of
structures, you're
those.
not
I
interested
know
in
a
the
couple
fight. You're
people.
interested in keeping your
I don't-
structure. So
I don't
I-
think it's about that per se. I think it's more about, standing on business.
What?
What?
how do you stand on a business?
I don't get
are you
understand.
talking
that.
about?
So
Seriously, I
like,
didn't understand
So-
what you meant. What do you mean?
You mean
Redline,
standing on
are you
principle
aware
or
of a
like
lot of people
business?
throwing mud towards PanFam for certain structures being timed in Chinese time zone?
what?
But we have
No.
frats, so why?
I just want to make sure we know how glass the house we're in.
If
is,
we know
you
that frats
I
can
know
be
I'm
able
a
to
jerk, and
defend,
our
our Chinese time zone's
structures are
pretty
timed
strong
for-
for us.
U.S. time zone, because that's when we are there.
when you want to make timers that on things you don't want to lose, because I don't know
Guys,
anybody who wants to
listen,
lose
I was
structures.
just fucking with
I
you,
know.
and
We're
I
gonna put 'em in
can't get
tough
behind
times.
it enough to say it more than that. Like I can't even. I
He's like,
can't
shit,
even.
I don't know exactly
continue.
what I said. Yeah.
I
I
just.
mean, I was just trying to have a good, engaging conversation.
Yeah.
I
Good
think
luck.
fucking time zone tanking it's a legit.
I don't
I
think,
think
it
it's fine.
exists.
I like it.
I think it's
Time zone
fine.
tanking is shitty.
It should be more.
Remember pause timing
Yeah.
when you would try to kite
Yeah.
a pause to get a
Yes.
good timer?
It's the
Oh
same
yeah, with the
thing.
fuel.
That was actually kind of interesting in that it.
Did you have to
could
have someone
finesse
go
it,
out there and
right?
adjust the fuel to make the time set up right?
The strong. yeah.
You could
They're
fuck with
strong,
it while they
yeah,
were doing
well, yeah,
it.
But that's on a different
But
scale.
you have
but it's
to
pretty
do it
much the same
before they
thing,
got
yeah.
shields below a certain point.
Yeah,
Right.
If you
So
were
like,
real active.
yeah, but was that
You'd anchor shit
Get
and not put it
active
online
here.
so you could
Get
so you could
active
put it
here.
later?
Let's
What?
get active. I'm talking. Sorry.
Okay. I know,
But,
yeah, but I want to listen to it. I want
but-
to hear what you're saying.
So that
man.
was before shuttles. That was back when. Well, it was even before interceptors were nullified. But there was a time where interceptors were nullified. So you just fly out an interceptor, go to the tower, and set the stront correctly.
Pine trees, as far as the eye could see.
Then also, like, that's the thing though. Is, like, it required
What
someone
was
with
his name?
access.
Old man what? God damn it.
He had an onion tied to his belt. That was the style at the time.
That was the
Wait.
style at the time.
Who was this?
Couldn't take. We
Back to the
had
future.
to call
old
it
man
Dickety
somebody,
because
yeah.
the Kaiser stole our
Oh,
word
I
for
haven't
20.
seen.
Pine trees.
I haven't seen Back to the
That's
Future
fucking-
2
So
or
anyway, it was
3.
19 Dickety 6.
You
and-
haven't seen the 2 or 3?
No. I saw
We used to call
one
Nichols
along. I don't
Bees.
remember. I don't remember most of one either.
5
Maybe
B's
5
for
B's
a
over a
Alright.
quarter, I'd say.
So what I'm hearing is we need a movie night marathon.
What are we watching?
Probably
on movie night?
somewhere.
It's been a while since I've watched all 3. I
What are you talking about?
Oh, Back to the Future. I was like, I
Back to
haven't
the
s-
Future. Drayden's not seen 2 or 3, and he doesn't remember most of 1.
We cannot
I
stand
mean, do we
talking to you
really?
ever.
I don't know. Whatever.
Paul Rudd said they were all bullshit in that one movie. So
That's right.
I pretty much go base all of my life on what Paul Rudd says because he's fucking that cool.
I've led
that?
most of my life based on the teachings of Paul Rudd.
Because he's probably the coolest guy.
Dude
ever.
is timeless. I'm convinced he might be a deity.
he summoned
that's
new
Keanu
to
Reeves.
tame.
Nah, Keanu Reeves is starting to show his age. Paul Rudd is still 25 aesthetically.
And 16 mentally, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
That's why we're gonna hang out with the dude.
Real funny guy.
Yeah. fuck
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
Fuck yeah.
Sorry, now we're
Hold
just
on.
bullshit.
Where were
Well,
we?
we got a community beat.
There was
Sorry
gonna be,
about
well, hold on. Did we finish what we were talking about? Oh, the fight.
What were we
There was
talking
a follow-up fight,
Oh, yeah.
and then Redline started
Abazan
talking
got
some,
saved.
some bullshit.
Yeah, Abazan was
And I got-
saved.
we got
F4R was saved.
F4R repaired. Yeah, both of
Yeah.
them repaired. Goons are 2 for 2 in the last week. I don't like to say that, but I'm having to.
Yeah.
And you know why I'm having to?
about? It's true.
Because Test isn't pulling their fucking weight.
Oh, those bastards.
Oh.
Never
What would you
have.
like me to do, brother?
Did
that
you say
was
never
just-
have?
That was
Yeah.
just me
I did
bullshitting
once.
now. I was just like, let me throw out something ridiculous.
When I was in test, we kicked ass, right?
Yeah,
We
I'm pretty
challenged.
sure that was the
we
case.
challenged the CF. Was it
the clusterfuck
Clusterfuck
coalition.
There's
Coalition.
CFC.
CFC?
but
Still are the
we
CFC.
didn't win, but yeah,
No.
we had no problem.
So
I mean,
the
this
coolest
week
thing
we're not
about
winning.
Test is that no one's tried to kick me for inactivity yet.
saw
which
you
is
say that,
super
yeah.
dope.
It's cool. Yeah.
Are you? There's a lot of groups that aren't that purgy. You just got to stop flying with some of them.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
Slack
all groups
doesn't-
have figured out that
I
it
think
doesn't
I've
behoove them to be
hasn't purged
purged
me yet.
because you want people to come back when you need them, and if you kick them, then they can't come back, right? It just doesn't make
I think
any
if you
sense.
kick him, you,
The activity level just doesn't make sense right now to be purgy. It just doesn't.
You
That's
also
a good
can't
point,
meme
Dom.
about leaking move ops. So
Huh? What'd you say?
You
Is
can
Slab?
Move Op
yeah.
getting leaked?
I'll move up. Like
Let's
I
hear
you
guess the
can't
first one.
meme about leaking things.
Who had a meme
Yeah, I
about
mean, I
leaking
don't-
things? Me?
I don't think people like that.
Do I leak shit? Oh, I hope not.
Sometimes I trust the
leaking right
fart,
now.
but I'm not proud of that.
I only leak move ops when I've finished moving, but maybe
You
it's
don't care
not done
anymore?
yet. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm all done, guys. The move ops still go. No, I don't say that. But
I'm gonna fucking post it now, you bitches. I leak shit probably, but I don't know I'm doing it because I don't even know if I know things.
I'll leak inconsequential shit. I don't leak like actual legit like important OPSEC stuff.
I've never leaked anything ever.
That's not.
I mean, I
true.
don't
That's not true at all.
leak like more thing like if it's something that's in the past, like
What
oh,
have I
this-
leaked?
Unless it's
What
What have
like
I
leaks?
leaked, bro?
if it's
Huh?
something that could still
Gooey, juicy
have
shit?
relevance in the future, I won't say anything about
No.
it. But if it's like, oh, this fight happened 5 days ago, you know, this is how we got there. Like, sure, whatever.
And you
Unless
can
it's a
correct what I
tactic,
said about
unless it's a
Redline.
tactic we might use again, then I won't say anything. But I mean,
He
I don't
doesn't
know.
leak, but he facilitates leaks.
Bingo,
I used to do a little bit of
buddy.
leaking
Is that fair, Redline?
when
That's fair. Much better.
back when I still read books, which I admit I have not done in years. But back when I still used to still read books, sometimes I would drool on
Go to
myself.
bed.
And it was
No, I don't wanna
unintentional.
go to
And there was a
bed.
brief period where I thought maybe I have a tumor because I was like, you can't even
RLB.
control your bodily functions. You're like
Tumor.
drooling on yourself just because you're sitting there like reading. But it happened multiple
You
times.
were awake, drooling?
Yeah, I was just
you
reading
see a
and just I
doctor?
guess so focused that it
Tumor.
sometimes I just drooled on myself.
They
And
make
it
you
was
cream
like,
for
okay.
that, though.
Wait,
It
did
probably
Elby
just
say?
means I'm a mouth breather, but
Maybe.
Did Elby say he's going to bed?
no, I think he was telling somebody.
He's
to
yelling
go
at somebody
for
to
it.
go to bed.
Oh,
His wife's
oh.
probably.
He's laying down the
Put it
law
in.
Or it
right
could be
now.
his
I think
kid.
that's
Could
what
be
he's
his
off.
kid.
Off screen.
It's probably his
I
kid.
think all. Yeah. Okay.
I thought he said
You
I'm
don't
going. I
read.
thought
What
he's
do you
like
mean
I'm
you
going to
don't
bed.
read
And then he
anymore?
gets
You don't
something.
ever
I'm like, oh
read
shit,
anymore,
all right,
Akala?
bye.
I read like articles and shit that are linked on Reddit and things. Like I read on such a lower level than I ever used to, and it makes me sad. But I'm not doing anything to change it. So I'm
Do
just sad.
do audiobooks.
I'm down
See,
to
that's the
one
thing
book every
is,
2 weeks. So.
I'm
I don't
so
retain in the same way.
I picked it up. I like doing it in the car, but I bought the Walter Isaacson biography of Elon Musk. I usually pick up
Gross.
Walter Isaacson's biographies. No, it's Walter
Elon
Isaacson
Musk
is
has a
actually
biography?
Yeah, he's why?
um
From his
Walter
memoirs.
it was written by Walter Isaacson though. Which if you're not familiar with him, he's like a really reputable, like one of the actual like good reporters. But he's also like his other thing has been writing biographies. He did one on Steve Jobs that came out a little bit after he passed away, and he's done
Shouldn't we be waiting till after Musk passes away to be writing a biography?
No, you don't have to.
I
You
mean,
can write biography.
no,
I'm saying
yeah,
should, not that we have to.
but
Oh,
his whole
autobiography. Yeah. Sorry,
yeah, well, his whole thing though when he's like writing these is like he did the same thing for Jobs and same thing with Musk. He tells them like, if you're agreeing to work with me on me writing this biography, cool. That does not give you a single bit of say over what I can or cannot write. And if you're not comfortable with that, then we're not doing this. And like
So-
he sets, but like he actually spent like 2 years basically embedded with Musk and like sitting in on like meetings at SpaceX in the lead up to buying Twitter, like all of that, like basically as maximum exposure into his life. And I'm only like 20% of the way into it so far, and I'm enjoying it. It's interesting.
But
I feel like if I was a
to Drayden's
like
point,
a
or-
mega
But I do-
billionaire
but
and
I
somebody
do
was
it-
following
but-
me around, I would just curate everything in my life. You know what I mean? Does that sound
yeah,
crazy?
you'd be
I mean,
disingenuous.
Like
yeah.
you're in a place in public, but like it's all paid actors. But of course they don't know because you're a fucking billionaire and you could just make things
Yeah.
like that happen. You know what I mean?
But
Like I'm not
Drayden said something about
suggesting that's
writing-
entirely what happens,
pulling
but
up
that's
a
what people would do as billionaires.
I
Didn't
don't
They
you
could
say something about
control
him
so
being
many
dead?
facets
But,
of their life that
then
most
you do
people
the
could not.
biography?
but the overarching point is audiobooks, especially in the car. That's my jam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
But
fine.
it puts some people to sleep, though. Unfortunately, yeah.
I
do
swap it
fall
up.
asleep.
Yeah, you do
Um,
not want to fall asleep while you're driving. That is
No,
a
like,
bad
I'll-
thing to do.
Correct.
I will listen to audiobooks and I'll be into it. The second I kind of feel it being a little tedious, I'll swap it up to music or swap like you gotta
Yep,
swap it
exactly.
up. You can't.
Drayden drives a lot.
I do drive a lot, so it's like there's
Yeah,
times where
I
I'm
think
like, oh,
you'd
I'll
be
listen to this
like an
audiobook,
expert.
and after like 2 or 3 hours, I'm like, time to
You
listen
find
to
some of them though that
fucking
the
that's-
person narrating it just sucks, right?
metal or
Yeah.
something.
You,
Oh my
you know
God.
what would be a
It
great
doesn't matter
audiobook?
who's narrating it, right?
So
Like-
I think I'm gonna narrate the Empires of Eve books and sell them as audiobooks.
You might want to get
Yeah,
permission.
Yeah,
to
you
do
got to
that
get
first, though.
licensing
Yeah,
for
of
that.
course,
but
of course,
yeah.
of course, of course, of course, of course.
Could be fun though.
Well, you could do it in pirate it. You know,
No,
I'm
me.
the Icelandic
He-
tour
he-
guide from Golden
said I
Circle
called
and
it a
to do an
mixtape.
audiobook.
I
mixtape.
call it a mixtape.
That's funny. I like
Um,
that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty
Skyhawk,
fun.
you remember
It could
that
be fun.
guy?
You could-
He
Redline,
might
I
go
think
to
you have a
an
very good
audiobook.
voice for that kind of
He
thing.
was cool. I liked him.
Yeah, I got a great voice for radio, honestly.
I think you have a very good voice. Anytime
you-
I've ever
can you
heard you
do
on
other
comms,
voices,
you
though?
always sound good.
Oh, oh.
You know what I mean?
Huh?
I'm saying, like the people I do audiobooks too. The ones I like more than others are ones where there's different characters have a little bit different inflection in the
Oh
narrator's
yeah, yeah.
voice.
They
Some
Most-
people
kind
do
of
it,
do the
some people
characters.
can't. Yeah.
Most
Yeah, yeah.
narrators, well, at least most of the books, I think a lot of fiction books do it that way, but yeah, they'll voice characters differently.
Oh, yeah, like the
I
guy
don't
that
have
did
different voices. I just have this one.
Oh,
the guy that did the reading
Don't
for.
it's a good voice.
it is a good voice. I just wanted more for you. I wanted you to read all my fiction.
I mean,
stuff
I
to
can
me, too.
talk in accents. Give me an accent to talk in.
Australia.
Oi, bruv, what do you mean Australian?
No, he
Oh,
says
can-
you can't do it. You're right.
Perfect.
Okay, just keep it to your normal voice.
Dude, give me a good
What do
Canadian.
you, what do you mean I can't do it?
Give us a South African accent.
I like rocket ships and
Oh my God.
Oh, I think that's Antarctica.
Okay, that was pretty good.
That's fine.
Can you do Herbert the Pervert?
no, I
You gotta get
can.
like that little whistle.
You can do that. I've heard you do that one, can't you?
It's that Family Guy one, Dre.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
guy.
Come get
I got some popsicles down in the cellar.
I can't do the whistling S.
No.
You come with
We're
me,
not voice
baby.
actors, and so that's important to remember.
Paid, not paid. You're not paid voice
for-
actors.
For doing
Don't-
different
Don't sell yourself
voices,
short
though,
here.
the guy that reads, well, he's passed away now, so he won't be able to do the if we ever get the rest of the song.
Unless he
Ice and
sold
Fire.
his voice rights like James Earl Jones. Sorry.
Yeah,
Don't
I-
change,
so- oh,
don't change up, homie.
So the guy that read the Song of Ice and Fire books, the Game of Thrones series, does an amazing job at doing different voices for the different characters, but unfortunately he's passed away, and there's still at least 2 more books that we maybe will
there's
get.
not. There's
We'll
not.
maybe get. I'm
There's not.
holding out hope. God damn it! I'm
I
holding
thought
out
you meant
hope.
like 2 more books that were
Well,
like,
he's
four,
like
like book
98
4 and
years
5.
old,
Yeah,
isn't
I
he?
thought you meant like book 4 and
books
5. I'm
haven't
like,
been
wait,
written.
someone kicked the bucket before they could finish Game of Thrones instead of the other way around.
No,
That's
the
what's
guy.
going to happen. During,
It's taken so long for the Song of Ice and Fire books, the last 2, to come out from
They'll never
George
come
R.R.
out.
Martin, that like the guy that did the original, he started with Game of Thrones, like reading the audiobook back in the 90s, and then has done all of the other ones since, up to the last one to come out, which was like 2011, I think. And well, now he won't be doing anymore.
I guarantee you Star Citizen will come out before Game of Thrones finishes.
Holy shit.
but not in our
That's a hot
lifetime.
t-
I
that's a
agree, but
hot
not in our
take.
lifetime.
I'm
yeah.
telling you right
Those-
now.
well,
Put,
Dom's
put my
probably right,
money
but
down
that's a
on
hot
that.
take.
That is that's happening.
Goodness. Brutal. Just brutal
Yeah.
shit. A lot of shots fired on open comms tonight.
Lot
I'd
of
say
shots.
the one audiobook that I enjoyed was
Shots.
the Wheel of Time series.
Yeah.
They
shot.
had 2 people narrating it. For the female part, like point of views, they had a female doing it, and the male point of views, they had a male doing it. That was kind of cool.
That's nice.
That sounds pretty cool.
I've seen a couple
Hey,
videos with like. Sorry, go ahead.
I forgot. Fuck. I gotta stop doing that.
Hmm?
I had a really good thing to say, but I totally forgot what it was.
Oh shit. That happens.
I know. Sorry.
I'm gonna do a shot though. Helps with memory.
Has
Shots.
Judy Dench ever done an audiobook?
Is that the Angels and
Who?
Demons guy?
No,
Oh, that's Dan
she's
Brown.
she's M.
I'm thinking of Dan Brown. I'm sorry.
Like M
Who
from
did you
James
say, Vlad? I
Bond.
missed what you said.
Like from James Bond.
Dame,
Yeah,
Dame
has
Judy
has she
Dench.
ever read an audiobook? That would be
Oh, I was
interesting
like,
to
didn't
listen
she
to.
die?
That's a good voice.
I would
That'd be
listen to
good, yeah.
Dame Judy Dench.
Like I can't remember if she
She's
if she
phenomenal.
passed away, or I know her character passed away in that one Bond movie, but well, got shot or whatever. But
Yes,
answer.
yeah.
I thought the
yes.
actress died though.
So she is actually read for
Oh, it's
a variety of them. There's a
Okay,
book
but
called
Is she
Ma-
alive?
Who,
Yes.
Judy Dench?
Yes, Judy
Yes,
Dench
that-
is still alive.
Yes.
Okay, so it's her death in James Bond. I'm thinking of. Right, sorry, go ahead.
So
for
she's
the story.
actually read quite a few. Some of them
Spoiler.
are classics, and then others are children's books. It looks like.
We got a redeemed
like-
shot. Space Gator waited until we took a
Said
shot
it's
to
time.
redeem one.
I gotta go grab another drink.
There's a book called Evelina that she read.
That sounds really familiar.
She narrated Fairy Tales of Oscar Wilde.
Oh, that's
Oh,
interesting.
but that'd be interesting. Yeah.
I don't know who
That
is.
one's got a list of people that narrated it, so it's probably like a collection of different fairy tales, and she narrated some of them, is what I would imagine. She also narrated a Christmas book at bedtime, the complete series.
Okay.
Love Christmas books.
I love Christmas.
Oh, and Man and Superman.
Which came first?
The egg.
Hmm.
So, Drayden, speaking of Christmas, you know the guy that
Wow.
does the grandma song?
Well, I know your version of it. I don't know who actually does it.
He has a Christmas song called No Presents for Christmas.
Does he yell at grandma for putting presents out?
No, it's completely different.
Grandma, who put you in your chair? Like that's the song. You've been to that, right, Algroth? You've been there for that.
I have no idea what you're
You were
referring
at the karaoke in Vegas with us.
Somebody, what is the, I don't
Vlad
remember
always
that
sings.
from-
It's like this. It's like a black metal
It's from
song,
King
but
Diamond.
yeah, it's a
Oh,
black metal
I
song.
guess I
and,
just
like,
don't remember
like,
it though.
the
But he sang a
lyrics-
couple unique songs, and then he sang Big Iron. If
Yeah,
I
no,
recall
it's
that,
like a
that's the only one I
Yeah,
knew.
that was a good one.
yeah, it's a
Big
black
Iron's
metal
the
song.
only
and
one I know.
You look at the lyrics and it's just like grandma, and the music's like da-da-da-da-da-da. Who put you in your chair? It's like, yeah, who put her in that chair? Who the fuck?
I
does
kind of
that?
probably tuned
Who
that out
did
because it was
that?
loud, and I didn't understand.
Oh, that was the one we were cracking up because like the song was syncing really well with the K-pop music video that was muted on the
I
other TV.
see, and I
Yeah.
was focused on that. I do remember that because we were all just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, it's because it was like, who put you in
Staring
a
at the
chair? And the
wall.
guy's like looking at the chick going like, it was uncanny how well it synced up with the other song. It was funny, but
LB looks like he's about to say like, "Goodness." He's doing the hand chest thing. You know what I'm saying? Like a
oh
Southern
my.
woman.
Oh,
Heavens.
bless your heart.
Sorry, LB. You can keep it there if it's comfortable. It just I didn't know if you were like
No,
taking in something
fine.
shocking while
I'm- I'm
role playing a
self-conscious.
Southern woman.
You've ruined the evening.
Ruined it.
It's
They
over.
ruined it.
You've ruined it.
I
Jesus.
ruined it.
Ruined it.
It's ruined.
It fucking happens. Right? What do you do?
Anything else happened in Eve?
Well, we
Naughty
got,
stuff.
Things did.
there's a community beat. We didn't hit this yet.
We barely even talked about the stuff that did happen.
I know. We should go into it.
We barely hit the stuff that we talked about.
We should
Yeah,
expound.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. We didn't
I know,
talk
that's
about
what I meant.
Amazon
I
at
had to fix it
all.
for you.
Okay, Amazon.
We did touch on
We did.
Amazon
We
a little
talked about it.
Yeah,
Just
we
like
said,
years
oh, it
ago.
happened.
What's
Yeah,
an
we were
Amazon?
on the show.
Is that a new ship type?
What?
What's
Yeah,
an
It's a
Amazon?
Amazon?
low sec system that a lot of traffic goes through that
It's
currently
the it's the low sec. It's the one low sec system in that short route from Amar to Jita.
Oh,
once
yeah,
they
that-
did the triangle
Goons had
robbing
a
for
Goons had a
Fox.
fort there. We refed it, hit the armor
Still
timer,
have
and
a
then
fort.
it was in.
So, yeah, we still have a fort there.
Yeah, it's still there, but it was in a whole timer. And
Do you really?
I think it was just
John?
an armor timer.
Well, it's still
our
there,
side
but-
decided
I'm not using
to
whole
Is it
seed
or isn't
some. Our side
It is-
seeded
was it
some
really whole-
dreads.
It
To
was
hit
a
it?
whole timer.
Wow,
Yeah.
how did we fumble that bad?
Well, because
They repaired
we brought a
during the
lot, they
fight.
brought more. Like that's the, like we
I mean,
brought
that
a
sounds
bunch-
like we dropped the bat.
Well, we brought a bunch
No,
of dreads.
did.
They brought a bunch of navy dreads with cerns. They brought more dreads than we had. They also just had more people.
Those dirty blobbers outspending
Their
the little
nitros
block
are
boys.
also the best dread in the game right now. So
Yeah.
Which
So they had a
one?
bunch of Zervs and Rev Navies. We had like Revelations and Moroses,
Very
like Tech
true.
1.
When is PanFam gonna start taking this shit seriously?
Yeah.
who knows?
Yeah.
Well, we really haven't shown that we're much of a threat, so they probably won't. Right?
But
We're
there's
pretty
a-
much-
That's
we're pretty much
absolutely
nobody.
why they're
We're
not.
nobodies.
What's
Dom, is you
happening?
guys-
They're shutting
You
the
guys
fuck up.
don't play aggressive, and that's why we're not doing more.
Both sides are
everything's
basically
just
waiting for the other to
reactionary.
attack. Yeah, that's what's happening. Both sides.
I
are waiting
mean,
for the other
we've-
to. Yeah.
Our side is attacked on the north side, up and around that way, and then started attacking on the south side around that way.
But no
I
one
can't think of anything
really matters.
substantial your
You know what I
side's
mean? Yeah.
done anything. I
No, we
mean,
have
we
not
took a bunch of
exactly.
space off your Chinese group.
I said nothing that really matters, didn't I?
Wow.
Ooh.
Proud member of
Oh,
Imperium
they-
Dracaris. Catching
Well,
extra
Dracarys
strays.
isn't part of the Imperium yet.
They
Maybe
absolutely are.
Wait, are they?
They've
They're
been
an official part of
yeah.
the Imperium. Yeah.
Oh.
They've been. It's
That's
been
their
that way
Chinese
for a
group.
For a long
while.
time.
Wow.
Yeah,
It was a long
But
time for you guys to show up.
That's
When
our
your,
Chinese group.
your ally lost like half their space before you guys even decided to show up.
Right?
Yeah, it was pretty fucked.
Oh, you're just like, ah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you're the copium one for some
So-
reason.
So
I am.
That's what I'm
about
saying.
you?
not only
Not
did we
you,
see Asher
Aiden.
come in and say that, you know, we're
I
going to
had
see
more
like a
than
new
a
aggressive goon,
phone.
we've seen goons only be reactionary like ever since, which isn't a huge shocker, but like it's not like you guys don't have the capacity. We've been spanked twice this week on pretty big fights.
Well,
And
what's
they were
going to
good big,
do?
you know, slugfests, but like you guys
But-
don't take
but
that
you- but
momentum
you-
and do anything with it. You're
No,
just
exactly,
like,
but-
oh, we won, go back home.
I know, but you're expecting us to go deploy somewhere and and be.
I would have
Just,
thought
that's just
that
not going to happen. I don't think.
one of the most
Deploy-
influential and a purported to be like a new
The
aggressive
biggest.
variant of coalitions was maybe going to do some moving
They're
and shaking.
pseudo deployed in GTAC O.
They
They're not that
haven't.
far away.
Yeah,
The
but here's
biggest-
the thing:
the
is I honestly
Biggest
believe that-
alliance in the game sets on their laurels all
I
the
honestly
time.
believe that one of the major reasons we're not doing it is because the possible changes to
Damn it.
Stav. I think they're
Granted,
waiting for
that's an easy one to point at today.
I think that is really
today,
part of where they're
yes,
in.
you can lean on that. Let's say this week. I'm talking
And
about
last
since
week, too.
Asher took over, nothing has changed about the culture of goons, which is wild because that's been
Well, that's not
2
true at
years
all.
now. No, I mean from the outside looking in. Give me that.
Okay.
You know, I'm just
yeah,
saying.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Look,
It was purported that y'all were going to be on a new aggressive outlay, been doing the same thing since old goons.
It's just bullshit.
and just doing
Where's the
reactionary
aggression?
shit. Other people do all the heavy lifting. Goons do win battles on occasion. So like I'm not sitting here gonna say like your side sucks or my side sucks or whatever. We lost 2 big battles this week. I'm gonna like put that out there and like it is what it is. You guys did really great. Doesn't always work that way, but I haven't seen you guys do anything. Our side's been doing shit the whole fucking the last few years. We've done everything for I feel like a decade now.
You're talking about since
It's been about 6 years.
Like goons had everybody come in on them after all the animosity for World War B1 for various
It's
reasons.
been about 6 years since
They
2019.
ran off to Delph, rebuilt and everything. We all did it again. And like I can't
Right.
think of anything major goons have done in like I
Aggress-
hear
you mean
I hear you saying
aggressively,
like
you mean.
6-ish
Yeah.
years. I'm thinking like I think it's been like we're coming up on 10 years now.
No,
talking
we're
about
not. So
aggressively,
the
right?
last
2015 was
thing,
was World War B1.
No, the last thing that Goons did that I would call super aggressive was their campaign to obliterate CO2. That was 2018-19
You're talking about
ish.
when they flipped CO2 to
They-
Keepstar, or are you talking about the
No,
thing
I'm
in Pure
talking
Blind?
about when they killed 4 Keep Stars in one
The thing
day,
in Pure Blind, right?
and then they wiped out Veil of the Silent. They wiped out Tribute. They
Oh, the
wiped
glassing.
out
Yeah,
Pure
yeah.
Blind. That was
I
the
remember
last
the
time that
glassing. You're
Goons
right.
did something aggressive, and that was
That was the
2000.
last big thing.
That was when I joined NC, basically.
But
You're
I was
right,
gonna say,
actually.
weren't you
I do
part? You
recall.
were part of us then, weren't you? Redline, when we were doing the glassing.
So when that glassing was announced, that was when I was like, "Fuck this! I don't want to carry another stupid Matani grudge on my back."
So that it was
for
up to
6
that
months.
point you were with us, and then
And and then I left. That's what caused me to leave.
But here's the thing with that glassing. In all honesty, and I'm not trying to throw shade on that. That wasn't the Imperium deployed. That was like 3 different squads, not squads.
No,
Sig.
that was the
Sig.
Neptunian full
It was-
deployment.
No, it was not. Not everybody.
Yes,
deployed.
it
no.
'Cause I know the
was.
Bastion
You
didn't deploy at
guys
all.
brought your entires, like not your entire. You brought supers. That
Oh,
was
the
a full
Bastion
yes,
deployment.
they did.
deploying
But,
is like
but it
plus
wasn't like a
3 in
it wasn't like a
fleet,
full
bro.
deploy. You're talking about the Uimon stuff, right? That
I don't think it was a full
No.
war in the traditional sense because
No,
we didn't
no,
see
no,
those
no,
kind
not
of
I'm thinking of a
battles.
different. I'm
Because
thinking of something different then.
I'm
I was thinking
talking
like the
about
Uimon, so.
when I'm talking about when there was 4 Keep Stars killed in one day, right? In
What
Pure
system?
Blind.
I
Do you remember
don't
that?
The Pure Blind,
X47.
Yeah, okay, I do know.
It
what
was
you're talking
when
about.
the first big
I was thinking of something
X47
different
fight
than you were thinking of.
happened.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I believe there was a fight in X-Tac 70. I think X-Tac 70 was the fight that I saw on stream that made me want to play the game to begin with. Like there was a lot of stuff
No,
happening.
no, I know what you're talking
and that
about. I was
was
thinking you
all.
were talking about the Uimon thing where we glassed that area.
No, that
'Cause
was.
I thought you were
just
there for that, weren't
things.
you?
I was, yeah. I was on the
Oh,
other
okay,
side
that's
though.
okay. So you're talking about
The-
the next thing, yeah.
Sometimes people link a battle report where Goons really took it out on my ass, and it's a
Whoa.
nasty battle report. Lots of dead ships that I was
Yeah.
in charge of.
That happens. It's not that bad.
It does happen a lot.
But
Well,
I
not
think
really.
for-
It didn't
I think
happen
if you guys
the
are,
other
if
day.
everybody's waiting for the goons to
Oh,
go
kid.
full on assault attack somebody, I think you're gonna be sort of disappointed for a while. I
I
should see
don't
it happening.
think you've got it in you.
don't think
as
so
an
either.
alliance.
I don't think so either. I
So
honestly believe that. I
at
think
this
we're
moment, like I said, Dom,
playing to
I'm gonna
have
give you
fun
guys
right now.
credit because at the moment it is this era where everybody is doing the wait and see dance. This hasn't been a long moment though. They hinted at this a few months back. So like within the last few months, it makes total sense, and I don't expect to see any lines change in any big way as of now because we know that we're all kind of holding our breath or just waiting to see, you know. But up until then, that's kind of what I was referring to. But
Yeah, but
I'm trying to
I'll-
give you props where due. Goons completely have the capacity. Like they haven't fallen off. I'm not trying to suggest they've fallen off. I'm suggesting like they have the capacity. Why don't they use it more often?
I
They still
am
come out. They
suggesting-
fight big. They have big wins on occasion. But I don't feel like they capitalize on that momentum at all. They just kind of like, oh, that was great. Okay, let's all go back home and do whatever the fuck we were doing for 6 months, and they're like, dick off.
And I think I can address that. Right. So after the whole game, all of Nullsec came after us and pushed us back into that last little pocket there, and then it fell apart. It took us a while to everybody thought, Goons just got all this ISK and all these ships. There's going to be right back. It was a little harder, I think, for the Goons to get back to where we were. I mean, we did it quickly, but it took a lot of our assets. And I think people then went into the mode of we got to replace all that stuff, right?
I still don't think you guys are back where you were before the war.
I agree. That's what I was getting to.
I agree.
They're
Okay.
still in that mode, but they're also part of the problem is people got used to that mode, and all the people who are
Crap habits die
PvPers
hard.
start doing PvE, and then that's what they like to do. It's a mindset thing, and I think the switch is still flipped on we need to rebuild, we need to do this.
There is
in
something to be
most
said
people's
about the
minds.
Cold War that we kind of dance in between the big war.
Yeah,
And
I
how
agree
everybody
with that.
thinks I need to build more nukes. I need more whatever. I need more artillery shells or.
And that's where
jets
we're at
or
now, right?
aircraft carriers.
Cold
Well, I
War
think we
think
are
we
still.
are.
Yeah,
I think
so.
we
That's
are,
why
yeah.
you're not seeing any real push by any of the
Well, more so
aggressive
now.
PvPers, because there's times where you get in that mode, but the aggressive PvPers start clamoring, and that's not happening, right? People go out on fleets, but there's not any like pushing let's go do this, let's go kick ass from anybody else. It's just not happening right now.
What are you talking about, Dom? I was suggesting starting a Poco cartel earlier. I'm
No,
trying to
we're
burn
talking
down the
Imperium.
fucking game and flip
mean the Imperium,
Pocos
not-
to
yeah,
make a whole bag. And then we could sponsor all the tournaments and we can have, the open comms commercials on them and shit.
That would be awesome. We could do it.
This
I mean, we're
tournament is
pretty confident.
sponsored Poco Shadow
Well,
Legends.
I
I don't
think
know.
I think
the one
if
that
you
LD
could
played.
give some more reasons to take space in nullsec, you'd have more people wanting to do stuff in it. But right now, it's just like, do people really want to put in the effort
Yeah.
to do the same thing the same time every week?
I also think
Yes.
part of it is Imperium has done this several times actually, where we do go out and take space and get overextended, right? And I'm thinking that might be we've learned now that we get overextended. It just makes it easier for everybody to kick our ass and make us look stupid.
Well, no.
So
If you try to do
maybe.
anything permanent. So
But the
that,
thing
in my
is-
mind, that suggests glassings, right? Doing deployments to where you do something big and then you go back home. But that's, I don't know.
It's
we-
also
we've
it's
become-
also a capital thing, right?
Nullsec
It's
is
harder
very
to-
polarized right now, and yeah, it is.
So I'll put it to you this way: the last, World War B2, right? That war saw all of the alliances that were involved in it deploying in and around Delve, like deploying to support that. They left their home regions, they went there, and they did so with the purpose of evicting goons from the space. Like, that was the last time that there was a real good reason, for a war. But there's no like in-game mechanic that creates a reason for war. It's
That's
only
the thing, we've
player
never
based.
had one.
All right,
Right.
hold on.
I disagree,
so-
Akrath. I disagree.
So you've never you can't, because it's a sandbox game. There's never been one. The vessels for war are grudges that players have with each other.
True.
And you took one of the biggest grudges in the video game and he was thrown out. And that was the person that was in charge of
I mean, he
gaming.
wasn't thrown out. He
He was-
stood
He
down.
left
Whatever.
Yeah,
He stood down.
whatever.
Nobody forced him out.
Whatever. It
To my
doesn't
knowledge.
matter.
To my
It
knowledge.
doesn't
You gotta-
matter.
It's kind of one of
He's
those
gone.
things you can quit.
He's gone. He's
He is
gone.
gone.
Quit. Yeah.
And
And-
his attitude is gone.
There's
And that
an important
attitude is
heel
not
that is no longer
something
in the ecosystem.
exactly,
No,
exactly.
That being
there's
said,
legitimate-
I'm not
yeah.
I'm not one of those people who says I wish we had Matani back. I thought Matani was a douchebag for quite some time. So like even though I respect the role of a heel, and I hope that we see more rise up over time just for the fun of it, and I
We
think
got to see
maybe
one.
I think on some level he at least understood that, but I think on some level he was actually just a douchebag. Maybe that's not true. I don't know.
I
I
really
mean,
like
it
the
doesn't
way
matter
that
about him. His character is what matters,
But-
and that's what's needed.
But
Is
yeah,
people to
well,
have an
I don't
actual
think that there was a
grudge.
difference, but I could be wrong.
And
I like the way
unfortunately,
that
his-
Merkel Chen
his
phrased
counterparts
it.
have not. You know,
I like the way that Merkel Chen phrased it on his stream when like they were talking about it. Actually, I think it was on INN, not his stream. But anyway, he said essentially Matani was just like, you know what, check please, I'm done, I'm out.
That's
It
what you
was
liked. Was him saying shit, please.
no, I was just saying like the way that he phrased it, the metaphor he used, like it was, you know, to your point that you were talking about a few moments ago, like he did choose to leave. It was in reaction to what
Sure.
things that were going on.
There was a lot
But
of
yeah,
pressure.
he was like, okay, I'm done, I'm out. See you guys.
Real quick, LB, I did a thing. You gotta kind of look up to your I don't know if you're mirrored or not. Look to your upper left.
Towards the china cabinet or the
Okay, upper right then. Upper right.
towards the chandelier.
All right, I get with the mustache you got. I got the Pringles hair and the bow tie. Does it?
Do it.
I had to. Sorry.
Oh shit!
can he open his
I can see it
phone
on the
with that?
stream.
I had to do it.
You have to be frozen like that in that position now for the rest of the show, LB.
That's funny.
Goodness.
I mean, I'll get a bow tie.
screen
for now.
cap it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh.
You said there's never been anything in the game that's caused conflict besides players. I disagree with that on a
Okay.
small way. I do believe that Technetium was a driving force for war a long time ago.
Which
right?
one?
Like 2008, 2009, or maybe
And
7
who
8.
wanted
I don't think
It was more
Technetium?
like 2010, 2011.
Was it 20?
It's
Okay, I
tech.
can't remember what it was, but that was not the only driving force, but it was a driving force provided
But
by
that
the
was
game.
that was the
Right.
players. The players wanted it, so they fought for
Yeah,
Red
but there's
line-
nothing out there right now that
For
the
what you're
players
saying,
want
that-
to fight
Exactly.
for.
There's nothing.
I agree,
out
but I
there
said that
that
was
anybody
at one
wants to fight for.
time a thing that did. Technetium did
Maybe,
cause
maybe.
conflict because people.
I wasn't
that was
around
so
for
important.
that, so I wasn't around for that.
And back in the
And it
old
was so
days, when
important that
there
they
was
changed
small,
the game over it, right?
back in the old days when there was more smaller groups before everything became super consolidated, like there were more cooks in the kitchen, so to speak, that like could end up fighting with each other. And
Yeah.
now with how consolidated the game has gotten, I think that is a big part of why we're not seeing those personality conflicts causing wars, because there's not as many personalities involved at the high level anymore.
And consolidation provides you so much more than it used to. I agree with you because there
It
was
does, absolutely.
like the original Northern Coalition or those other groups. They didn't stay together when shit started falling apart because they didn't like each other. They were
Or at
fighting
least you
for-
saw the weak links in
yeah,
things, right?
for sure. And there was nothing to really.
Yeah.
There was no
Flipping
benefit being in
sides,
that
you saw-
coalition like there is now. Yeah.
I would say the closest comparison we see at this point, which it kind of saddens me, is when major FCs go from side to side. That's the defecting or the whatever, and it's just like, oh well, content creators went somewhere else, you know.
As long as there's
I
something
almost-
to
Everyone
do.
else-
As long as
Hey,
it's still
so-
active, I'm okay with it. Yeah.
So an idea that I mean, I don't know how. So soft costs, like I would love a mechanic in a way, like added to the game that increased the similar concept to Stellaris in a way. Actually, like the more systems you own, the more planets you have, the more districts you have in Stellaris. It
Oh my
costs you
God.
more
So the
per each
problem-
one to have them. So where
So
I
you
think
want to
it-
make it harder to have space that people already have no reason to have?
The
What I'm
problem
s-
with having
What-
artificial
well,
limits.
what I'm saying, Redline, is not that. So I'm gonna finish though. There should be a line where if you cross that, essentially with how many systems you've got, that it just starts costing you more and more on average per system. Which if you can absorb that cost, cool, that's fine, awesome. But like it just some sort of limiting factor in that way to add at least some pressure against getting that big in terms of like physical space. And that's not a silver bullet by any means. Like I'm not trying to paint it as that, but that's just one idea that I've had over time.
I can appreciate that.
Everybody will just do it with alt said.
I was
It'll
going to say
be
the problem with
all
that is that we're in
alliances.
such homogenized, consolidated
Well, no, it's-
zones and so efficient that so it goes down the same vein in my mind. Now that's not the worst idea I've ever heard, so I'm not like knocking it because you
Tim
do
Zoo, what's
admit
up?
like, hey, if you could shoulder it, then like shoulder it. Like the devs aren't like trying to break up the monopolies or whatever.
It's just to add a pressure point.
They're not trying
essentially.
to Roosevelt it or something. What I don't remember which president that was, but it is an added pressure. I respect that. There's the discussion comes up every now and then with like these artificial limits as to how big your blue list can be, how alliance caps, this, that, and the other. And the reality is that we're at this point where groups are so consolidated and organized that they'll have, Goons 1, Goons 2, Goons 3, Goons 4,
Welcome, guys.
and it's all just ran by a CEO alt of a character, and they're going to shoulder the same thing that they need to. It's just going to add a step. Like it's not going to change the climate or the ecosystem, I think. Now, I'm not saying yours wouldn't, because like you said, it's not meant to silver bullet it. It's just to add pressure. And even those things add some level of pressure, but they're easily overcome because this is a very alt-centric game. And we're also so organized and out of game tools over the years that like when people come up with like, what if you could only have a limited standings list? It's like, then we would operate on tickers.
Yeah.
We would all just change our style because we're so organized and we have so many out of game tools.
The big
that, like,
problem with that
that's
argument.
not really going to fix anything.
It would make a.
I'm not saying that it's not a valid argument, but my issue there is that argument can be used almost against like making any changes that impact the larger groups.
But that's
Like,
the truth of it, though. Is they probably wouldn't.
So like, but taking, I don't know. I struggle with that kind of like defeatist kind of like attitude. Like, oh, like, because it's like, well, then just don't fucking do anything.
I think it's just more that we need to think of I think we need to spend more time at the drawing board thinking of things that could actually shake it up. And like I said, I think your idea is at least in the right direction. I agree that it's not a silver bullet. I don't think it would change a ton. I think it would add a little pressure. Like you said, I think that's the reality is that it would add some pressure. And that's one of the few ideas that I would argue that maybe isn't going to affect the small guys as much, because inevitably almost any change you aim at the big guys is going to hit the small guys way harder, because the big guys have the capacity and the resources and the organization, all these things to overcome more like a speed bump than like a fence, or whatever.
Whereas,
So
it's like say you set
small
the mark
guys aren't
for
trying
like
to run 100 systems in SOV or whatever, but the big guys are, things that, and I don't know what the limit is, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
The
I do think
infrastructure is there for the big guys.
I was going to
to
give a
target the bigger
specific
guys
number
more.
there.
Go ahead.
Well, roughly a specific number, I guess. I don't know what the average number of systems, like if you were to, average out how many systems are in a nullsec region, I don't know what that number is, but say you pegged the line where like you started getting additional costs incurred, say it was whatever that number is. So basically you fill up a whole region, you can get that big, and it does, like, it costs you what it costs today, but you start going above that and you start incurring additional cost penalties,
Do
essentially.
you guys hear Skyhawk shilling for goons right now?
Yeah. Well,
But why-
And I appreciate it very much.
we
I
run minimal
appreciate it.
regions.
Sorry, one
Like-
answer as to the number of systems you should be allowed to have without paying more money.
yeah, and
69.
then like I mean, and again, not to go into the defeatist thing, but
What
all that would do is just
problem
make these
does
bigger
this
groups.
solve?
Well, I'm saying all that would do is like have these big
Trying
groups
to
just make another
bifurcate
alliance and then just have them
fractional.
be placeholders to own the SOV to not get higher costs.
Which
I
to
mean,
it, so we saw that play
actually-
out a little bit during the first war between Wrecking Crew and Pravi Block. One of our tactics that we did, since Wrecking Crew, of course, being like a mini coalition of a bunch of different alliances, we realized like, oh, each one of us can have a capital system with a really fucking high ADM. So
Yeah.
like at one point, and CVA fucking was so pissed about it, because at one point we had like 8 capital
It's a way
systems
to
out
game
of
the
like
system.
12 systems that we had in the whole region,
And you don't
they're
have
just
to
like,
rat
what the
mine and
fuck?
shit. You just get a
Yeah.
free bonus.
It was
Small alliances
great.
use the shit out of it, and it's a smart strategy. Don't get me wrong. It's a great strategy that is counter to the mega alliance. But the mega alliances have the flip side, right? They don't need that strategy because they have so many more people that can actually run around and
Yeah.
put
And
out
it, and,
fires
it, and it
and
worked
stuff.
so well against Pravi Block because they were crazy heavy EU. We were crazy heavy US. So we just put it into the timers into deep US time zone and just went, okay, fuck you guys. You can't do anything.
Because time zone tanking works.
Well, and
I've
there's
been
other
thinking
logistics
sucks.
things. And Liz is talking about logistics. As far as like fueling stuff, fueling citadels, fueling things like that. You could maybe go into a system and make it more of a pain in the ass, where like things you can't just give ability for other people outside the alliance to fuel stuff. Like you have to be in the alliance. I don't know if is that a thing. I've never really fueled stuff. Maybe that's already a thing.
Well, any more
but
to
I
fuel
think,
a
go ahead. Good.
to fuel a structure now, all you need is gunner access.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
it's
So
an
you,
ECL
so you don't
based,
have
yeah.
to be in the alliance
It
to
is
fuel
considerably
So I mean,
easier,
you
which
could
is
make
not
it to where
good.
like you have to be in the alliance to fuel it. So now maybe the same person's feeling it, but now they have to have an alt in this other alliance that's like a holding alliance for this space. But
is what they
as
do,
opposed to
yeah.
like trying to ham fist people into smaller areas with mechanics, I feel, and I don't know how you would do it, but I feel like the smarter option is to make it to where they want to do, like make it desirable to not have as much space. Like more space is a pain in the ass, as opposed to trying to mechanically force them to have less space, because all these big organized groups, like you said, they have the outside the game organizational everything set up to where they can get around any mechanic you do to try and force them to have less space. But if you make it to where it just is a desirable thing to have less space, then they'll do it. I don't know how you do that, but
boost.
Got to make it
What-
lucrative, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Make it where that if you have the fewer systems you have, the more resources spawn in each system.
well, but that would still play into the thing like, okay, well, each alliance will have less systems, but then you just create dummy alliances to own up the same amount of space just to get around the mechanic of that. So then you still have you still have Horde owning 4 regions, but it's technically 4 different alliances owning 1 region, but it's all still Horde running it. So like that gets around that mechanic. I'm saying
You're never going to have something that doesn't work around that mechanic. Though is the thing.
True.
Yeah, and that's where I was getting with like my like not liking the defeatist kind of argument with this, because do I think what you're talking about would happen? Yes. Do I think it would happen at a scale that would be a problem? I don't think so. I don't know.
Large coalitions probably though, because Goons and PanFam are not strangers to exorbitant amounts of organization on the macro scale.
Hear me out real quick, because this kind of that talk does go hand in hand with our current climate. Right now, a big part of the reason for the consolidation is that you can't help your friends with their SOV battles. You can help them. Let's say you can help fight the enemies.
Right.
You can't help them wand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is a big part of
for
why
their
people
guys,
have conglomerated into bigger and bigger, consolidated into bigger and bigger groups, is because then you can wand all the space, you can defend all the space, whatever. If you actually, and I hate to admit it, but if you actually add these like little things where people are like, oh, well, I'll just make, now if after 5 systems we're penalized heavily to where all the other space, on its fringes dwindles greatly, and let's say in potential bounties or something, to where it's like it's not worth holding more than 10 systems, 100 systems, whatever we decide the arbitrary limit to be. Then they say, oh, well, I'm just going to spool up Pandemic Horde 2, Pandemic Horde 5, Pandemic Horde 10, whatever, we'll be fine. Well, under current mechanics, if you fracture up, even in like that kind of arbitrary way, it does make your space more vulnerable.
I have an idea for a counterbalance. So I have an idea.
I'm not saying it's perfect, but I mean like that. Those 2 mechanics do counterbalance each other in an okay way, because you're inevitably never going to have enough people in the main group that can do the thing. Now, granted, if the thing is also just have a great standing fleet that you can put out all the fires without actually having to counter wand, then like it's overcomeable. So like I don't know of a perfect idea yet, but I do think there's merits to that kind of that avenue, because it does put two pretty important things at odds.
So I just had an idea for what could be a mechanic that could be added to the game that would counteract some of what like Drayden was concerned about with my idea. Make it so that there is a bonus to PvE activity if you are doing that activity in a system that your alliance holds. Basically just giving like a bent, like, oh, you have the space, like you get a 15-20% bonus to ratting, or and you get like a bonus to like your mining speed or something, like a concrete benefit, essentially, since this is your system, it's yours, you get more out of it because of that.
That
'cause
sounds like
then-
more consolidation to me. That sounds
Well,
like you're going to
but-
have one
well,
mega
can I-
group of
I
everyone's
ask
in the
you,
main corp or
just
everyone's in the
'cause
main group because then you can spread the same bonus to everywhere.
I've been really quiet for the longest time, but
You've not, but go on.
what the fuck do you mean? I've been sitting here patiently waiting for you dumb fucking
It's been
idiots to
7
talk about
minutes,
your
Redline,
dumb
but-
shit
but
ideas.
continue.
Yeah,
Politely
reset
respecting
the
the
timer,
things that you're
Akaroth.
saying while
Everyone's
you're
got a
talking about all this bullshit, right?
everyone's
Akaroth
got a
You
different
said,
version of
like,
a long time. That's
what
okay.
What problem are you trying to solve here? Because the problem that was brought up, the problem that was brought up was that it's not worth trying to fight for space. And y'all are like, yo, why don't we make it harder to hold it? Why don't we
So
make it
here's-
shittier? Yeah, woo! Like,
So to
the
answer
fuck
you-
are you talking about?
The problem, and I think we
I
kind of touched
answer
on it earlier,
every-
but it seems
it's
like you're not
our-
addressing it, is that there was never a reason to hold space necessarily. It was always grudge based. It was always
Yeah.
interest of, hey, let's go burn their shit because fuck you. I wave this flag and you wave that flag. You know,
Yeah,
that
but
was
then we said
generally
that
the
that
reason.
no longer existed.
But we've no, that doesn't necessarily no longer exist. It's just it's less prevalent because there's less fractured up groups. There used to be a lot more chefs in the kitchen, which I do agree with. You had a lot more
I
personalities
like to
to
use
contend with.
my analogy.
A lot of different
Which
people
chefs?
with various levels of Napoleon going through their veins. And sometimes that involved flipping. Sometimes that it created a lot more things. If you have 3 people running nullsec, which we currently kind of do, then we're not gonna see a lot of ebb and flow or anything because it's just so bifurcated.
It
Or
benefits
it's so
everyone
compartmentalized.
involved to keep the status quo more or less the same. You'll have a little bit changing, like shaking up around the fringes every so often, but the fundamentals stay the same. And that's what we've been seeing play out.
Because currently it is more lucrative to belong to one of the big blocks if you're in nullsec than it is to try to get out on your own. It just
It's
is
more
right
lucrative.
now.
It creates the
Yeah.
biggest safety
And
net
safer,
for you and for them. That's the thing. Both groups benefit from becoming massive groups. We're seeing mega alliances, coalitions are bigger than they've ever been, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying we've never been in this era before. Like we've seen nullsec kind of polarize in such a way a few
Blue
times over
donut.
time. The big thing is when you have more chefs in the kitchen, you have more conflict
Which
points,
chef?
more fractures. I'm talking
I'm
about
gonna-
alliance
I'm gonna
leaders, I'm talking
interrupt
about
this for
corp
a brief
leaders,
comment.
whatever, however you want to break it up, because while we're kind of just like hodgepodging through ideas, I get that for a lot of these people, they would say, hey, PanFam 1 through 10 is all led by Goblins alt, so it's fine. It was never even an issue. The reality is and I don't know what the fix is, but if you can make it in such a way, it makes more sense to have a president and governors, or however you want to break that down to where you have your trusted
Viceroys?
individuals. When I'm not suggesting for that, but I respect the reference.
Oh.
But to where
Bring
that
the
does
vice-
create
bring
that
the
creates room
viceroys.
for fractures. That creates different personalities at the table to where sometimes people will flip, sometimes people will get fed up, sometimes all the shit that we used to have because there were so many more smaller groups. I don't know how we're going to get back there if we ever get back there, but leaning into mega alliances
The
isn't a
smaller
good
groups
tenable
still
long
exist.
plan.
Real
The
quick,
smaller groups still exist. It's just
Not
that
in
they
nearly
don't.
the same capacity.
They just don't have a reason to go into nullsec and take space off of the
And
people
should-
that
but-
own it.
Okay, but
Redline,
do
I
they
don't-
belong
they
there.
want it. Like that's it. Like they want it. They go
Yeah,
and
that's
try
all
to
there
do
ever
it.
was. There was never
like,
anything more
yeah,
than that, Redline.
Yeah,
That's
like
the thing is
you-
people want money. That's what people want.
Not
is
everyone.
money.
Some people just want to
And
have
you
a
can-
flag
and
in
you
their
get
sand.
more
Can't see
money
their
in
flag
no
on there.
sec.
Or watch the world
yeah.
burn.
There's
Okay,
money in those, but
guys,
there's some people who
You
just want a
can't
flag in the sand.
simultaneously say that people don't want to do something and that they do want to do it at the same time.
That's
because
not
you
what
just
anyone's
said-
saying.
You just
No,
said that
that
people
wasn't what they were
don't
saying.
want to take space. That's why they're not doing it. But now you're saying that
That's
people
not what they
want
were
to put
saying.
their flag in the
No,
sand. Like,
no,
come
we're
on,
not.
bro.
They
Redline, I
weren't
think
saying
you're taking
that.
this the wrong.
No one, literally
misinterpret-
nobody was saying that. Literally nobody was saying that.
Are you
Red line.
gaslighting me right now, or am
Were
I
you
crazy?
silent
You're-
for
you're
7 minutes because
crazy.
you were fucking off
I,
and
I
not
think you're
listening to us?
crazy.
All right. I'm gonna listen again for another 4 minutes before I say anything else.
Before I say anything else, I'm going to say this. I'm gonna have this blue. Oh, it's like
Is
fading
it a
out.
warhead?
It's a blue
Ooh, it looks like a
raspberry warhead, and I'm gonna do it live on stream. I haven't had one of these
Ooh.
fuckers in years.
I like
We
those.
had a employee appreciation party at work this past week where they like announced, leaders of like winners of last year's annual awards bullshit. But it was 90s themed, so they had like pop rocks in the goodie bag they gave us,
Oh,
like
yeah.
basically all the candies from like our childhood. And I was just
Some
like,
Lucas.
I like this. I like this a lot. So anyway.
I like those things. Although
I hope you quench up like a motherfucker. You should turn on a
I've-
lamp and show us your face.
I've eaten enough of those before where my tongue actually did swell up. Though.
Yeah, you can get like blisters on them and
Well, it's,
stuff.
it's
Holy-
acid. It's
Yeah,
It's literally acid. It's malic
we used
acid.
to
and
induce
it's-
that before we knew about drugs
It's
as
a
kids.
shitload of malic acid and ascorbic acid, which, one of them is, going to be really sour, but you eat a bunch of them and it's going to actually cause a chemical burn on your tongue.
Okay. We're past the sour part. I sucked it all off.
Wow.
Oh, look.
That's what I've heard you do that well.
So
Now it's just
Skyhawk,
sweet.
did they play like 90s music then?
They did actually. So what was funny was
Agree
so what they did is they, we do 2 employees of the month and then 1 leader of the month, like every month throughout the year. And the reason for this is because the building I work at primarily is like 500 employees. So like doing 1 employee of the month, and you should do 2. But like each department head basically got to come up to the stage and read off like the people from their department that won monthly awards. And each leader got to pick a different 90s song to play as they were walking up to the stage, which was kind of funny to see like what songs different people picked.
Ghetto
Did anybody
superstar.
pick the Spice Worlds, that Spice Girls song?
There was Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, and I think that did make an
I
appearance.
saw the sign.
That's right.
Opened up.
I'm trying to think. What was that
what-
OPM
what
song by the
was
Australians?
absolutely hilarious though was the general manager of the hotel at one point during the presentation. He
Time I
he
look
did
around.
like some trivia questions to some people that were up on stage, but I swear to God, all of these people except for one of them were born after 1999. And so they're just like, I don't fucking know. And literally the same guy got every question right because he was born in like 1981, so he lived through the 90s.
I'm gonna do a callback,
It was
and
hilarious.
this is why pop culture is important. Because I know shit from all sorts of eras that I was not alive during, because pop culture has just a way of permeating society.
That
And
it
it's
does.
fascinating. So like when somebody many years my senior makes a reference and they're like, oh no, never mind. And I'm like, no, I know that. One, because I'm a little bit of an old soul, and 2, because I'm just aware of fucking things that have happened because I keep my eyes and ears open on occasion. But
And Liz, to answer your question there, I don't know if I have, but I'm always up for a challenge.
whoa.
Responding to
Oh, I see it
Her-
now.
yeah.
It just reminds me of basketball where they've got like Jenny McCarthy like removing the chrome from the trailer hitches.
That's
Oh,
not the
shit.
only chrome she's removed.
What are you saying? She crashes into things? She's a
Yeah.
woman driver, you piece of shit.
I
I'm kidding.
I
Oh.
That was
so
just-
I left.
that was
I
a reach.
actually
was just having fun.
I didn't bring it home. It's literally in my desk at work. But I
Bring
did
It
win
is
some.
also a 90s movie.
I
Sorry.
did win something at our employee
It's already been
appreciation.
brought
I
in.
think I posted a photo actually, but in each of like the goodie bags they gave us, there was a raffle ticket, and I won something at that raffle that I consider very valuable. I won like one of those big jars, like this
Cheese
fucking
Puffs.
bag of cheese puffs. Yeah,
You said that, and I
Yeah.
didn't realize that you meant that.
I
That way.
was hoping it was going to be Surge.
It was
just
no,
like,
it
I
was-
got
it was-
Surge
it was-
Surge
it
is
was- I won like a big fucking thing of cheese puffs, and that is currently sitting on my desk at work.
Can we talk about how
Surge
Orbits
was
haven't
so
made
good.
a
I drank
resurgence?
Surge I drink
And they
Surge all the
should-
time. And then it
Right.
disappeared for like 2 decades, and then apparently Burger King's like, we're bringing Surge back, and I'm like, a reason to go to Burger King? Oh my god! And I fucking go there, and they're like, well, yeah, we don't have any of that. I'm like, but the commercial, I don't actually
It's
want
got the
your
fine print
I
of
don't
like
want
at
your
certain
food. I just want your
locations or what-
soda. Give me my Surge, goddamn.
Last time I looked, you could order it on Amazon by the case.
Probably. It's probably
Yeah.
like 20-year-old.
It's not gonna
be the
cases.
same. Got a whole bunch more corn.
It's
syrup than we
probably
used
people
to
that saw it was
accept.
getting discontinued and bought up cases. Like in 30 years, this will be worth something. I'm gonna hold on to this.
So I got a question for the room. So what is y'all's favorite 90s song?
Fuck,
No
man.
idea. I've got about 1,000.
Probably a
So,
Tool song.
I just want to share super
Something from
quick.
the Cranberries.
I did check Amazon just now to see if they have Surge, and the second drink that pops up in the search is Pussy Natural Energy Drink.
I've been getting email. I keep getting emails for that because it's almost coming up on the year
They're
thing when we
marketing to
ordered
you,
the
Jake?
case. Yeah, well, because we brought the
Make
Malketh brought
Warhead
it, but
soda.
Malketh brought the case to the New Orleans thing last year, but I signed up on their website for some reason, and so now that it's been almost a year, they're like, hey, like they sent me this like email. It had like an image in it. I don't think I have it saved anymore, but it was like this whole like Pussy, the party starter. I'm like, I mean, you know, I mean, it's
That's super
the
creepy.
energy. Yeah, I was like, they know what they're doing with this ad.
I posted it in Vodka Lounge just now, but I'm also going to put a
Oh, they have a
image link.
soda. I don't know if I'd want sour soda though.
I'm intrigued.
I don't want to
kind
drink
of.
sour. I just want to eat
Yeah, a
it.
whole friggin'
I'm
like gold.
Well, I say that as I'm drinking
tempted-
lemonade, but
I'm tempted to order that just to try it. I'm really intrigued.
Mix it with some booze.
I don't like sour shit, so I wouldn't.
yeah, black
Oh,
cherry
you like
soda.
I love sour. I love sour so
I like
much.
sour stuff a lot. Yeah.
That I still have another Warhead here with me. I'm gonna eat it a little bit later. But my favorite kind, the lemon ones.
Dude, just that's a fun little nostalgia.
Blue
trip.
raspberry and black cherry are the best ones.
Blue raspberry and lemon.
I don't remember. I
I've
never
never been a
Those
big
might
fan
be
of lemon candy, but it's good.
What else
but
is
it's
in
not
the
great.
beat?
Lemon is like
beet.
anything citrus. I will basically be a whore for.
I like artificial berry flavors, but I don't like any actual real life berries.
Do you like
Really?
blue?
I'm-
do you
I'm a
like
weirdo.
the?
Do you like
the
strawberry
fruit-
flavor, but you don't like strawberries?
Yeah, I like artificial strawberry, artificial raspberry, artificial blueberry. I don't like blueberries, raspberries, or strawberries.
Goodness.
That's
Do you
I'm-
like?
alright.
Do you
I'm
like
fucking
blue
weird.
raspberry?
You're vanilla.
It's
as
because
fuck.
the real
Which is a
berries are
super
like a little
fake
more
flavor.
tart and less sweet, and the artificial ones are like just
Oh, you're
loaded
just a
with-
sugar fiend.
They're just loaded with sugar. They taste different. Yeah, like
So
artificial
traded
strawberry
is,
is delicious. Real strawberry is like kind of tart, and it's got the crunchy fucking seeds in it. The
Here's-
texture's nasty.
Would be
Here's
diabetic.
your
Real good
tri-
strawberries
Long
are very good.
circulatory.
I
flavor
should-
trivia question. Who
Thank you,
knows?
Vlad.
Who can name what 3 fruit flavors were combined to make a blue raspberry?
Blueberry,
Blueberry,
raspberry,
raspberry.
and blue.
Vodka.
Vodka.
And
I think
vodka,
that's
yeah,
Wrong.
vodka, yeah.
I've not heard anything correct so far.
Boysenberry.
There's no raspberry in it at all.
How do we?
No, there's no.
Only
How
one
are we-
person dares to give me the
Oh, they call it
raspberry.
raspberry.
It's
How
it's
are we
been-
to verify that you know the correct
Turpentine.
answer?
because
we just
just
I'm
trust
looking at
you?
the correct answer. Yes, of
Yellow number
course.
7. Yellow number 7.
That's right.
Yeah,
Carbana wax or something like that. Carbina wax and
Cabana
vodka.
wax. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so banana, cherry, and pineapple.
No, are those
Bananas a berry?
artificial banana, cherry, and
that's
pineapple?
stupid.
Because
know,
the
it's-
artificial
is
banana
pineapple a
flavor
berry?
is actually made from a type of banana that almost went extinct back in the day. And like,
Correct.
yeah, so that's why artificial banana flavor today doesn't taste like actual bananas, because the actual bananas we have are a different type of banana than they had like 80 years ago.
The gross banana or
Yeah,
whatever.
like
they're called,
and it was
yeah.
a banana that something happened and like
It basically-
98% of that banana tree is like extinct now. It's
So
not
we're
fully
we're
extinct,
actually
but mostly.
it got a bacterial infection essentially that
Mm.
spread throughout like across the plantations like crazy, and there was not a good like treatment for it, and yeah, it wiped it out for the most part. And what caused that to happen though was the lack of genetic diversity amongst the banana species itself. That
Damn
we were
you,
cultivating. So essentially, and now they're warning that like we're basically at risk of the same thing happening with bananas and potentially other like food products, because what we do with agriculture is most of the time it's literally just a clone of another plant. So like there's not a lot of genetic diversity. So what that means is if a pathogen manages to develop or evolve that like just targets that particular genome really well and like just is super successful at infecting it, it can spread across that population of that particular agricultural product and just fucking wipe it out and decimate it.
Yeah,
So we'll be fine because Monsanto is going to protect us from that.
Yeah,
But they're also
Monsanto's
going to give us
amazing.
cancer the entire way.
Monsanto or
Monsanto's
So-
amazing.
so
Don't
we'll
get
be
me
fine.
wrong.
or Chica Bonita.
You realize
but-
that Chiquita is just going to overthrow
Chiquita,
your
yeah.
government, and
They only did that
Basically-
once.
Yeah, but that's why.
Chiquita is the
You
definition of a
overthrow
banana
one
republic.
government and they
Oh.
never let you live it down.
But yeah,
One
that's why
time.
the artificial banana
Just
flavor.
exactly.
Because back in the day when they started making that artificial banana flavor, that's what the standard normal bananas tasted like, and now what they just kept that as the artificial flavor. While now we have different bananas, that's why it tastes different.
Yeah.
As they should. Yeah.
But the other
So
thing
the
is,
anger
oh,
games
go ahead.
start
Fun fact
tomorrow.
too about bananas
Wait, he's not even
are
here yet.
also bananas are
Oh.
also a berry.
He was here last week.
But he's not
No,
here now,
Dirk
right? So
Statiel
we-
was here last week.
Last week, yeah.
Yeah,
Radicos
we
was
just-
not. Radicos was not. Radicos showed up in chat.
I miss
for-
Dirk. I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
good.
well,
He was
not
on
that-
last
not that
week
Dirk,
to
but yeah,
talk
that-
about Anger Games that starts
It's important
tomorrow.
to distinguish Dirk.
Yeah, we
That's
could,
just in the community beat.
yeah, we
It's
could
the
talk
Anger
about
Games
we could talk about that.
Well, Akaroth asked. I'm just
I was
saying.
just to add one more weird plant fact.
Yeah, of course you did. Why wouldn't you have another weird plant fact for us?
Something, so again, with
This
like
evil online
diseases,
talk
so
show.
it's something I just found out is by watching this candy channel called Lofty Pursuits, and they
You're
make
trying to get diabetic through your
no,
eyes.
they make
too, bro?
candies like old. They use like 1800 Victorian era candy methods to make candy. It's fucking mesmerizing to watch their YouTube videos.
Sure.
But they
A
had this
lot of
flavor
folding,
called black
though.
currant, and I was just like, what the fuck is a black currant?
Black currant.
Currant or
Currant.
whatever, but it's apparently a
Currant.
flavor that is super just normal and popular in Europe. And Americans, a lot of Americans don't know what the fuck it is, but that's because in the early 1900s, they brought
We were
black
stupid.
currant. Well, no, they brought black currant things over to farm them, but apparently there was a bacteria or some kind of infection disease in the tree that also infected eastern white pines, and it decimated like 70 or 80% of the white pines in the whole Northeast, which is the only place where the eastern white pine is. So it almost like made the tree species go extinct, decimated entire forests and stuff. And so
Fine, trees is
the
fine.
government, the U.S. government, banned black currant from being grown in the U.S. They're like, you cannot grow this in the U.S. because it's destroying this tree that we have. And so for like 60 years, that ban was in place. And so Europeans, it's like apparently like a tart berry-ish type flavor. They're used to it. We don't know what it is because it wasn't been allowed. Now you can grow
Plenty
them
of us
here.
do know what it is, Drayton.
You're
You're
we
ignorant.
have
That's
apparently,
okay.
yeah, like now you can grow it here, but now it's still banned in the Northeast where that white pine is. But now we have better methods of containing things. So in the South and the West,
right?
it can be grown. So
Flamethrowers, that's right.
the flavor's starting to come back. But like, yeah, I was like, oh,
We actually had that black currants as an ingredient in some of the teas that we sold back when I worked at Tivana. That's the only reason why like I ever knew what it actually tasted like.
It's not nearly as uncommon as Drayton makes it out to be, but I
But that
understand.
that shit was
I've
imported.
never
You
heard of
didn't-
it before.
That's not.
I
you-
understand in the Podunk Hills of Idaho that
Yeah.
they haven't heard much about the black currant.
It's probably because it has nothing to do with white supremacy. That's why
yeah.
I never.
That might be it. I don't know.
Maybe.
Black currant, you know.
Yeah,
know?
but
I have
also,
been talking about the Anger Games.
yeah, we should go to the Anger Games.
Speaking of the Anger-
What are those? I've never heard of
Comes
them.
on
Redline. Redline. Explain the Anger Games to me as if I was 5.
So tomorrow there's a tournament where really good Eve players are
It's a
gonna
tournament.
play
He's a
against each
5-year-old.
other.
Supposedly,
And we're
with
gonna
these players.
we're gonna see who the best team of Eve players is, and they're all gonna share their toys and play nicely, and they're gonna stream it live on twitch.tv/CCP, which means you can earn channel points on the CCP channel that you can trade in for skins that could be worth billions of ISK. You should definitely
Oh, yeah.
watch.
I believe
It
they do
doesn't say
giveaways
what
too.
time it is in the community beat, but you'll
That's,
get a
1700
notification.
UTC.
1700
Dude, I'm
UTC.
getting real big Daniel Day-Lewis.
Why
vibes
is
from
this
LB right
show
now.
Group A has already been playing games?
I don't know. I was gonna ask.
He's got a very there will
LB?
be blood mustache going on. and we
LB?
super zoomed
You
in.
could be a Daniel Day-Lewis stuntman.
Daniel Day-Lewis, you could be an LB.
You could do it in
stuntman.
local theater, LB. You could
That's more
you could
like it.
you could play a Daniel Day-Lewis
Can I
role.
make a bracket in this?
Like
or is
Gangs
it
of New
just
York.
to watch?
That's
on
right,
Broadway?
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
tried already.
that is his mustache
I
from that.
love
Starts
I
tomorrow.
love that movie.
That was a phenomenal movie.
It is
So
one of my
also in the
hands down
community
favorite
beat
movies.
is the Frigate Free for All, which is put on by Rick Javix and Stay Frosty, the crew. It's on
Are they still doing
420.
that after they got trolled out of
Mhm.
the universe a
Yes,
couple years back?
sir. It's the 10th
Nobody here is
annual
going to be
Frigate
playing
Free
Eve
sold
for
on
out.
All.
420.
I'm not going to be
Wait,
playing
what?
Eve on 420.
Vlad, you don't play Stone?
I will be partying it up in
because I'm
New
gonna be
Orleans on
drinking.
420.
What are you, like a Hitler's birthday celebrator? You piece of shit.
I am
Oh,
now considering more
I'm sorry,
heavily.
I'm not in adversity.
Uh,
I was playing. I'm sorry.
there's no excuse.
I know. That's why I was making the adversity move, because we know of their reputation.
Yeah. Just
Son of a
theirs.
bitch. I didn't know that that was his birthday, and now that date is forever ruined in my brain because I'm
How-
going to remember that. I never
Anyways,
knew
that's
I
that.
hate
pretty
to
much
beat a
it.
dead
Damn
horse,
you.
but pop culture, bro. I've never
I mean,
looked up Hitler's birthday, but I know because I don't live under a fucking rock.
Good
I don't live
lord.
under a fucking rock either, but I don't make a habit of like learning personal details about him.
I don't
True.
either, and yet because I don't live under a rock, I
Wait,
know
how-
that
how
those
did we
days
get-
coincide.
How did we get here from Angry Games?
Because
frigate
it's
free
April
for all.
20th.
It's the second round is April 20th.
Right. Okay. I was like, wait
No,
a
that's
second.
when the free for
Where
all
have we
is.
gone?
And second round of the interview.
Where did we come from? Where did we
Yeah,
go?
well, maybe. I don't
Where
know.
did you
Yeah,
come from?
sure.
Where did you go?
But
Free-
the
free-
free
free-
for
free-
all
free-
is
free-
April
free-
20th.
Yeah, coming next
Do you
weekend.
think
the
you'll be
following
able to
two, Monday.
wager your channel points on
I'm
CCP
sure.
TV? Are they going to do that? Again?
Absolutely, you can.
That's
I'm
always
sure
good.
they
Wait,
will.
wait.
That's always
And
I
if
would
you want to
assume so.
wager ISK, don't DM me.
Whoa.
Are you winking right now? I can hear you winking.
What? I was very specific. I was very specific.
I thought those instructions were incredibly clear.
Yeah, they were
I got it.
extremely clear, crystal clear, in fact.
So here's the thing. If Radicos comes on, he's gonna fuck up all my fucking predictions anyway.
Yeah, and the thing doesn't
Not
let
unless
you
you
do
don't let
predictions
him.
time.
That's right. I gotta be
I'm a
stronger.
little pissed.
Radicos is
Yeah.
November on your team for Anger Games.
Do I not?
Never mind. Radicos isn't here yet. Fuck me.
He's not here yet. That's why
Yeah,
we're
it's-
not supposed to be
it's
talking
Also,
true.
about
don't
that.
get up.
But
You
Redline
gotta talk
jumped the
shit. Talk
gun.
about New Orleans for fuck's sake.
It's
No.
not.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we've been talking about Eve Nola for like 3 months now. We know it's next
It's got a
week.
longer build
Okay,
up than FanFest
alright.
ever had.
You've got to realize, Redline,
Hey, Don.
that there are LB put it correctly in the past, although he was speaking about Vegas. But really, I think that the metaphor or the explanation works for any EVE event that has enough open comms attendees going to it.
Yeah.
There are
He's not
two
wrong.
modes. There are two modes for this show.
Wait,
We're
what?
either waiting or we're either, like excited and talking about the last event that we all went to, or we're just talking about the anticipation building for the next event we're going to. Those are the two modes
Wednesday.
of this show, and you need to get with the program.
Wednesday.
I like to fight it though because I think we should segment it.
I agree.
It
It's
seems to
segmented in half.
it seems to like drift in and out.
It
Very
also seems
frequently.
probably like we don't need to talk about meetups every single week.
I
something
would
say.
agree.
Like-
And I will admit I have a bias here because I talk a lot of mad shit on New Orleans. Sorry, Delana, if you were.
she
I
actually
didn't
just
say
showed
that
up.
recently.
Yeah.
I know. I apologize. I'm from Houston. Done a lot of work in Louisiana and New Orleans specifically, and I have not a lot of nice things to say about it, and that's fine because that has nothing to do with this meetup. It's just my opinions of the place and things about it. But
You can
That
still
being
have fun in a
said-
shithole with cool people.
and that's perfectly fine. I don't discredit that at all.
Isn't that Eve Chicago?
I do like
then?
to try to.
Hey, shut the fuck up, man.
I
Eve
do like to
Chicago's
try
gonna be
things
lit.
towards the more Eve topics than just talking about the meetups as often as possible because I think it does get old if you do it every week, and it happens a lot every week. And it's nothing, like I said, against this particular meetup coming up. It does happen with all the meetups.
It's because we're easily distracted.
I think
Also,
a lot of it's
X.
because of you, Vlad, because I think you like to bring it up very frequently.
Eve
But I'm not trying to say
Chicago
that as like a
is
too
gonna be
much of a
great.
shot across the bow.
I
But you drifted
really-
towards the meetups very frequently when
I
a lot
would
of people were talking about it
love
already.
if we actually make Eve Chicago happen.
We're
but
doing it.
You absolutely should. It gets windy there. I've heard.
We are absolutely doing it. Absolutely 100% doing it.
What time
next
of year are you aiming for?
August next year is when we are doing it.
Should do it the last week of July.
2005 or
We're
25.
doing it in August of next year.
God damn it!
All right.
I already go to Chicago the last week of July for my birthday every year.
Well, sounds like you're going twice.
Take an extra
Oh,
week off.
But here's the plan. You can tell me if it's a shit plan, all right? We're gonna rent like a gaming lounge, right? That's got food and drinks for everybody. We'll do little Eve themed things there, like you'd do at a bar in Vegas. And then otherwise we'll just do touristy shit for the weekend.
They have they have a couple
Go
of
look
very
at the
cool,
Bean.
like retro gaming bars too.
Yeah,
we-
that too.
Beans in Chicago, right?
I figure like a Friday night could be like a pub, like a bar crawl or whatever. A booze bus even could be procured. Saturday would be at the gaming lounge doing Eve stuff, and then Sunday would be the recovery day. And that's
What
it.
is to recover? You recover when you get home.
That's Eve Midwest in a nutshell. That's right there.
I'm on
I
board.
hopped up, so I probably missed what we were talking about. I was gonna say so I did say that we don't need to talk about Eve meetups every week, but I will say it's warranted, especially if because Nola's next week.
Yeah,
so
you're on the
when
cusp.
one is like literally coming up the next week, or we just got back from one, so the following week we'll probably talk about it.
You're not wrong.
Or
And then
or
also when
just
one is announced, so to generate interest, and then every once in a while to be like, hey, this is coming up. If you aren't signed up and you're interested, get signed up. So
I will say,
I will say
We get it, Drayden. You've declared that this is an Eve meetup show.
So
That's
we
all
talk
we're gonna
about Eve meetups every week, going here forward.
We're not going to talk about it now, but we're talking about
I just want to point out though,
Yeah.
that most of the time when we end up talking about Eve meetups, I feel like it's because someone brings up something that happened at a meetup that was like fun or like a fun memory,
True.
and then it turns and it just evolves into a segue about whatever meetup that was.
So I'm glad
True.
that we have discovered the third mode of the Open Com show, which is talking about how often we talk about Eve meetups.
Yes.
I've actually,
It's after
I've actually
11.
developed
We're
a spreadsheet.
going
You guys want me to
topic.
link it?
That there was a spreadsheet for a while. Yeah, how long did it take for the Open Comms show to shift to Vegas? It was a sad spreadsheet. So it's
It
not
was
been
probably just
maintained.
a flat line at 1 minute. Just
We did pretty good for a while.
We tried to stay off of Vegas till like 11.
But here's the thing: when there's not a lot of stuff happening in EVE Online, it's cool for us to have our memories, right? And
Yeah, there's nothing.
the potential for making new memories, and
Sure.
and it is coming up, and I'm super
You know,
excited.
A couple years back, a lot of people would have
Fair.
said, "Hey, I bet that Canadian guy will never make it to a meetup," and we
Yeah.
fucking banged the drum so
I
hard.
said
and
it.
we made so
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
fuss for like a
Yeah.
solid year.
And I'll
So
tell you
the-
what,
And
the next
after
goal is
after
to-
about
2 years?
300 letters to Justin Trudeau, we got him.
yeah.
And
He's
well,
allowed to
so
leave the country. Yeah.
all right,
and hold on, this
LB,
is important. This is really important. And 2 years ago, I bet there were way less people that knew that you could get unlimited soup, salad, and breadsticks from your local Olive Garden
God
anytime
damn it,
you
Red
wanted to.
Light.
There was
You
at
did it.
least
There it
I
is.
bet there
Yep.
were so many
So-
less people that knew about
Yeah,
that.
there it
No,
is.
until you told
LB.
me, yeah.
LB, as someone who just last year for FanFest, of course, went to your first Eve meetup.
Yep.
How would you describe your feelings and experience on that going to your first Eve meetup in 3 words?
Expectations were met.
Those are
Oh wow,
terrible
that was
words.
really well done.
I like it.
I was thinking
Awesome.
of I had fun. That's
you-
that's
so-
that's summing
That's a
up
good
my
one too,
Vegas
Redline.
experiences. I had
Yeah.
fun.
That's a good one.
So you would definitely recommend going to Eve meetups if you can.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That
As
was
long
my
as
that's
long as you
essentially
can
my
go there
takeaway from my
safely.
first. Yeah,
as long as you can go there safely. Which, by the way, my wife said I can only ride to New Orleans with you if she knows you, which is crazy to me.
That just means you guys got to get lunch before, like
Right?
go out to eat or
That's what I told her. I was like, we
I
can
mean,
meet up. It's fine.
that's super doable.
All right,
The,
Vlad. Fuck you. don't say Eve Chicago is dodging crossfire, okay?
Wow.
Just like any
just
city
stay
in
off the south side,
America,
you'll be fine.
Chicago has places that you don't want to go. So it's very simple.
Yeah.
Just don't fucking go to
It's-
those
it's like
places,
New Orleans.
you dumb
I-
fucking
If you
monk.
break
Vlad,
down
you-
Chicago by area, and I've looked into the statistics for this, like there are areas that like drastically do exceed like national averages, and then there's oh my god areas that are totally fine to go to.
Well,
And
And
then
it
there's
would
other
all be-
areas.
the only
There's other
places would be
areas
the
that are
tourist
great to be
areas.
during the day, and then at 3 a.m. Do you want to be there? No.
Don't
So
go there at
fucking
3
be
a.m.
there at 3 a.m.
Go
It's-
to
it's-
bed at 3 a.m. Idiot.
No. Who the fuck
Don't-
does
That
that?
sounds like bullshit.
That's
Don't say that.
Stupid, dude.
This show does
doesn't sound like
not
a good idea
stand
at all.
behind
3,
Yeah,
3
that's-
a.m. is when Drayden wants to go back out to the bar after.
No,
a
We're
that's
long
about to go
actually,
day.
walking,
that-
bro.
that's
It's-
actually
you guys
true.
just now getting to
Socially engineered.
Yeah, no, that's actually very true. Well, also, like this year I
But
looked
that's the thing.
I looked at a map of like where are the bad neighborhoods in New Orleans. And I'm like, oh shit! It's so like you get like
No,
Bourbon
look where the
Street
good
and
ones
Frenchman Street.
are.
It's like all the bad neighborhoods are like all around that. Like just
Drayden.
as long as you
I
stay there, you're good. But like you go north of like what St. Claude or if Delano's there, is it St. Claude? Like the St. Roche area, St. Claude area, like all these other, it's like those are bad places to be. So it's like okay, so if you see St.
Where the
Claude Avenue,
light touches, you can go.
if you see St. Claude Avenue, go south and or west, and you should be good. Go north and or east. Bad news.
You're in the ghetto.
yeah, bad
But no,
news.
last summer I did.
Also,
3
Central
nights
City is
in-
apparently pretty bad, but I almost went there. But I was going to the phone store, so I didn't quite get there.
I did
So,
3
like,
nights in
basically,
Chicago for
you
my
should
birthday in late July, and the latest we were out was like 1:30, 2 a.m. One night we had gone to the Sears Tower around sunset, met up with my cousin who was in town up there too for drinks at a bar, and then took the L train back to the closest station by our hotel at like 1:32 in the morning, and I felt completely fine. I never had a single moment where I was like, "Oh, I don't feel safe. Oh, this is awkward." Like,
Yeah.
it was chill.
Normal people don't have moments where they don't feel safe.
Whoa.
I mean,
what is
I'm a
normal,
normal
bro?
person, and I've had moments where I've been like, well, this is feeling sketchy.
I've
And then you
had
know
a
what I
lot
do?
of
I
sketchy
get the
times.
fuck out of there.
Yeah, Drayden's a giant.
you
He
get
feels
shot at,
sketchiness.
you
No,
What
I've-
are
I've
we
been
talking about?
awareness.
I've had a lot of times where I felt sketchy, but half of those times
But that's because
were,
you're a
like,
Care Bear. Drayden.
during well
All
back in
right,
the day during
maybe
drug
You're a
deals
giant
maybe
or
I
giant, and that
maybe I
was a mistake.
misrepresented it. Either way,
Should
the
have been one of
point
the
is
fierce
I
is
tend
that
to wander into
for the
wherever.
for the Eve Chicago / Midwest meetup, it will be held in a safe place.
ones. The underlying
stay
thing
in
is
the
everybody.
safe
But I
place,
want to explore out of the
everyone
safe
will be
place because
fine.
I want to see the
Okay,
city.
if you want to
Trade,
go
I'll
get
walk with
yourself
you.
killed
Hell
in
yeah, dude!
Chicago,
Me and Akroth, we'll take
Yeah,
the city
take
on.
Akroth
We'll
with
take it
you.
on.
I'll light
I-
the
I
first
absolutely
sign of
agree.
Witcher Vigil, bro.
Drayden,
I'll
you can
light
park
the
area
first
and have a good
sign of-
time. There's
No,
plenty of
if
safe
you
places.
if you want to not feel safe, Drayden, I have a specific location in Chicago.
That's
I
not
can
what we're
send you
aiming
to.
for.
No, if I don't
No.
want to feel safe, it's called the ocean.
That's
Oh,
not
well,
what we're
I mean,
aiming
this-
for. We just want to
It's
have
not
fun and explore
actually the ocean.
freely.
No,
I
it's the
mean,
even
ocean.
though
He's
Lake
American.
Michigan is
if you
huge,
want,
it's
if you
not
want
actually
to
an
have
ocean.
fun and explore freely, then you can also go to the same place I was thinking
It's
of.
not about
It's-
aiming for a bad
I hadn't
time.
even gotten to where I was going to name the place. Sorry.
Yeah, go.
Steampunk or
Steampunk?
Steamworks. Excuse me.
Oh,
Excuse me.
Steamworks. I was like,
Steamworks.
Steampunk doesn't
Anyways,
sound
if
scary.
you don't
Yeah,
come
nobody's
to Eve
looking for a
Chicago,
bad
you're a
time.
pussy.
No,
It's
just
I just want to be able to walk and not
dare
worry.
I dare
You
you.
won't.
Just Google Steamworks Chicago and you will understand.
No place scares me except the
There's
ocean.
there's
It's
plenty
coming
of
up as a
safe,
dry cleaner. What does this mean?
there's
it's a-
plenty of
it's a
places in
bathhouse.
Chicago to walk around. Honestly,
Also, so
Basically, a place where you can walk in, pay for an entrance
What
fee,
about
and
the
then
goal
go in
this
and
year?
hook up and have all the fun you want.
what about this?
Oh,
The
this
goal
is a
this year is to
swingers
get. What if we get LB
It's
to
it's
New
it's
Orleans?
no, it's not. It's a gay.
Trade,
It's a gay.
Are you
whore
talking
club.
about in a
this
week?
year or next year?
No, less than a week. It's like, what if we get LB to New Orleans on Wednesday?
Just quit your job, LB. Right?
I
Just
think
quit.
there may be issues with that, Drayden.
No,
Like we already,
Yeah, there's some issues.
we had to do a lot of
All right,
lobbying
all right,
for.
Well, look,
I
all
got
right.
a lot of
Hold
notice.
on,
for the
LB.
last
I have a
one.
friend.
Redline
that-
and
He
I.
thinks we're joking.
no,
but there
Redline-
were letters written.
I think I have a solution here. Redline and I, as we're in the a border state here, we can take this on. We just need to mount an incursion into Canada and kidnap LB so that he has reasonable cause to miss.
So we've
work.
all
No,
seen
I got a better one. I got a better one. I have a friend.
right?
I have a
It
friend.
sounds like you're talking about going to war with Canada
think-
right now.
Why
It's a
doesn't
think
wild
LB
little
just? Why doesn't
movie.
LB host a meetup and we'll all
It's
go to
not
him?
practical.
I got a
Evel,
friend.
I
Evel
can't go
B.
to Canada.
Eve LB. There you go.
Why?
I've
I
got
don't
a
have
friend
a
in New.
passport, dude.
Wait, hold
I
on,
have
hold on.
no. I have
just
no
get one.
reason to go
Drayden,
anywhere
no,
but America,
God
frankly.
damn it, I've said your name wrong twice. Redline, do you have the enhanced Michigan driver's license?
Yes.
You can drive across the land border to Canada.
Oh.
You just can't fly.
Okay, so my previous
bring
point
us-
still
Elby,
Elby,
stands.
meet us at the
I
border at the
have
corner
no
store. There's
reason-
a Timmy's nearby. Just stay
I
there.
have
We'll-
no reason
we'll
to go
swoop you.
anywhere but America.
I can fly
So
in
if you
there.
go to
Hold on,
Eve
hold
LB,
on.
what are you talking about? That's
Hold
the
on.
reason.
I have a friend in
We're
the
not
Air Force.
going to
Wait,
Eve
wait,
LB.
in America.
I have a friend in the Air Force. He's based in New Mexico. He's not the pilot, but he's the gunner. But he flies AC-130J Ghost Riders. LB, you could fly down in a Ghost Rider down to New Orleans.
LB, I'm gonna need you to get in an ammo crate, like one of those
Big
rifle
one.
boxes.
Yeah, the
wood
whole
ones.
time
the big
it'll-
wood,
Let
the big wood boxes.
Elby respond to our planning here.
The whole time it'll be like a freaking Call of Duty
He's
kill
wringing
streak,
his
except you don't
hands.
want to actually fire the
I
guns.
want to hear what Elby has to say.
I don't want to hear what comes after those
don't
hand
know.
rings.
I don't know what plane we're going with. Am I going in an ammo box in a plane, or is Redline driving across
No,
the border? Or
The American way is the
I'm going to
overwhelming method,
I'm
which
gonna
means we're
drive
trying
over
6
there.
ways, and
All
one of
right,
them's gonna work.
No,
here's
I'm
how
gonna
it's gonna go
drive up.
down.
Wait,
Wait, let me tell you how it's gonna go down. All right. First
Plan,
off,
though, I have a whole
First
plan.
off, I'm gonna hop in my time machine. I'm going back to 1944. I'm
looks like a
hopping into
Silverado.
Nazi Germany, okay? Me, 2 Tommy guns,
With a
200
Buick Accent?
Nazis fighting across Germany, right? That's me to get to the other time machine. I'm gonna go back in time to before FanFest, to before LB went to FanFest, and I'm gonna convince him to put in the request for 2 Eve meets instead of 1. And then
Over the
I'll
course
take-
of 2 years,
yes,
There you
and
go.
then I'll
which
take
is
the
not
time.
not
That's a Tommy
egregious.
gun. That is a heavy son of a bitch.
But he does belong to the government, and we have to remind ourselves that.
See,
And then I'll take
my plan's
But
more
do we
time
need to do
machine.
another mail campaign?
yes.
I'm gonna write a preform letter. I'll send it to
So
Is it still Trudeau?
I know a
you.
guy
Yeah, at the moment
that I
yeah.
could get a bottle of chloroform from.
We should
Bro.
probably
Now,
lobby
look-
it as like a way to like increase your popularity. I've been hearing things.
So-
We
so
So
should-
I
not
know it-
chloroform.
I know a guy that I
It'd
can
be
get a
better if
bottle
it
of.
was Mr. Garrison
stop.
as president.
Hold on,
Bro.
stop. Wait, everyone's been cutting Scott off. Hold on, go Scott.
He's talking about chloroform, dude.
but hear him out.
I've got a plan for how we can smuggle LB out and make it look good, okay? I can get into Canada legally perfectly fine. I've got a squeaky clean record.
With a bottle of
easy
chloroform is
peasy.
not legally, dude. You're
I
smuggling
mean,
something
no,
you should not
I
have.
got a guy in Canada that can
Oh,
get
shit,
me
go
Got
out.
a guy.
Go on.
He's got
So,
a
anyway,
chloroform guy.
I'll get in there.
That
And
makes it
LB, I'm
legal.
sorry, we got to
I'm
make it
not
look
going to
real.
NOLA.
So
There's
I'm
no
gonna
way
ha-
I'm driving
so-
in a car
so-
with this
so-
guy. He's got a chloroform guy.
So LB, I'm sorry, we're gonna have
He's a
to make it
chloroform
look
guy.
good though. I'm gonna have to knock you out with the chloroform, the whole movie style, like cloth over the mouth, knock you out. Gotta hog tie you as well, just so it looks good. Stuff you in the trunk. They'll never check there. Just drive you across the border. Like I'm
Bro.
a
Way
white
bet.
Midwestern guy. They're not gonna check my
I
trunk.
think this works.
Come
Yeah.
on, I'll get
That's
in.
probably-
Chloroform
And
is
then
actually pretty
boom.
dangerous. I mean, it would probably be cheaper and easier for him to just drive down to New Orleans or.
just
I'm gonna-
whisper in his ear.
This is
I'm
actually
fainted.
I'm just gonna fly, man.
I'm gonna just keep
It's
this
gonna
bottle in my
fly.
jacket pocket, and you act fainted.
I still think the AC-130 is the best route. Just
I
saying.
like
Yeah,
the
that one
time
sounds
machine and
the most
fighting
fun.
across.
Yeah.
nuts.
I mean,
yeah.
It's fun
I
for
will
who?
say,
Are you kidding me?
LB, if you get to
Drayden,
ride
you're
New
talking
Orleans
about
in the
kidnapping
trunk,
a
though,
member of another
it's
country's
at least
military.
dark and it's easier for you to
Joint
sleep on the car
operation.
ride.
I mean, I
could
guess
use a
we're
joint
all kind of talking
operation
about
right now, if
kidnapping
you know
him,
what I'm
but like,
saying.
I'll
Yeah.
even I'll put
mine
a
was
pillow
writing
back there for
letters.
you, too.
I think
All
mine
right,
was
all
I
right.
think yeah.
We've gone way down Fantasyland.
It's after 11. It's the
We're allowed
fucking
to do
after
this.
show.
So
If we have to talk about Eve meets,
Does
I
anybody
like
know
this
about-
version of it where we hypothesize
so Anger
crazy
Games,
ways
though.
to get people to them.
where's Radicos?
He's not
He
coming.
didn't show up, man.
He said
on-
that they
on the
were
community
He's a
pregnant.
fucking flake, and I bet they
Well, I
lose.
told him,
I'm
I was
betting
like,
on
hey,
it
you
now.
coming on
You
to
can
talk
get
about.
Minted on,
He said
and he'd probably
yes.
talk about it.
I said, you come on talk to Angry Games tonight. He's like, yes, 100% after practice in 2 hours or less. It's been 2.5 hours.
Whoa.
Maybe they had some extra practice. The tournament's tomorrow.
Drayden, would you say this is the
Relax,
first time he's lied to you?
I don't know. Maybe I
Uh-oh.
talked in November.
Ouch. Ouch.
They're on the same-
You should get November on.
They're on the same team.
Is this PL have a team?
No, this is some other team, but this is Radicos in November on whatever team.
Did you
it
ask
is.
November why he hangs out with liars?
Whoa. You can't hold
No, he
these
doesn't
elite
ask
gamers to the
November,
same standards as everybody else. That's not how
Oh,
this
I
works.
absolutely can. I'm an American.
No,
That's
you
one of my
absolutely
freedoms.
cannot.
I
Those
can.
of
I
us,
shouldn't. You can.
those
but
of
you
us
shouldn't.
who are
Going
among
to
the
bed.
elite
Elby's
cannot
waving.
be held to the same standard as you
Right.
normal folk.
Going to bed.
Elby's waving. He's going to bed.
Good night,
Everybody
LB.
wave.
Go to bed.
right,
I
LB.
hope you have a
To LB.
great
Good
night,
night.
LB.
See you in New Orleans, brother.
Skyhawk wave. You're not waving.
You know what I
Oh,
saw
Well,
wow.
obviously
though?
not listening to
Wow.
us either.
Hopefully
Yeah.
that plane
Too
ride's
late now. Too late
smooth.
now.
LB gets that wave a lot in the military, but that's still not nice.
Y'all
I'd like
know
to
I
ask you a
just
question
saw-
about the community beat, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What?
Did anybody look at it at all?
Yes.
If you build it, right? So they have
They will
the
come.
gear there, right?
Is this a Field
Where
of Dreams?
where are they getting the files for this? Are they
You
like
can just download
where?
them, bro.
That's what I'm asking you.
You're talking about
They're
those
in
little
your,
video
in your
files?
game files. There's also, I think there's a website that has all of the models on it already.
But no one knows.
So
what it is.
so what it is,
I mean,
Dom, is
you could
it's
Google
literally
it real quick. It's
don't wanna
it's
Red Light's
really
bullshitting.
there. I promise.
And
No,
it's
it
got-
exists.
I have an actual answer.
Ivy used to. No, there's a real website
No, you're
that has all
yeah,
the Eve
I know.
models.
I was going to give a literal explanation for it rather than like. So basically, there's just a batch of files. Basically, like it's just like the core
On
server files
Eve's-
essentially.
but like through Eve
for Eve,
websites,
yeah,
or
it's
are
fr-
they all third party? shit?
CCP supplies it, and then third party developers can literally just download it, import it, and they've
Yeah,
got
okay.
all this like core chunk of data, and you can just parse through it and like look up things essentially.
Is this how
but
Hobo
it-
Leaks
but-
works?
It's
Is
what
that
they do
you're
for
suggesting?
like 3D
Yeah.
modeling. You extract the
Yeah.
STL file.
Yeah, there was
Yeah,
a one
like it's this is very normal. Like this is just how this kind of stuff works.
So I wonder if is it the same
Welcome.
database? Because there was one. I was in the back about a year ago. I was googling, and I wanted to get a Basilisk model because I fly Logi a lot, and I found a site of some guy that had STL files for like 90% of the ships in the game, and so I took one of a certain size and sent it off to a group that does 3D. You can contract them out to do 3D printing for you, and they shipped it to me, and it looked awful. Now it could have been the quality of the filament that I had to do the cheapest one. Wasn't great, but also all these STL files were not like multiple parts. It was like one ship. So the Basilisk, like it had like it was like nose down printing up, and all the wingy bits were all the same thing, and so those didn't stick very well. They fell off, and there were sides where like some parts of it looked really nice, and the other parts just looked it looked like spaghetti noodles wrapped back and forth. Like it was just really poor. So it could have just been like maybe the printing quality of the person I contracted out, but it also could have just been like the STL file wasn't great. I don't know.
Also, trying to do that all at once it would be a bad idea. You kind of need to break it down into some.
Yeah, they didn't have options for that though. So
I mean, I think he's saying that would have been at the discretion probably of the printer though to like know how to best make a model. But it sounds like this was not a professional outfit that wanted to send you a good thing. They were just trying to get away with what they could.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I just
because like amateurs do good Eve prints. You just have to like get good files and know what you're doing. Which, not saying that this is short order. I don't 3D print, but I know a bunch of people do. So it's like doesn't take.
Well, I have one now.
Rocket
so
I know I know a Delana that does. And that's basically
it doesn't take a rocket surgeon. That's all I'm saying.
If
Well,
I won the
I don't wanna
lottery,
do
I
it.
wouldn't buy a 3D printer, but I'd buy a CNC machine for sure.
That's actually
CNCs
one
are
thing
sweet.
that surprised me a little bit when I moved into IT. We have in our IT office 4 3D printers, and like one of our properties that's going through a renovation right now, we are literally like 3D printing some parts for them, which I was just like, oh, this is kind of funny and amusing to me.
Nerds with hobbies
yeah,
is fun.
Well, and
I
literally
work
like
with a
one
bunch
of
of people who we have no reason to be 3D printing outside of our business, which now we do. We do a bunch
Like-
of it, but because a bunch of people that I work with are just nerds and they like doing it anyway, and like then it spread to the company.
so you
And,
know how like
useful
how
things to do with
hotel rooms will like in in the old days it was like the chain that you would like attach to the back of the door, and like that was your like secondary lock after like the deadbolt.
Sure.
Now this hotel, it's like one of those where it's more of just a latch, but basically the ones that they ordered sucked and they didn't connect well. So we are 3D printing like a spacer basically that like will just add a little bit of distance basically to make it like latch better. And we're just literally 3D printing that for like every hotel room at that particular property. And I was just like, oh, this is very much so not an IT request. This is the engineering department, but I guess the engineering department doesn't have 3D printers. They just have hammers and nails.
So
And
we
that's
do
what 3D
our
printing
engineers
is
that
perfect for.
our engineers
Hey,
at work do
Yeah,
prototyping for
it's-
stuff that we do.
and
But
it-
before that, it was a bunch of people making, Bodhies and drone parts and stuff like that because they're nerds and all the other hobbies too. So they went.
Bodies.
My work has a real. I don't know if every workplace does this because I don't know, but we do trends. I'm in a pretty small company, like about 25 people there, so
What's up, Bodhi?
and every 4 to 6 months, maybe 4 to 8 months, it's like something different. So like there for a while it was drones, and like it's been motorcycles, it's been paintball, it's been whatever. It's just a bunch of fucking adults with hobbies and shit, and they drift between them, and they people get into shit that they probably wouldn't otherwise. And 3D printing was one of those things, and like I said, I think it was a byproduct of the drone movement because my work people all went through drone shit for a while, and then they started fixing their drones because they were wrecking them and doing all sorts of crazy shit, and then that led to some of them getting into 3D printing, and then at some point that byproduct in my work using it for like 3D like prototyping because we do like stuff that eventually gets CNC machine.
And
Uh,
all
also,
Were your
they-
coworkers using
features and models
Ishtars or
in the community.
EOSs
Also,
for all the drones?
thanks, Malcolm, for resub. Also, Malcolm, what time are you getting on Wednesday? Actually, I can do that in chat.
Good. No,
Malketh, welcome to the channel, and also Skyhawk did a nod to you with a Coca-Cola earlier, and you missed it. So now I hope you see with
Malkuth,
Oh, yeah, he's doing a Coca-Cola night.
now I hope you feel
channeling
bad.
you, my
that.
friend.
He said I'm pulling a Malkuth, and I'm having a Coca-Cola. And we all said, Malkuth, man, where's that guy? It's always great when he's
I
around."
am deviating a
know.
little
We talked about
bit.
it for like 45 minutes.
I'm deviating a little bit because I do also have this magical disappearing bottle next to me.
That's vodka.
Is that water?
Yeah.
Is it Tito's?
He's doing the Coca.
No, that is the super delicious Kirkland brand vodka.
What
Sport-
Does Tito's
actually
make
just
Kirkland?
Grey Goose,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, I was gonna take
don't-
Coca, and I
I-
just
so,
went like Coca.
don't-
He's doing the Coca.
I don't know who makes the
That's not what I
American.
meant.
They've never disclosed it. The French version of their vodka is supposedly Grey Goose, but the American version, I don't know who makes
Well, it
it.
might not.
But-
Okay.
but-
but it-
I'm surprised
but
if
it
not
is-
Tito's.
But it is actually like really good for being fucking $14.95 for a 1.75 liter.
Wait.
Talking about Kirkland brand.
Oh,
Oh, I was
Kirkland. Oh.
I thought you were saying my name for a second. I'm like, what?
Oh,
yeah,
no,
kinda
it's
sounded
Sky-
like
Sky-
I was
Sky-
like, what? I'm
It's like
Does
somebody
it-
saying "ack."
No, Sky
Ack?
vodka is like it's more expensive than that, but it's not bad. But
It's not bad. It's like
Sky-
probably the equivalent to like Absolute.
it's
maybe.
better than Smirnoff, not as good as Grey Goose. It's like in the between.
In
there.
between. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
Good way to
It's
describe it, yeah.
decent.
Just
but-
run them through a Brita. I heard
If you
that's
really,
the secret
if you
trick.
freeze it though, it's better. I mean, I get it really, really cold. It makes a big difference.
Oh,
Thank
red
you,
line.
Red Line.
Look at all those dance emotes.
So I'm
I know those people.
I'm gonna throw
I've
us
seen
for a
those
loop
people.
and change subjects.
I have a
Who
science
here
question.
has seen Dune and Dune 2?
Both.
have-
I've only seen the
Yeah,
first one. I
yeah,
haven't seen the
yes.
second one yet.
It's
I'm sorry.
good.
Oh,
No, can't talk
what
about
is
it.
going on around my hand right now?
Whoa.
Disappointed, hugely
The
disappointed.
spice.
I've
You've got a
unlocked some
glow, bro.
powers.
Chroma powers.
It looks pretty cool
Ask
though.
you what? Ask me what?
Science question.
Oh,
When you're ready.
ask. What is your science
I'm
question?
having fun with that.
All right. So, is it not technically true that everything that we see is actually every color besides the color that we see? Because light reflects off of that and all the other colors are absorbed. So technically that object is all of those other colors and not in fact the color that we see.
No, it's the opposite. You're thinking
I'm not.
You're thinking
That's the
paint colors.
problem.
You're not thinking light. They're light and paint are flipped. I don't know why I'm doing the like, yeah, bro. Like,
Hey,
motion.
Bro, so
Don't
if I
stop,
see
bro.
a yellow
Roll it,
flower,
roll it.
okay? So if I see a yellow flower, you're telling me that that flower isn't reflecting the yellow
It's
light.
reflecting only yellow. It's absorbing
Right.
all the other colors.
Right. So then that yellow flower is, instead of being yellow, actually all of the other colors because that's what it's absorbing.
No,
Yes?
that's
No, those are the colors that it ate.
That's not how we determine
no.
color. We determine color based on what it reflects. So when something is green, it's because it reflects green light and absorbs other colors. So it's absorbing all the other colors, but it's
shitty
reflecting
science
green, and
question.
therefore we see it as green because green is what it's reflecting. It is green. That's how we determine colors. Which
Are we
is basically
suggesting
just
that things are not
wavelength.
the
It's
colors
basically
that they
just
are?
wavelengths of
You guys
photons
fucking
But
too.
not for me. I see different than you do.
Do you know that song "She Comes in Colors," Dominic?
Wrong. Wrong.
What?
It's like a Rolling Stones song.
No.
She's like a rainbow. She comes in colors every
Colorblind, so I
way.
know that I see different than you do.
Oh, anyway.
Anyways,
I don't
I
know, it's some
can't
Rolling Stones
wait.
song. It's beautiful.
I can't wait for Eve Crossfire. I mean Eve Chicago in 2020.
Crossfire
guys.
sounds cool.
Yeah,
You
but
remember that
you even said
Crossfire
that.
game?
That's
Like,
ridiculous.
it was like the game where like you,
All right.
I got
you
red
had like the
Real
guns and
quick.
you shot.
That was a fun one.
You shot
When
like
are we
steel
doing
ballberries at
Eve
each other, and you tried to like.
Dildo?
Did you like gather them up and like
Eve
find-
Dildo? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. When are
Wait,
we doing Eve
yeah, up in
Dildo?
Canada.
Oh yeah, Eve Dildo. That's up in Canada.
When are we
should-
doing
we need to
Eve
rope
Firing?
LBN on this.
Yeah,
so
Eve
you can tell
Dildo.
us,
That's an old Nova
get a
Scotia
local
trip.
rate.
Up
Or
there.
you know, Redline. If we ever do a Michigan meetup, we really should do Eve.
Eve
Go to
what?
hell,
Doing
Michigan.
Eve, Dave, and
Hell?
Buster's, bro. I
Eve-
still haven't
Eve-
gone. I've been wanting to go since my birthday in December, and nobody will take me to fucking Dave and Buster's,
Just
bro.
take yourself.
I
You're an
can't.
adult,
I
man.
can't take myself. I can't take myself because I'm high all of
I was
the
like,
time.
if,
Oh,
What do you
well,
mean?
You need a chauffeur.
Important, yeah.
if people
Red
don't want to do
line?
like a
Yeah,
Russia meetup, there is
like,
a Moscow
kidding.
in Idaho. We could do Eve Moscow
Middle-
Idaho version. It's a college town, so there's stuff to do there, and it's right next to Pullman, Washington, which is also a college town where weed is legal. So there's tons of stuff to do.
So
there.
not the middle of May, or sorry, not the beginning, not the first week or the last week of May, but like any other time in May. So basically, yeah, the middle. Let me know when you want to go. We'll do it.
All right, bet.
Who are you talking to?
Me,
Redline.
the guy who can go to Dave and Buster's tomorrow.
Isn't that like
That's
a
what
Chuck
I'm
E.
gonna
Cheese?
do.
Right? You live there. You live close to it, don't you?
Yeah, there's
There's
Dave
not
and
Dave and
What's the
Buster's.
All
I
right,
don't think
is there one where you're at, or would we?
I don't
go,
think there's a Dave and
to
Buster's
the
in the
one where
Northwest
I'm
at
at?
all. North.
We would go to
50.
the one where
We have
you're at.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay.
That's it.
But for the purposes of this
Only like
exercise,
one.
I am also where you are at. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Speaking of Chuck E. Cheese, that's some 90s nostalgia right there.
There's like a
How
couple
about
of Chuck E.
we
Cheese out in
didn't
this
get to
area. I
Chuck
think
E.
there's only
Cheese?
like
We have
one.
to, yeah.
Well, Chuck E. Cheese, it's like that's isn't that what Dave and Buster's? But Dave and Buster's just meant for like adults.
No,
Oh, Dave and Buster's
Dave and
way
Buster's-
better
Chuck
than
E.
Chuck E.
Cheese.
Cheese.
It's
Way
No.
is
better.
Dave and Buster's like an adult
No.
Chuck E. Cheese? It's
No.
like
You're completely
it's
right.
Yes.
way different.
Isn't
It's
it like
way
a
different.
it's a pizza place with
No.
arcade shit for adults, right?
No, no, it's way different. It's way different.
It's
Hey,
way
Google.
different,
Way
and
different,
it's
it's different.
not a
Yeah.
pizza
Is Dave and
place.
Buster's like Chuck E. Cheese but for adults?
No,
Let's
it's
see what
way
she has to
different.
say.
It's way different. Way
Not
different.
way different. It's
It's
just different.
it's not about pizza. That's the difference.
Or kids.
Chuck
It's
E. Cheese isn't
the
about pizza though
games.
either.
Oh, you don't want to eat the pizza
Oh,
there.
she didn't
It's
even
not-
say anything.
Pizza
At
is
Chuck
just
E. Cheese,
something
it's
that
about the
exists
ball
there.
pits at Chuck E.
Hey
Cheese.
Google,
They smell
is
like
Dave and
pizza
Buster's
grease.
just like Chuck E. Cheese?
Chuck E. Cheese, like their pizza is not amazing
According
by
to
any means.
Los
It's just
Angeles
pizza. You
Times,
can feed a bunch of
if
people.
you've never
It's
been,
fine.
you can think of Dave and Buster's as an adult Chuck E. Cheese's.
Oh
Holy
no
shit, the
way.
robot said it, dude.
Get
I don't
fucking
care about
wrecked
what
by
the
the
robot
Google
says,
assistant
dude.
there.
The
Like,
robot-
I don't
Edit.
care if you chat
It's
GPT
fact.
your fucking recipe.
this
for
wasn't ChatGPT. This is
fucking
Google
hash
Assistant.
browns
She doesn't
and
lie, dude.
meatballs. I don't give a
Oh,
shit. I don't give.
you don't-
I don't
you
give a
can't
shit if it's
trust
the
Google.
She's a
Jesus
professional,
assistant.
bro.
No,
You've
I'm
never
on board
even
now.
been to
Thank you,
Dave
Dave.
and
I will
Buster's,
trust
dude.
anyone with an Australian accent.
Bro, you've never even been to Dave and
That's right.
Buster's, and you're trying to be an
When you
expert
trust
on it.
remember when he leads us into the ghetto again?
November
that
told me
wasn't the ghetto.
down
The Maroney
a couple
is not the
times, and I
ghetto.
went with it for a week.
The Maroney's not the ghetto.
It totally
north.
was the ghetto.
No, north and east of the Maroney is the ghetto. You don't want to go outside of the Maroney, but the Maroney is like the no man's
really
land of
know
like
it,
the in
man.
between.
The land in the shadows and
It is like
Land
the
of
border that you
flanking?
don't want to leave.
Now, I do want to talk about some drama. Did you guys see any drama on Twitter in the Eve sphere?
I
Some
don't
drama?
go to
I don't do
Twitter.
Twitter anymore.
I also
I
don't do
love
Reddit.
hearing drama.
I love
And-
hearing drama.
and
Drame.
Drama.
and I say this because
Dram.
I constantly
Drama.
Drame.
I try to constantly get people to leave this poor guy alone. But
Do you?
this but in World War Wormhole, somehow Rick's Javix got like 100 shuttles put into his name and blown up in a
Oh,
wormhole.
what a guy.
And he
They
was
got
not
delivered.
happy about it.
Why?
Really?
Why would he care about that?
And
Because it affects his kill board. Come on,
'Cause
this
it was-
game's all about
Because
kill
he's an
board.
elite low sec
it's
pirate.
funny.
Wait, but how does it
It's
affect his
funny.
skill board? Oh, wait. How do you
Look-
Look,
man.
you look at his
They
kill
can-
board. It's
if you
covered,
deliver
it's
things
covered
to
in
people-
shuttle kill mills, brother.
If you deliver things to people in a structure that you know is going to pop, then they will come out as their assets.
Oh, so they delivered shuttles in there and then blew up an abandoned structure just to
Yeah.
make.
I've seen a lot of people do that for padding kill boards in
That
silly ways over the
seems
years.
like,
Not like in a stats
really
way, like in a silly way to
It's
expensive,
called
like,
fucking genius. It's brilliant.
That just seems like a really
Like,
expensive
when,
way to attribute like
It's shuttles.
100 shuttle kills. Like you got to spend billions of is to like get 100 shuttle kills to Rick's Javix. Okay.
It's common to
No,
do
they
it to
didn't
any
spend
Eve
billions
celebrity,
to
so
do it to
people will do it to like Nita Spar, Sir Molly, Lady
I
Scarlet,
wouldn't care.
Riz,
Someone
Madani.
can
Right.
attribute Titan kill mills to me. I'll go for it.
Yeah.
But
as
the
soon as
joke
you
is
find
so
them
that
killing,
do
somebody's
that, though,
kill
yeah.
board has like
killing titans that
100
people
shuttle
ejected from the
losses or
ship.
100 rookie ship losses.
Oh, I wouldn't
It's just
care
a
about that.
meme.
It's shuttle or yeah. It's like
Yeah, it's
I don't-
usually
who-
just
who
a
would-
numbers.
who would even
spam
care
thing.
about
It's not
that?
about value.
People care.
you know,
I'm telling you.
people care about kill
Well,
mills.
It was
People
just
care.
it was
People
funny.
care about kill
It
boards.
was funny.
Damn.
It was
People
just
do.
funny to
I
see.
do.
Did he
Imagine.
find it funny?
Live
He
for
did
it.
not find it funny, and
Oh,
I
okay.
like Rick's. I thought it was funny though.
Same.
Yeah,
I
I like
thought
like
it
a
was
nice
funny.
movie.
His website
I
still
like
I don't
going?
know him.
Yeah.
I don't know him in person.
Yeah.
I've met him
I
in person, but
I
like
guess
I don't know him.
there's people that do care
But he
about the
seems
kill
nice enough.
boards, but I really
For
don't.
sure they do.
I think he's probably gotten a lot
Superstars.
more flack over the last couple of years than he probably deserved because of the response to the friggin' free for all thing a few years back. Whereas before that, I feel like he flew
Well-
mostly under the radar outside of his normal lane, which was just doing some art
If
stuff.
you look at his kill board, you can see who killed the shuttles. A member of the notorious Pirate Alliance snuffed out.
They're
Oh,
actually
that's
going
why
to
he
part
got
of the Imperium now, I
mad.
believe, right?
Goggleman.
That's right. I
Remember?
think I did hear that.
Notorious Goon
newest
Pets
Imperium
snuffed out.
member snuffed out.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the voting member, right? They're on the board.
Which did we speak about it? I think we might have touched on it lightly last week.
Okay, they're full Imperium members.
That's what I heard.
That's
too,
right. What's his fuck? God, his name's
This was
escaping
not
me
that
right
big a
now.
Stan.
DJ Rectus, the friggin' new
Mark
dev.
Resurrectus, the new
Mark
dev. No, I don't
Resurrectus,
think we
thank
didn't
you.
mention it last week.
Wake up.
DJ Cactus. That's what I was trying to say.
Mark
Did we
Resurrectus.
talk about it last week that he
We did not.
elevated?
No.
I don't know Mark Resurrectus, and honestly,
Is
I'll
that
be
what
honest.
happened?
I think lesser
He's
of
now
him
a CCP
because he
member,
hangs out
yes.
with those
Yeah.
goon guys.
But is that a promotion?
He
But as
is
far as I
now
know, he got- he
PCP
joined
Jotun. He is now the new community dev for Project Awakening, but we'll also have some crossover with
Is he-
other parts of Eve IP.
Is he
I
a
say
tall
He had to
dude?
step
Drink to that
down
guy.
as a mod in the cesspool.
Jotun
Drink to Mark
means
Resurrectus. Congratulations.
Drink to
Giant.
Mark Resurrectus. I don't know the guy
thought
real
it was
well,
a-
and like I said,
When I heard it,
I'm gonna
I
think
thought it was
less of
April
him 'cause
Fools
he hangs out
because
with
it came
B
out
guys.
about that time.
well,
but he's
Jotun,
probably a pretty nice guy, and
I was
like
like-
congrats on the job.
Jotun means
Yeah, so
giant.
Meta Show is looking for a new
is he a
host. If you
tall,
guys can
big
apply for
giant
it.
dude?
Yeah,
Redline.
Brayden, you would
I
Dominic,
applied
do you
already.
think they will let me on
Dominic.
and let me talk shit?
you would probably
applied,
look
Dom.
up vertically at him.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Can I come on and just talk shit a lot?
No full-time host. I think Redline should
think
apply.
I think that Brisk and I on the Meta Show would have more viewers than anyone ever because all I would do is talk shit to him for an hour every Saturday.
I don't think
Could be
that.
fun.
I don't think that either of you would do a show like that. Well, you probably
Yeah, no,
would, but he wouldn't.
correct. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
That was the joke.
That's right.
That was saying
Oh,
That is the joke.
Because
Yeah.
that's what I would want to do, but
Good
not
one.
necessarily in the
Good
same
one.
way. I don't think I would do it in the same way as Redline by any means, but I would like to see a
Well, I
more
would mean
engaging
it,
back and
so.
forth shit talking. Just in general, I think we've been lacking on that in the Eve sphere lately.
we're all nice guys. I mean, come on.
I'm
We're
as
just two
nice
nice
as they
people. We're nice
come,
people, yeah.
and that's part of the problem.
I'm super nice.
Yeah, you're contributing to the problem as well. I hate to
Yeah,
say that
I'm a
about
pro-
you.
I'm a
normally,
problem. Yeah. no,
normally I wouldn't say that about you, but I'm feeling less nice tonight. I'm sorry.
You know what? I
So
think you're right.
So you embody the Taylor Swift song that goes, it's me.
Nope, I do not.
Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
Nope.
No, I'm saying, baby, now we got bad blood.
Yeah,
We
I
used
don't
to be
think
mad
they're
love.
getting that together.
What is wrong with you guys?
But now we got problems.
No,
And
that
then
goes
Kendrick
for
Lamar
I'll tell you
singing
what's wrong with
fucking-
me.
That
You have
goes
to
for
buy
your-
the
You wanna
3D
know what's
model
wrong
to
with
fucking
me?
things? That's
We're
stupid.
missing some shit talk in the Eve sphere. You want to know what's wrong with me, Dominarch?
We don't
Your
have one.
entire coalition is literally setting in Delve doing the same thing you've been doing for the last 6 years, and you're
Winning-
not
winning?
doing anything about it. No, losing,
Being successful?
rotting from the inside out. All anyone has to do
Oh,
is
shit.
leave the Imperium
I just listened to Drayden
alone,
and started
and
doing
it'll just
PI. Now I've
die.
made like 8
It'll
Yeah,
just
hits.
that's
die.
all you gotta do. Just do
That
PI
actually
and high
was-
sec.
Speaking of PI,
was
did
an
you talk
inside
about
job.
that
Good
shit
job,
in
Drayden.
Othican?
Didn't do that.
We
Yeah.
did talk about that stuff at the.
That's
beginning
where
of
do
the
you
show.
think my PI is, Redline?
Shut up.
Oh,
What
I
do you
know.
think that is?
Now I know.
It's Novikin, Dom. Now go.
Now I know. I'm gonna go out there and find it. Oh, you said you quit. I can't. It doesn't matter.
Just
anymore.
turn in your drunk
I
components
kind of
while
did.
you're there.
Well, I haven't quit yet, but I'm like, all the shit turned to shit. So I might just like do something different now.
My shit says
Just do
it's worth a
straight
lot
to
of this,
PI
but I
stuff.
can't find anybody to buy it.
Or straight to P2.
All this stuff is worth shit now because apparently
Drayden-
the high sec PI market is like gone on hard times.
Why you sell it? No.
Well, that
Sounds
I would
like
have,
it's
but the thing is,
overpopulated.
I was just doing factory stuff, which means I need to buy all
Yeah,
the
he needed
inputs,
their input.
and the inputs like even. I
You're
don't know
not
about
finding
Horde. I didn't
the
have access to the
inputs,
Horde
I
one, but the entire PL stocks of P1 inputs, like I would have bought their entire stock on half of the stuff, and half the stuff they had none of, and that was like, okay, that's like 2 days worth of what
Yeah.
I need. So
When I was
I couldn't run the operation I was doing in high sec. I couldn't run it in nullsec because
I
they
don't know
didn't
if anybody
have what
told you this, but
they didn't
you
have
know
what I
you
needed.
can-
They didn't
you
have
can actually-
anywhere near what I needed.
You can mine that
It
shit yourself,
requires
right?
it requires
I
a
don't have
little
enough
bit
characters
more.
to mine a shit. Like if I'm mining it, then I have no characters running
You
factories.
have to have at least 12
It
characters.
requires a
per
little
shit.
bit more effort and some networking. But what I used to
What's up, Ray?
what I used to do was really just like find people that were doing that. Like, because I guarantee you, down in your nullsec, there are people that are being silly, harvesting some of like that earlier P1 stuff, and then like offloading it somehow.
Well, that's
You-
no. That's
you
the thing
base-
is.
or
Like
Like,
I
Like
do.
once you
I just
become
do
a
all P1s and I
capitalist.
just
No, they-
Well, no,
they-
what,
no
what
one
I'm
Once you
what I'm
deploy
saying.
capital and put people to work.
No, what I'm
I'm not
saying
saying
is
it in
like
a bad way.
you're finding people that are already doing the thing, and you basically like act synergistically with them, essentially.
But
You
the other
put
thing
your
is the
capital
pricing.
to work and give people jobs.
The pricing is that they
You-
were
you
going to be
jerk
charging
them off, and
over.
they jerk you off.
They were going to be charging over like a small percentage over Jita prices for this stuff. So it's like, or I could just buy it from Jita and.
move it.
Then you found out that
like,
didn't work.
so that like, and yes, the POCO taxes are a little higher in nullsec or in highsec, but it's like, the amount of extra that I'm paying for the importing of those is basically what I'm saving by buying it at.
But what about the
Cheetah price.
productivity from the
I
better
think a lot of those
planets
people are
and all?
probably vertically integrated. a
I'm
little
not
bit further down
harvesting
the rabbit
anything.
hole
I
than you are.
literally have all my characters doing full factory
Okay,
planets.
then yeah.
Basically, I'm basically
He
buying
needs
a
the
bunch of
inputs.
P1s, importing them, and then building them up into P3s and P4s, and then shipping that to Jita.
Well, if that
selling
doesn't work anymore, why don't
selling
you
the
take one of
P3s
your
and
other characters
P4s.
and-
That's what I was
and
doing.
harvest?
So I was basically turning P1s into P3, P4s, and selling it, and then just the difference in cost, I was just reaping it as profit. I was making
So
about
what-
400 million every other day on 4 characters, so it wasn't bad. It was like 2 hours of work every other day. So it was
That's,
What
fine.
Dom is
that's, that's a
suggesting-
tidy income.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was
What's-
fine and it was super easy. But now I have my spreadsheet. I'm looking at the cost. I'm like, okay, well, now all 4 characters combined are making like 70 million a day every other day. So I'm like, that's not worth it. That's like 20
It
minutes
sounds
of
like what
ratting.
Dom is suggesting
30
is
or
just
40 minutes
doing
ratting.
some PI and then just being one of those guys who just sells PI because you're in
I
one
do
of the
yeah,
biggest.
2 and 2.
You're in one of the biggest groups in the game.
I could
you
get
could
those
literally
characters.
just reset your thing.
But the thing is, I could just pull them into PL because those characters
then just
literally
sell
do
it.
nothing. I would have to find like whatever alt alliance we have for, because like they literally have their only skills are they can light industrial sinos and do PI, and they have no other skills whatsoever.
Then do PI.
Yeah,
Well,
Talk to
right.
Hermit
You can
Leadership.
still do
I'm
both
sure
of
they
those
could
things.
get you set up for something.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's like an alt like just harvesting alliance in the Render Corp that I could probably, or in the Render Alliance I could
You
probably
don't
just
need
join.
to
but-
be in
Yeah,
a different
absolutely.
alliance to
Like I
harvest
said, talk
PI.
to like Elise or talk
No,
to
but
like
they won't let you
November
in
and get set
PL
up.
if you don't have, if your pilot can't do anything, they don't want you in PL proper.
You don't have to be in PL proper to do this kind of stuff. You could put a little PH alt with no
Uh,
Why don't you
background
take
check,
one of the two that are doing
and
were
you would
doing
get a leg
PI
up still
just do
because
the
your
other stuff
main
with
was
it.
in PL.
well, right, but I was saying like I
you'd be
was
fine.
making probably
There's
more
no
money than I
reason you
could have,
can't
but
be in
now,
the same space you are.
well, right,
you know,
but
like,
now
something.
in Horde, I could
It
probably
would be a
make-
different speed. It would just be harvesting, is what we're suggesting. Harvesting and selling as an alternative to doing factories.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the thing
one
I
guy
hate,
does
the thing I hate about harvesting is it's not consistent. The concentrations shift around on the planet. You constantly have to move the fucking heads around. I hate that. I
You don't.
fucking hate
Yeah,
that.
you actually
it
don't.
is absolutely passive as
Here's the thing, Trey.
possible, so I don't want to do it.
I do
No,
straight to
That's what he said.
P2s. I do straight to P2s, and I've reset them maybe once in about, I'm going to say 8 months. You don't have to by any means unless you got it really bad the first go anyway. You can literally just, most of the balance you can do is by taking away an extractor head from one and adding it to the other, and you just run that for a few weeks, and it just
I
balances
know,
out the stack.
because my
Like,
two
if
actual
you want
PL
to
characters I
min-max
run
it to
PI
like,
on too for extracting
Yeah,
and making
Drayden,
P2s.
I get if you want to min-max it to like really maximize efficiency. I'm not going to tell you not to because I understand that appeals to some people in this game. If you want to go lazy mode and just do what I call, straight to P2, which is what a lot of people call
That's
lazy
what I do
mode
on my
for
two
PI,
PL guys.
then you just set it and forget it. And then every couple of days or however often you do it, or every once a week or whatever, you just
It was
restart the
super easy
extraction
though,
cycle.
where I had it
And
though,
you do
because
that for weeks on end, and it's
it
fine.
was just like I would just go.
Also,
and
since
pick
they
up-
halved the
pick up
volume
the
of PI, it's a
outputs.
lot easier to do.
I would just go pick up the outputs, and then I would just like mark on my spreadsheet like this is what the thing is. I put like 4 values in for the 4 characters. Like this is what the inputs are at. Harvest this or pull the outputs in, and then just take a freighter, bring it to G to sell it, and then buy all the inputs because my spreadsheet would be like this is how much you need of all these P1s. Buy, bring it back. Split it between the characters and then just drop it into the fucking
Hopper.
starports.
Yeah.
And boom. And then it just keeps running. Like it was super easy.
I get that you like
But-
that method, and I also liked that method. I did a factory
I like it
scheme
because it
for
made
a
a lot
while.
of
that
money
was
with
one jump
minimal
outside
effort.
of Amar.
But
And the reason it was one jump outside of Amar is because yes, when you're reliant on the inputs for it, the volume and the logistics sucks. Because
Yeah,
you're literally
like,
just
Gina
you're
had
trying to fill
everything.
massive buy orders. Well, I mean, even this was probably 10-ish years ago, maybe more. But Amar was still pretty healthy back then. Like it didn't matter. It was just you wanted to be right next to your trade hub. So like you paid the factory taxes on the Pocos and whatever because like what you were doing was vastly more valuable at the time, but you didn't want to do a shitload of logistics because it was very volume, intensive. So you put out buy orders for all your inputs, you haul them over, load them into the hoppers, whatever the Pocos and launch platforms or whatever, and then you show up again a day or two later and you empty it all out and you do it again. It required a lot of logistics, and so you wanted to keep it close to the trade hub because you needed all those inputs.
yeah, mine's pretty close to trade hub.
Right. What we're suggesting is since you already
Dominic,
have like
I was like, where is it?
I couldn't find my button. Is it where exactly? Which trade hub?
I
we're
used to
just
do it.
suggesting that you just put those characters to passive work and just make a little side cache because it doesn't matter.
Well, but that's what they were. That's essentially what they were. Because, but it
that was
was
active work though.
But right,
had to
but I
put
mean,
out buy
it
orders
was
and
2 hours. It was about an hour and a half to 2 hours every other night, which was super easy
that's
to
way
do. Because I mean, the starports had enough stuff to run for 3 nights, but I just did every other night just to make sure they didn't run empty. And it was super easy effort, and it was decent ISK, and so I was just like, that's just how I'm going to run my income. And then I kind of like once I got enough liquid ISK, then I'm like, oh, I got all the ISK I need. I kind of just stopped doing it because I'm like, I don't like. I got lazy. I'm like, I could
'Cause
do
you're
the
not a
PI,
monster.
but it's like I got like 12 billion ISK. Like, what the fuck do I need any more money for? Because I don't fly supers. I don't fly. It's like I got all the ships I need, and I got all this ISK that I don't. And so I was just like, eh. But now that I've
Let's get
spent
you into some crab beaks.
I've spent some more money, so because I bought a Rev Navy issue, I bought a few other things. I'm like, oh shit, I just used to push my ISK. So now it's
Gotta
like,
go back to work.
gotta go back to work, and then I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like, it used to be like, oh, most of my like all of those 4 characters I had in hindsight, it's like most of them were making like 80 to 100 million every day, or every other day, and like now it's like, wait, this person's like negative 20 million per day, so it's not even. And then this person's like 5 million a day. That one's like 10, and it's like, what the hell happened? Like all the prices of PI
like, is it even worth it anymore?
All the PI prices in Cheetah just tanked recently. Apparently, the most valuable thing.
Do you think the Avican thing is a PI structure then?
I don't know. Well, I don't think so. Well, I don't know. I'm saying like
made the comment
I don't think this is
replace Pocos.
This isn't what's affecting the PI in HiSec. I think it's just like that tons of people are doing PI in HiSec and not people just aren't buying PI from Cheetah. I think a lot of the nullsec groups are all self-sufficient now with PI. So you only have HiSec producers buying PI. Well, I mean, fucking everything.
But like what specifically?
Implants, capitals,
battleships,
structures, fucking like, I mean everything.
I don't do industry. I just I've never done any kind of industry in EVE.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean like drones, battleships, anything Tech 2, structures, capitals, like fucking everything uses PI.
So
almost.
it isn't a lot of things in the past. So I have a limited experience in the new era of industry. The biggest stuff that I build traditionally with T2 is small holes. So like interceptors, dictors, bombers, etc., whatever, the small category. It's frigates and destroyers. You don't need any PI. The methods of industry for small holes didn't change, and I'm pretty sure for medium holes and might even go further down the rabbit hole.
But battleships they did change, or even Tech 1
Structures
battleships now
always required PI.
Structures need
battleships might. I don't know.
Capitals need
capitals to my knowledge do. That's
drones.
The Revelation Navy issue requires
it vastly changed how capitals ship.
Drones use it. Deployables. Nanite paste uses PI.
Yeah.
All the implants use
Nanite
PI.
Those are some really important things.
Yeah, like lots of things use
it's
PI.
In a lot of stuff.
Tons of stuff use PI.
They've increased its uses.
What do you think could be making it so that people don't want it?
I don't think it's that people don't want it. It sounds like
it's not that people aren't buying it. It's that the prices have gone down. Yeah, so it's not that people aren't
like
buying
everybody's doing it.
It sounds like it's more competitive now, Drayden.
Well, right, but so it's like I said, it's not like people aren't using it and aren't buying it. It's just that the cost of the P1 inputs compared to the profit that you would make by converting it into P3 and P4s and selling it, that has gone down. So the prices of P3s and P4s have gone down and the cost of the inputs have gone up, which has now made the profit margin like negligible. So it's kind of just not worth doing it.
Obviously, it's that guy that was doing the Palatine Keepstar project.
That fucking dickhead, dude. I knew it.
It's throwing off all the PI markets. Obviously, a Palatine's going to need, mostly PI.
Oh, Raid said do next.
Well, what is that?
Exploration is fun, but it takes a lot of time, and also especially out in like horde space, like exploration, all the Frat and Horde just.
So Vlad, yes and no.
There's
what we've discussed so far is that the margins have thinned. We don't know where the price is because Drayden wasn't talking about where the price was. He was saying it's not as fun to do because he doesn't make as much money. I think that means there's more players on the field.
I enjoy doing it, but it's like, there's one thing about enjoying doing something, but if you, I don't care how much you enjoy doing it, but if enjoying doing it, making no money is like, eh. Now
that's called art, Drayden.
Well, let me open up my.
Or maybe a passion. I don't know.
Let me tell you something. I want to tell you something about some of the worst alliances in the video game EVE Online.
Let me tell you something, brother.
All right. Number one worst alliance in EVE Online. Can anyone tell me what it is?
Initiative.
That's right. It's the Initiative.
Because
the Initiative has not had a successful deployment in their entire existence.
Can I do other failing alliances for 400?
Just for truth, that's not true. Back before they became part of the Imperium, they were actually a pretty successful mercenary group. They were. They were.
Didn't Initiative do pretty good at like the whole Hard Knocks eviction thing, which was like 8 years ago or whatever?
You were right.
And they were good at taking Kiki's out and killing supers.
No, it was 2008.
They're still good at that.
They're also very good at capital theft. Very successful
Hard Knocks
capital theft.
Star is on
That's
my
true.
cover.
They're some of the most backstabby I've ever heard of when it comes to capital theft.
Get it off. Get it out of here. Get it out. Get it out.
This is my spreadsheet for my PI.
Whoa!
Get it out.
You don't even
that looks like fun gameplay there.
Get it out.
What is this?
Get it out.
It's
It's not this kind of stream. It's not that kind of
Oh,
stream,
I'm just saying
guys.
this
Oh,
is
it
this is what,
absolutely is.
no.
but you don't-
So this column here, this
No.
is the profit per day. Red is negative, so these are the profits per day making certain things. Look at all the red in here. Like nothing is profitable, and even the ones that are profitable, it's like 1 or 2 million per day.
Well,
Not
how are
worth-
you losing money on it? Oh, because you
Uh,
buy the.
Yeah, because you're
buying
buying.
the
buying
P1s.
This is the Jita
If you were to
buy.
if you were to mine those P1s on your own, it's
It
all
would have
free.
been free.
But if I was
That's right.
mining the P1s on my own, I wouldn't have enough characters to do
Important
the factories.
distinction.
I only
Just get more
have.
characters because it's all free.
I only have 2. No.
Drayden, if it's free and it's an infinite money glitch, how are
Yeah.
you?
How are you
losing
not?
in
How are
this?
you losing in this?
I don't
game?
want to have them. I really just don't want to manage it. I
Yeah,
have 2 accounts and I don't
silly.
want to fuck with any more than that.
Yeah, I can-
But I'm just saying, like, it's like, because I take into account the because I buy from G to sell and I sell to G to buy, so that's probably also
Oh, then
where.
you're on the worst sides of the margins too. What are you doing,
right. But that's because I like,
Drayden, do you
I-
consider
Do you
yourself
hate
a
money?
professional
because
at
I'm
anything?
lazy and I don't
No,
want to
he's got a
bother.
spreadsheet.
I'm lazy.
He's
and I
got a spreadsheet though.
That
gang.
tells him it's
Yeah.
terrible to do what he likes to do.
Well, no, these numbers used to be higher. They used to be like, you
because
know,
he fucks around with the wrong side of the number.
and this is also
You know you're
profit.
supposed to. You're
This is
supposed to
profit per day per.
buy low and sell
You're
high. Are you not
Well, no,
doing that?
Pre-buy and yeah, exactly. It's buy low, sell
No,
high.
but here's the
What are you
thing. But
doing?
like, if I'm on a
Drayden,
tight.
have you been on Wall Street
No.
bets?
Hell, no, Wall Street
Hold-
bets
hold
isn't
on.
even that regarded.
Okay, but here's the
dude.
thing. When
They absolutely are.
I am on a
They
tight
No,
window
they're
of like
not.
every other day
They
having
absolutely
to
are. They're
have
not
these
modeled.
things.
lost- I lost $100 on the Wall
We're
Street
listening to
bet.
you, Drayden. Keep going.
Fucking
No,
assholes.
okay, no, hold on. So
Sorry.
setting up a buy order, it's like if I need this shit in 2 days, I don't want to be on like every 3 hours managing my buy order and competing with other people
Then
outbidding
you
me.
set it up 10 days ago.
No,
He just said,
And then-
"Fuck
and
it,
then- and
I'm
then
gonna
you know what?
fucking pay
Drayden,
more."
you
but
know
then
what?
it gets buried, and it's like
8
you
days
don't
ago?
get what you need when you need it.
8 days ago, you set up another one.
And here's the thing: I'm
6
late.
days ago, you set up another one, and then they sit there and you update them every now and then, but they trickle to what you need.
No,
You
but that's
form your
more work than.
batches.
Here's the thing: this was a. I want to be as lazy as absolute fucking
Drayden, you said
possible.
you did 2 hours every 2 days.
Yeah, that's just in like 3/4.
Updating market orders.
Three
You built a
quarter-
whole spreadsheet for this, and you don't know how to update market orders.
No,
The
because
spreadsheet is way more
the
work than
spreadsheet
what
I
I'm
build
talking about.
once and it's done forever. And the thing is, like the 2 hours every other day, 2/3 of that is just the freighter time going to and from Jita.
I'm just
Like-
talking about batching out your.
But here's the thing:
So
I
instead of
wanted
buying
it to be
2
as
days at a time, you just buy
super
it
lazy as
further out
possible. I
or
wanted to
bigger
show up in.
batches.
I want to show up in Jita,
What
sell
if you
everything.
joined a cult?
Hold on, listen.
Radicals
I
is
wanted to show up in
here.
Jita, sell everything now, and buy everything now, and leave Jita with everything I need right then. That's,
And
what I wanted
fine.
to do.
that is completely one of your freedoms.
And
You're
like
an
I
American.
said, all the you guys say, "Oh,
But-
that's not bad. That's not bad money." This was the system I was using to make that much money. It
Why don't
worked.
you just buy more at a time?
And to think if you
Because
would
I
have been
didn't
doing it
want
on
it.
the other side of those margins, you would have been making probably twice as much.
But it
that's
wouldn't have
fine.
necessarily matched up because what if I didn't manage my buy orders often enough, and now I show up
That's
and
why
I need the
suggested
stuff
setting
now.
up staggered ones. You just set
I
up a
need
new
the
one
stuff
every day or
now, and
two,
all of a sudden
and
it's like,
then
oh, I
it
only have
goes.
half the shit I need. I didn't want to.
Then
It's like,
you know what, Drayden? If you bought the rest, you still would have saved money, right?
but here's the thing:
'Cause you
Drayden,
would've
you're
gotten
in
half of it on
PL.
buy.
what
You
you're.
should know how to trade right.
It's not that I don't
Just
know
ask
how.
Big
I
Daddy
understand.
Headliner.
I
He
understand.
says, "I know how to
Uh,
trade
I
right." now."
understand the buy and
Daddy,
sell
how do I
thing, but here's the
trade?
thing: I didn't want to do it because I'm lazy as fuck, and I would rather just right click buy,
I understand how to make ISK. I
Right.
just chose not to.
right click. No,
That's-
I was
that's
making
exactly
this.
right.
I was not making as much as I
Time out,
could,
time
but I
out,
was
time
making
out, time
plenty
out,
of
time
this.
out, time out. Is there something wrong with having only one character?
I got trade.
Nobody's
Yeah,
suggesting
I
that at
have
all.
2 accounts. That's it.
Is anybody suggesting you only like there's?
But I'm
Oh.
saying right click buy,
I
type
heard
in
I
number,
feel
rumblings.
enter,
ill. I feel ill hearing this. I'm uncomfortable.
But
buy.
you do know that each account has 3 characters.
Buy-
So you should have 6
Yeah.
of them doing PI,
I
not
have
4.
6
Hi, Dom.
characters. Two are in PL,
Let it
and
go,
4
sorry,
are
buddy.
these high sec dudes that don't do anything.
Did you see him throw up the shocker just now?
I did this.
Oh, okay.
I 4. But I'm just saying, like,
It was
I
a- it
know
was a
that I
shadow.
could have made better margins do it, but it's like I didn't want to.
Yeah.
I didn't want
I
to
just
fucking
chose
deal
not
with the
to.
extra time that was. It's like
Right.
you know how easy it is to buy from sell orders and sell to buy orders. It's instant.
And
it's
now
like
it's
you
no
don't have
longer
to fight.
easy
And like you know
to
what?
make the small money.
If I'm
you were making.
sacrificing 1/3 of my profits, I didn't give a shit because I was making
Oh,
enough profits
I understand.
anyway that it didn't matter.
So now it's not. Now the easy way isn't profitable.
Right. The
So
easy
you
way is
have
not
to put-
profitable.
So you have to put effort into it, and now you hate it.
He was
Right.
operating like
Well,
the
and here's the thing,
U.S.
so-
Postal Service,
So
but
like
now
the
he
gel,
can't.
here we go. Like the
Yeah, here we go. Now you have to put effort into it, and you
So-
Fuck
hate
it, I
it.
ain't doing it. Yeah.
Just swipe your credit card, Drayden. Get over it. Whatever.
Well,
you're gonna
Oh,
You
hold
are
on.
you are a senior vice president.
Which
So,
one
like,
was,
Joe,
of these
Joe
were you
Mixer's
making then?
Joe Mixer's BioPaste that was selling for crazy, but it's like I put a buy order or a sell order for that because I'm like, okay, well, selling it at the buy orders is gonna just not make any money. So this last time through, I set up a sell order, and in the last 4 days, so this has been a sell order that's been through my next cycle. It's still up there, and you know how many of them have sold?
You're a gosh
It
darn
ebbs and
hoot.
flows.
17.
You can't just look at 4
80,
days.
80 of them have sold out of 4,500.
Wow.
a
And,
bunch
like,
of capitals
none of them
just
are
died
selling.
the last
And-
couple weeks, so maybe
And
they'll start
I've
selling.
managed the sell orders every day, like 2 or 3 times a day, and no one's buying them. No one's buying Joe
Guys,
Matrix BioPaste. So like,
guys, I have to put in this work,
you
and I
can't
have
do
to be
that.
patient
No.
for this stuff to go
but
through.
it's like, dude, if they're not
I
selling
can't
in
do it.
4 days when I
Drayden,
need the shit every
Drayden,
other day, I don't want to
just-
deal with that bullshit.
Just go to secure.eveonline.com/store, enter in your credit card information for a Plex pack, and call it a day.
Why don't you just shift to a different
No,
PI thing?
okay, but
The red
here's-
line's so smart.
No, but here's the thing, Redline. So yes, you're right. It's the money
I am.
isn't easy, and so that's why I'm getting out of it. But
Yeah.
that's why I'm saying this is the way I did it before, because even doing it this
Ah, shit.
super inefficient way, I was making $500 million every other day. It was
Yeah, sure, I guess.
it was making me tons of money with super minimal, like
Okay,
the
but
least minimal
so-
effort.
Let's say if you start making a
Here's the
billion,
real-
100
here's-
million is
And now
every
that the
day.
easy way is not available, then I'm like, okay, let me get out of
Here's
it. then.
the easiest way that I've ever made money. Okay, one time I bought a HyperNet ticket for a
You
Raiju for 325 million ISK, and with one ticket I won the ship, and then I sold it for 130 billion ISK.
We give him a good
and-
deal.
Wait,
And
you
now
sold a Raiju for only 130 billion?
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
deal. Jesus.
No, you undersold.
So
To a
what?
friend.
Yeah, I sold it to a friend.
Also, it was close to when they first came out, and that was about the going rate because I remember that. That was over a year ago.
I thought you didn't wait till like a year after they came out.
I don't know.
That was over a year ago that happened.
It's
sold
been a
ours.
while.
But he's
I
been
thought
living
they
off
both
We
the
were
sold
ever
ours,
since.
the one that we won for Bounty Experts. We sold ours for 150 apiece.
Here's the deal. Lottery tickets are not the way forward, trading. So, you know.
If you buy
A lot
enough of them, it
it's a
is.
tax
Right?
on people who are bad
Okay,
at
but
math.
like I said, like you guys are thinking like, oh, it's like I was doing this because it was super easy
Drayden,
and made a lot of money.
Drayden,
Now
I'm
it
gonna
doesn't.
give
So
you
I'm like,
real
okay,
talk
well,
now.
hey, the
That's
money's gone, and
I'm
let me
not
just
here to
get out-
shame you about
Let me
PI
get out of
anymore.
this system. But it's like it was good while it lasted. It was about 7 or 8 months of just making
But
Drayden,
have you looked at
400 or
the
500 million
different
every
P4s
other
to
day
make?
for like literally zero effort of making $500 million every
Zero
other day.
effort.
But
it
all
was zero
P4s
effort.
aren't
And that's why the
dying, or
money's-
Are they all dying?
You can't
And
have
now
something
the
zero
money is
effort for
the,
too long
the
because
money
people
takes
notice.
more effort, and I'm just like, fuck it, I don't want to do that. I'll just rat my
Okay,
paladin.
no, I
Fuck
get
it.
that. I
So,
understand.
Drayden,
that.
exactly.
Laziness is something I understand.
Like ratting my
What-
paladin made about the same amount of money,
Let's
but
get
now
you
I
into
have to
some
do
rat
that
crab
all
your
the time
paladin, dude.
instead of doing this.
You guys
Let's
already
get you into
talked
some
Anger
crab
Games?
beacons. We'll be fine. It's no big deal.
Don't tell
Yeah,
them
we
to do
actually already
podcast
covered
things.
all of
Hey,
the other
Liz,
Anger
Liz is
games.
in the chat. Liz is in
Oh,
the chat.
okay.
Yo,
We could say hi to Liz. But Radicos, we're curious. Are you gonna win tomorrow? I don't have any money on you, but I am invested in your success for some reason.
I mean, yes, I think we can do well.
Why did you
We just have a hard
roll
group.
out your? I'm not very confident in you now.
Who's your match against tomorrow?
Tomorrow against Novak, no vacancies.
Okay.
oh, okay.
And then Saturday and then Sunday we have 7 guys, 1 sheet, which is white flag.
Are you guys mercenary
Oh,
team?
that'll
Like,
be
is
tough.
this predominantly a team from one group, or are y'all like a mixed bag?
I'd say like
I know the Anger
I know
Games
it's him in
allows, like, a
November.
pretty
That's it.
wide
50%
mercenary team.
of us are plug and play, or maybe 60. The rest are others.
So
That's
like
November
not plug and
is-
play
is with me.
compatible? Because that sounds like
Plug and play is my
rife
life.
with
Yeah,
conflicts.
plug and play is what they were in the Alliance tournament.
Right, but he said 60% of it's plug and play. The rest of it, you're gonna have to go and look for.
I know
drivers
November's
and,
on his
you know,
team,
things
so
like that.
he's got one
I
PLD.
get your meme. Aha. I have
I was just having fun
November.
with it, but it shames me that nobody's jumping on. Thank you for that, Vlad.
I have a guy from Furnace. Let's see. I poached the guy that was in TNT with me when I left back to plug and play.
Oh, Dominic, that's your
Uh,
people.
Well, Is Poon Linton didn't. on your
This
team?
is not an unknown thing. We knew that was going to happen. Right?
Poon was okay. So
But we have this joke with Printer, like it's a nonstop meme that like he needs to leave TNT and join us, like proper, but he won't ever.
Now we got a problem. No poaching.
And no, it doesn't matter now. I mean, I'm not in TNT, but anyways, so I made the joke to Poon, and he fucking drops rolls and contacts his director, and he's like, "Hey, what do I do about this?" Blah blah blah. And I'm literally in TNT for like not even a week, and Wibble's like, "Oh, you can't poach people in this," and like I had to show him screenshots of like how we were memeing, because he already had seen a screenshot of me saying like he has to join our corp to be in the AT. And so I was like, man, this guy's loyal already. And so then I basically, when we left, I was like, I'm leaving, blah blah, and whatever. And he's like, I think I am too, because like he never really like flew with you guys. He lived in the wormhole with Imperium. That's literally like all he did mostly.
We got a lot of those. Yeah.
So when he did that, like when I moved and I said I was moving into a C2, he was like, "Oh, I'll come join you." I was like, "Sweet." Like it was more of him just being like, "I'm coming," and I was like, "Oh, okay." Like I didn't coerce him anymore, but I think he already knew that he was going to come over. Anyways, enough TNT drama.
Can I ask you a question real quick before we move on? Have matches already been played? Because
no, matches start tomorrow.
According to the bracket thing, is saying that Group A is already played. We got win, loss. Is that just because of the 51? Is that what that is? The moving on.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, just want to make sure that was what I was reading.
No, yeah. So, because people like teams dropped out and there wasn't enough, and that combination made things crazy. But I'm really excited for our match because it's at 1900, so it's the last match. It's on the A stream, so it'll be streamed, and it's the last match before the break for the day. And moderator and Nuke Michael are commenting on it, so it'll be fun to listen to it back no matter what happens. But if we lose to no vacancies, then we have to beat Seven Guys with One Sheet, which is
what group are you in?
He's in Group H.
Ramrod. Group H. Ramrod Redo.
Ramrod? Someone say that in chat. I didn't know they. Okay, so it's actually Team Ramrod. Hell yeah.
Or Ramrod Redo, because we were Ramrod Shenanigans in the first AG, and then for the last AG we were Ramrod Reloaded, and now we're Ramrod Redo.
I remember that, yeah.
Because Chris is we did Redux or Redo, whatever, because Chris Pronger, the TNT guy, is in it, and his corp is Backwater Redo, so we just
and you said
to an ode to him, we just combined it.
Right, Chris, I have one question.
Yeah,
you boys like Mexico?
Yeah.
So you said Seven Guys One Sheet is mostly white noise?
No, White Flag. That's
White
like 10. It's the Germans plus like some other guys.
That was
the Boundary Expert captain from last year is on their team. Chewy.
That's a
Was Avery Lewis with White Flag?
Say what?
Was Avery Lewis with White Flag?
No, Avery was with Boundary Experts. And then it's like the Gorn guys, basically, just like the other Gorn team. They probably would be hate to be called that, but that's what they are. Or one of the Gorn teams. But yeah, they're a solid team. I expect absolutely nothing than optimal performance from them and flying and banning and the whole thing. So, it's a big dice roll, I felt, in this meta because of the way they pointed it and, the way how many Ology you can ban and stuff like that. So it's I think it's a dice roll, and you just got to kind of try to read off the bans you best you can.
So
and go with your meta,
I have actually a handful of questions already.
Okay.
So first off, round 1, 2, 3. So is this like just like a round robin, like you just play these teams and then?
So it's like a group
stage, yeah. So so like people with the highest records get into like a bracket later.
Yeah, so there's a main bracket, right, that you get into. So you win 3-0, and you're in your bracket. You get out, you're in like you win your group, and you're in the tournament. There's like 4 spots left, I believe it is. Then there's a redemption bracket you go into, and then there's 4 teams that play for that. So. I believe it's 4.
Is it like
Sure hope so.
2 from each group get in, or is it like if you 3-0 you get in, and then is there just like wild card?
Then the
spots after that?
2-1, then the 2-1 teams get in to
Okay.
the redemption bracket, and then the
Gotcha.
1-2 teams, or 0-3 teams. Basically, 1-2 teams play in show matches. I think too. They're gonna have show matches, and they're gonna give skins to whoever wins that. So there'll be chances for people to fly in. Everyone, basically everyone on the team can fly in. So it's a decent setup, but there's just a lot of matches, and there's some people that like don't like how it is, but like that always happens. Like people
How
always
many-
complain about it.
How many groups will be done this weekend? Will all the first groups be done by Sunday, or are they going? Or is next weekend the finishing of the group matches?
So day 3,
That's right. Yeah, okay, I
there's
understand.
if there's it goes down to like halfway through there if you look at the match schedule, and like there's teams that have to play out because now you can't get all in the first 2 days, and then the third day is when it starts into the whole
Fourth day, you mean, the second day of the second weekend, right? That's when
the
it goes
second
into
weekend.
yeah, final stage, correct?
Yeah, and then the third weekend is like the main tournament, if that makes sense.
It does. Yeah.
Another question I had, so this apparently had a mixed match rating or mixed matchmaking rating, MMR.
Yeah.
Were they basing it on like strength of players on each team? Is that kind of what they were going
Yeah,
with?
so they based it on like wins and losses between since the break, the AT break. So basically AO, Alliance Open, Anchor Games Rebirth, AT17, Anger Games 5, AT18, Captain's Cup, and AT19.
And are they based it on like per player? Because like some of these teams are going to have players
Yeah.
that are interchange. Okay, so they're
So like there's teams that like didn't submit their whole core because they knew they would bring it down, and so they got higher ones,
not
and
cheating.
some didn't though. Like White Flag or 7 Guys 1 Sheet, they just have a high MMR, and they only had a certain amount of guys. Like I think they maybe have 10 guys, and they have pretty high MMR, and were pretty basically going to make it right, into whatever they wanted. But other teams waited to put other guys on there after the MMR was placed, and then added the extras and stuff, which is understandable.
Seems shisty though. At the same time,
I don't think it is. I mean,
evading like the actual inaccurate MMR.
I don't think
though?
there was any evading that much. I don't think it would have affected many teams that much,
Okay.
to be completely honest.
Was
But,
there like a no sandbagging rule, or was that not enforced?
I mean, here's the thing: like once you submit your core team, and then you submit the rest of the roster later, and so you want to and to get the Thunderdome account and all that, you had to like say what team you're practicing with, right? And so like if they didn't submit their they just submitted their core team, and most guys you submit your core team just to like have like the best MMR you can, right? And then you submit your stuff later, because it doesn't matter what other guys get submitted because they're still on the team, right? Like I don't think there's any sandbagging. I mean, I don't think anybody really would do that. Like, to be honest, like if you think about it, like I'm sure it happened with some of the teams. Like they're like, oh, there's some teams that were like, we'll keep some other guys off, like guys who have never played, so then it's out of 2,000, doesn't bring it down. But like I had guys on my team, like Mazzicarta, his was terrible MMR, but I still put him on there because I was like, I don't have to deal with forgetting with anyone, later. Like, oh, I forgot to put you on the roster. It looks like you can't fly. That'd be pretty shitty. So I actually moved guys off my roster because there was too many guys that just never reacted to pings or never showed up. So
Well, the thing about sandbagging is if you do and you get caught, you're done, right? I mean, you're just done. It doesn't make.
well,
any sense to do
I'm
that
not
kind of
sure. Like, how do you
situation.
mean sandbagging? Like,
I think it means like
guess in this
putting lower rated people on your team initially until the MMR thing is put in, and then like dropping them and putting really good people on your team.
oh no,
So
yeah,
so
that
you get like a
definitely
low
did not.
seeding, but then you end up with a really
Yeah,
good team.
no. No, because it's fairly done. So yeah, no one did that. That would be I think that would just not be cool. Like I don't think
Yeah.
anyone would be like, oh.
Well, you'd be out of that community forever at that point, right?
Yeah, you'd be like a shyster.
I think people would just
Yeah.
be like, "You're lame," you know. Like
Yeah.
I don't, and no one. A lot
That's
of people
kinda
in the
what I mean,
community
yeah.
scene that would be weird. Like fucking, who the fuck does
I
that?
mean, there's
right?
been collusion. There's been other
maybe
things have
curious,
happened
though,
before.
with
so it'd be-
with how they were doing it is, yeah, would somebody potentially try to manipulate their MMR like that to get favorable outcomes?
Yeah, but it's not really a favorable outcome because you still have to face like. Would you rather be in the top of yours instead of like the bottom? Because you still like. Okay, let's say I did that, right? I sandbag. We're like the lowest MMR, right? We're like, ha. Then we still have to face like 7 guys, 1 sheet, and possible barcode in the same bracket. Not barcode, but like, you know, like Dark Side or something. Because there's or like Rote, like those guys. Like if you look at, I can't remember what group it is, but it has Rote Capel, Dark Side B Team, Paid Actors. God, it's someone else. I can't even think of who it is right now.
Hidden Ship Village 2.
It's like the scariest. I think that's probably the scariest group because it's so many good teams on it. And you know, I like the Paid Actors guys, but out of those 3 teams, they're probably the lowest one. But I think they're a pretty good team.
Who is that?
They have Paid Actors. It has like Windjackal.
Uh,
He was on the NC Dot team and AT6 team with me. He's very good pilot and
they're in the same
he's
group
good at the
with
small
Odin's
gang.
Call.
So like, and all his guys on there like Anna Clavin and Lord Servant's, you know, good pilot too. You know, some people don't like him, but like,
so you're saying that Group E is the tough group then?
yeah, it's a tough group. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, makes sense.
That group, like, it can go either way. With all of them, I think. I mean, people are like, oh, well, obviously, you know, Ninja, Assassins, and Rote and Darkside B will go far, but like, I just think. I mean, 2 of them aren't going to make it anywhere, right? So it'll be interesting, and I like the fact that it's 3 matches and everyone plays each other once, and I don't know, yeah, I dig it.
It's like the old AT format, how they basically ran it like the World Cup, where you had the group stages and then the knockouts.
AT never did that.
Yeah, I remember the Alliance
you do
tournament.
the feeder rounds.
The feeder rounds, yeah.
Is a,
No, the
it's a
old
little
school,
different
the old
than.
Alliance tournament did that. Like AT10 and older, like really old ones did.
Oh, that was before I played Eve. I don't know.
What?
Where you would be in groups of 4, and the top 2 would go to the knockout round.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because I was on Doctrine for AT10, 11, and
Interesting.
yeah, we were P2 in our group, and we made it to the knockouts, and then we lost to Hun Reloaded, but then Hun Reloaded won the whole thing. So.
Yeah. That was a good team. But yeah, it's a lot of good groups, and like there's some where you kind of look at the groups and you're like, well, we're pretty sure who's going to win that one. But
yeah, it was AT10
this one,
because it was the one Virgil Collapse won the whole thing, not Hun Reloaded.
So here, I'll give you a link here. I'm going to post it in.
You can either put it in Twitch or Discord. Whichever. Yeah,
I put it in Twitch.
Yeah, there we go.
Show Me Now. He was with me for a long time until this year, and he was on Bounty Experts 1 year when I broke away from him. But he wrote all this up, and it's off of the knowledge that he has and he knows, you know. So he's just kind of doing off that. Some people kind of cringed at it, but I thought it was pretty cool. But like, if you look like let's see. Like, well, No Spaceships for Old Men, let's say Group B. Tuskers, they're going to win theirs. No Spaceships for Old Men. That's Dark Side. They'll do good. Spooky Action Distance, that's Barcode. And a lot of Goran guys. They're As much as I like Chad and his team, I think they're gonna go redemption bracket.
Is that
and
Chad
I-
Hammercock?
No, that's
Oh.
he's captain of
Sorry.
the or him or Alex is captain of Boundary Experts.
Every time I hear
They'll do well,
Chad, I'm like,
too.
is it that guy?
No, it's Chad. Chad Flame.
Oh, okay,
And
yeah.
So, but I mean, Barcodes is too good. They have a bigger roster, the biggest roster I think, other than Tuskers maybe, and or they're tied, and they're just good. Smile and Wave. So I don't know who Smile and Wave is. I don't even know why he's. I don't even know who that is. But Kazrelli, or not if they're not Kazrelli Defense Forces anymore, they're something else because they had to change their name. But that's Boundary Experts.
He says
they'll
it's
do
his
good.
old teammates in Wild Card.
Yeah, the Kazrelli Defense Force.
Well,
That's
just what he's
Boundary
saying
Experts.
in the Group D. He's just saying Smile and Wave. He's
Yeah, because he used to be in Wild Card.
oh, he's talking about
me
three.
and
Oh,
them.
yeah, he's talking about three remaining. I
Kazrelli,
thought he was
yeah.
talking about Smile and Wave is Wild
No,
Card
no.
guys. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, there it is. Group E. That's the one I was looking for. Odin's Call, aggressively mid-tier, paid axers, and Drake side. That's such a hard. I'd say that's the hardest bracket. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I heard Group H is the hardest.
Huh.
Does Odin's still have a bunch of NC guys running with them for Anger Games like they did for AT?
They might have one or two, but I know NC Dot's running their own team this year. Alan, he actually used to be Alan Armentia, or however you say it. He was on Ramrod Shenanigans when AG came back. But yeah, now he's the captain of the NC Dot team, and he's pretty good. So, and they had a couple guys on, like we practiced them, and they're good partners. And yeah, now Hidden Leaf in Group I think Rusty Hyenas give good fight to get into the either win it out of take it from Hidden Village, or they get redemption bracket for sure. Only need 3 comps. Like Arrival's good, and I think they'll go redemption bracket for sure in this thing, but only need 3 comps. Is run by Demeskadesh. He is like big brain, excellent pilot. I think he carries them right into the tournament too. Exodunks, Exodus, they run theirs. I mean, it's pretty good. Now, Wokewater Booligans, and NC Dot. I don't know who Bruno Bryant Prop is, and test tournament. Please ignore. They've had tests have struggled to full teams and stuff like that. But I respect Solidus for keep the team going and trying to do it. That's pretty cool. Group O, Pole Control, or the Finns, the Apple Sync Chew whatever name. I think they take this pretty well. I don't see Goons. If anything, Desync I think should pull out of this bracket more than any. But yeah. Oh gosh, what did he say? I didn't even read. This is a new one here. I didn't even read.
Real quick, friends, I'm gonna dip out for the night. I unfortunately have to be up for work in like 7 hours. So
No problem.
Oh,
See ya.
work.
We understand.
All right.
that.
have a good night, boys.
All right, see you, man.
Be safe, buddy.
So
And see a bunch of you in NOLA in a few
Yeah,
days.
Wednesday. When are you getting in?
I probably Wednesday. So I ended up actually getting Monday and Tuesday off of work as well, but I requested as early as Wednesday. So I think I'm actually going to split the drive down into 2 days, drive halfway Tuesday, drive the rest of the way Wednesday. So I should arrive there around the same time as you, Drayden.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there Wednesday evening. If you want to grab
I
some
could
dinner or something.
I could potentially be your pickup from the airport, depending on when you
shit.
get in. But we can talk about that offline.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, man.
You guys have a good night.
See you.
thank you.
See
bud.
it.
Oops.
So I linked the actual Eve community page for the Anger Games.
Where's that?
I linked it in chat.
Twitch chat.
Twitch chat. There's a one of the little sections is teams
Okay,
and
it shows the
standings.
brackets. Yeah, I see it.
Is that in order of the MMR? Do you know?
Yeah.
the top being the lowest, bottom being the best, or vice versa?
Well, that's just all the groups. It's just leveling group A through.
Yeah, well, Lazy Piglets has the highest MMR. Pretty sure.
Who does?
Lazy Piglets.
Okay, so that list.
So
is
I think this is ranked
not
that way.
MMR.
Okay.
Well, maybe not, because
But
yeah,
the,
it's not.
the team standing one.
It's just well, like Odin's aggressive big tier paid actors, Drake's side in Group B, or all that like from 1 through 4. That's the MMR ranking.
Okay, so there's not a like a full list of all the teams ranked. It's just each group is ranked.
Yeah, there
correct?
is.
Where?
Hold on.
Probably teams in the standings. You would think
I was asking him about. He said
down below, or
that's
maybe not.
Yeah.
That has 7 guys, 1 sheet, number 1.
No, this is. Hold on.
That's
Just give me a
that's
sec.
alphabetical. Never mind.
Gotta pull it up from the Discord. Just give me a minute here.
No, is this something you are allowed to share though? I don't want you to get.
Yeah, everyone has this info.
Yeah, this is a thing that CSP put out.
Oh, where's the MMR?
What does MMR stand for again?
Mixed matchmaking rating.
Okay.
It's a bunch of other games have it as a system. I know League does. It's basically like a numerical rating based on your skill that seeds you against other people, basically.
Okay.
There you go. So that just has the list of MMRs right there. And the rank and the rosters of everybody.
So then it's just an average then of the players. Okay. Right.
Yeah. So like you look at the Apple Fin team that has that long name. Their MMRs are pretty normal across the board, right? Like, 2,200 to 2,500, right? Until you get down to Nick Domar at 3,646. He is a Hydra guy that decided to do it with them because they're Euros and he knows them. So they're the top of their bracket mostly because of that, or their group. Like, obviously they have decent rankings, you know what I'm saying? Like the Evil has 25-13 because he was an ex-Tusker. And they did decent they got a win last year. And, they got through whatever it's called, the feeders last year, and then got into the tournament and won a match. So they have an okay rating, and like we figured they'd be at least ranked 2 in their MMR. They're fucking ranked 1 with Nick.
So I'm assuming 2,000 is like a default if they haven't been in
Yep,
a tournament
default.
at all.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so not to single anyone out, but where did I see? There was someone that was ranked like 1,800. Where did I just see that?
That was Magic on my team.
Is it on your team?
Magic has 1889.
Yeah, Magic. So is that just basically like he's been in tournaments but has lost enough that they just put him lower? Okay.
So he was on like Arcos Core, they O2'd, and then he was on who they called? We beat them last year. We Eat, Pray, Love. He was actually the frigate logi that Cable webbed for us to really tip the match in the match that we had against some feeders that got us to the tournament. But yeah, he's really good. But
just unlucky ratings.
Yeah, like he's top pilot. I mean, he flies with Gorn and shit, so he's very good. But like, you look at my team, there's like, Chris Pronger, he was on TNT team. I think in the couple years he was with that, they won a couple, so that was huge. I know on the PL team we won 1, and we've won some of the Anger games and Captain's Cup, so that got his up a little bit. And like Ranger, he was on the Deepwater team, or I mean Rander, we would call him Ranger, and we call Chris Pronger Printer because just spelling. When I'm typing on the keyboard, I just misspelled it, and now it's their nicknames. But like, you see, like Dan Tessie, he has a 25-15. He's Exodus. He's very good PvPer and helped out our MMR like immensely. So
So
I mean,
just-
it's only like
it's their collective experience, not necessarily not the Ramrod, right?
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's,
oh,
pers-
their
it's
whole
each
term-
players.
okay, cool.
Yeah. From the break from like AT16, not AT16 from Alliance Open. So there's a break between AT16 and AT and the Alliance Open, and so they're only doing stuff past that.
Cool. Okay. But like
And the
in
collective
your
of like
case,
multiple tournaments is what formulates into this score.
but
Yeah.
they don't necessarily have to be on the Ramrod team. It's just their
Nope.
experience.
Yep, it's
It-
his
yeah,
personal
okay, yeah.
experience. Yep. So it's
Who had the highest rating? Do you know?
Tuskers. I'm pretty sure
mean,
they had
individually,
35,
do you know?
33, 35 Tuskers had. I think the only other team that I'd even stop at scrolling at is Spooky Action at a Distance. They had 31.55. I'm sure there's a couple others that are. Oh, looks
If
like
I'm
not.
looking at
Looks
the
the only
tab
other one is
correctly at the bottom.
Templess.
I was gonna say, yeah, Templess is between them, right?
Yeah, Templess. So yeah, it's Lazy Piglets, Templess, and then Spooky Action at a Distance. It looks like Odin's and Disaster. Oh yeah, that's what they're called now. Disaster. Is that
Who's
Distaste?
that?
Distaste. That's what Boundary Experts are called now.
No,
Distaste.
what's Tuskers? That's who?
Tuskers?
Are they under
Lazy
Tuskers or do they have a
Piglets, I
different
think.
name? That's Lazy Piglets. Okay.
Yeah, it's Lazy Piglets. Yeah. And like, just like you can just tell, like Mira's 35.79, like absolutely, like just carries that whole thing. And I think
Well, Killa
VLD is like
yeah.
36. I think that's the highest MMR, isn't it?
I was
It's
looking through it. It
VLD.
is, yeah. They kill it.
Yeah.
542. Yeah.
Yeah, VLD. Oh, Killer. Oh yeah.
Yeah. 3639.
Oh no, VLD is
No,
36.47.
Damascus is 36.45. Oh yeah.
Oh, about the captain's MMR. For Templess.
Oh,
Big
captains.
high.
I'm looking at like everyone's.
Yeah, I was like, Damascus is 36.45. He's a little higher. That's only need 3 comps.
Only
Who's
need
he
3
with?
comps. Yeah,
He's rated pretty high.
the Messis Kadesh. He's excellent captain and tournament player. So good.
So looking through this, as you know, your experienced tournament player, do you see a lot of new names or mostly like,
Oh yeah, there's names I don't even know. I mean,
All the 2000s are pretty much new players. I would
yeah, all the
think.
2000s are new players, and there's a lot of teams in here that I don't know any of them. I've only heard the names because they've had similar names in other tournaments, right? But like other than that, like I don't know anyone from the new Jovian mining squad, but they have a group and they have some guys that have some MMR on it. Or like, I mean, there's just so many like guys that I have no idea who the fuck's who in all of these. Well,
I
yeah,
looked
it's
I did have a couple questions on the so as far as the points values. So hold on, there's I had a is it this bracket or I had a thing with all the points values for ships. There's another spreadsheet. Where was that?
yeah, I have that too if you need
so
it.
it looks like
Yeah, sure.
every team has at least 1 or 2 new to the tournament.
Most of
People,
them.
most of them do. I can't find any that doesn't have none.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had it open. I must have closed it. But yeah, it was another.
If you look at the tabs also on the other, like in the MMR sheet that I linked, the roster one, there's like a list of everybody's. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, like they rank it like bronze, silver, all
Yeah,
that
Joe, I
shit.
was looking through that. That's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so you wanted the point value. One moment.
And I can't believe I closed it. I had it open specifically to like bring it up. And I must have
Oh, points.
closed it out.
Oh, it's.
There was a link to it on the Angry Games thing. Hold on. There's a.
I have a.
There's like a hyperlink they had in there.
I have links here. I have it.
Okay. Well, yeah. So
points.
so it's a 7-man tournament instead of Alliance Service usually what 10 max players or 12.
10.
It's
Used to be
10.
12 back.
Yeah, so it's 7 for this one, but the points value there it is.
Okay, so that
Yeah, I
links.
found it, yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. I think that works. That you have to scroll through it to find point values. I think.
Oh,
Here they are.
Oh shit, where are they? This doesn't have
I
it.
just linked one.
Oh, thanks. Now, what I linked is just the
Yeah,
rules.
that's. Wait, that's not the one I had. That's. Wait, what? Isn't that 6?
Oh yeah, then you just go to comp calculator as a list of all the ships. On the tab under ships. On Dom's thing, you click on Dom's thing and you go to the 4th tab in.
Oh, ships. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is different than the one I had too. What the heck?
So
Yeah, it shows the points for the different ships.
a lot of different, like alligators are 5 points more than a Kizriel or like Cyclone Fleet or Brutix Navy Fleet because they're projected just because they're new. I think I'm kind of a Kizriel at 33. They have like, I'm trying to think what else that like newer ships or something like that they changed. Oh, they gave like recons a boost in points because people want less control. That was a kicker that they were trying to push for. They overpointed like Nighthawks, Sleipnirs, the command ships that like some of the command, like a lot of the command ships, but like in EOS, if you see that, that's 42 points instead of 37. Like, the other command ships are 37. And that's pretty high, but like you can bring a battleship, like a.
That's the one I had. So I was looking at the chat. That's the one I saw. I don't know how I got to it, but that's what was linked, what I found. And it doesn't even have points values for every ship. It's like, I think it's showing like changes.
Where did you get this? What is this?
I don't know. This was like literally a link I clicked on through Eve's. I wonder if they fixed it and like maybe they had an error because
that's like an old one, I think. And then there's a
Yeah.
final one, or that's just like what it was from. There was like that sheet I think was used for
because I wonder if they fixed their link because when I looked at the thing earlier today
when before rules got dropped and points got dropped is what this was like linked. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, because literally on CCP's link for the Anger Games in their thing on that our bot linked, there was you were like reading through and the word here when they're like, oh, new points values, and they're like, it can be listed here and here. If you couldn't tell, but if you moused over it, it was a hyperlink, and I clicked on it and it brought me to this. So it's like some hidden shit that now apparently I've been looking through the same site. It's like gone now, so I don't know if they changed what they have.
Oh, okay.
Like this might have been
the one
like
that Dom linked is
whoopsie
the
that they
one.
didn't mean to put in there and they fixed it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, okay, so that's not
This
the
just
one.
might have been a reference one because if you look at it, like it's
Yeah, some of the
showing-
ships don't
the
even have
Marauders
values,
are
and then
all
some
the
are like
same exact
showing.
po-
Yeah.
Well, no, all Marauders are the same points. When it comes to pirate battleships, the Macarial and the Shack are different. Right? That's
Yeah.
what
Well,
it's
that's
showing.
because the Macarial they felt doesn't see a lot of action, and so they underpointed it to hopefully see it.
But that's how Drayden's is showing it, right? So like if you have situation where attack battle cruisers, all of them are the same, so that they're not listed separately. Where if you go down to recon ships, the Rook, the Curse, the Thesis, Pilgrim, and Azu all have the different point values, so they're listed separately.
Yeah, but they all have that value. All recons do now. They're
This
all the
is
same
not accurate,
points.
Then this has changed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The one I had was, I don't know how I got.
Yeah, that's
to it, but
old.
it's-
That's not accurate at all.
okay. So we'll go with the one that Dom linked.
Dom linked. Yeah, that's a good one.
So the thing is, so they're doing 150 points instead of 100, but it's 150 points for less pilots. So it's 150 points for 7 pilots instead of 100 points for 10 pilots. Now I don't know what the point values of ships were in the Alliance
So that's the
tournament,
thing
so if they
you were
changed
looking
it.
at. What the sheet
Oh.
that you had? It had old tournaments and what the point different value is.
Gotcha. Okay.
By the way, that's
So-
about the only difference. That's a good reference for that.
Okay.
What
So-
you had.
And my
Sorry,
thing
cut you
was,
off.
my thing was going off that, and they did it with the 150 points because they're saying that it allows them to more accurately point value ships, because some ships where it's like, okay, well, 3 is too little, 4 is too much, type of thing, they can actually like now put it in a little bit more of a balance. I would say, like, that's just a off example. Does this allow for more heavier ship usage with the current point values in this tournament, or is it pretty similar to past ones with just a little more balance?
Seems like it's balanced pretty well. I
Okay,
don't feel
so you're not going to be seeing like, you know, like 4 battleships going on and or anything like that.
you can only have 3 of each
3.
hull.
Oh, gotcha.
So
of each whole class.
whole class, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but like, you know, I think it's pretty balanced just the way they did it. And that was intentional. Yeah, I think it's pretty balanced.
And another question I had, obviously this could be like a vague answer with metas.
Just like this last one, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like with metas, so obviously you're not going to be saying what metas you're going to be bringing or fits and stuff. But I mean, like general metas in a vague sense. You know, in the past, like you had Tinker and things like that. Like what
Tinker? That's a trigger right there.
Like, you know, like,
trigger word.
I know, but I mean, like Tinker, you could say like it's a Marauder with a support group. You know, like that doesn't give away like your own comp.
So
or your own
if you look
fits.
at the Eve Tourney analytics, see where.
Because I was mainly gonna ask like what comps, like general comps, that do you think are gonna be pretty popular? It's like, you know, like double a shack or.
Well, I don't know what's
going
to be popular because I think people have their own meta, right? So, did he put X? Dude, he put so much. So, like, if you go to the third page, like 3/4 of the way down.
On which one?
On the Eve Tourney analytics, one that had like the groups and the explanations and stuff. It just goes through a lot of like comps that have been used in the past that can be good. He also like made ship fits and comps for opens that were like general. I don't know if there's any of that. Hold on, let me look through this more because it looks like third page doesn't have. Maybe he updated it to have other stuff too.
Which one are you talking about?
Okay, so if you go to Tourney Analytics, and then in the top left, there's a burger. Click on the burger, and then it gives you like about, links, and guides. Go to Anger Games, AG Comp Ideas.
Wait, Tourney Analytics. Where's that one?
It's here.
I've not seen that yet. Off which page?
You got to go up in the left, top left. There's a little burger. It says Eve Tourney
what
Analytics. And then you click on AG Comp Ideas. And so there's multiple different kind of comps that are common that people probably will use.
I'm not. I'm trying to reach it. I'm trying to keep up. Come on.
Yeah. So, and
but I'm lost here now. What page are you getting the hamburger thing from?
It's not it's the main page. It's just on the top left. Like it's not on. It's on every single page. In the Eve Tourney Analytics.
I think he's looking for the Eve Tourney Analytics.
That's what I'm looking for.
Is that the CCP one that they linked, or the?
No, that was the one that I linked.
Okay, yeah, I didn't click on that one. All right, there we go.
So top left, Eve Tourney Analytics, and then it says AG6 Comp Ideas. And so these are basic ones that you can basically see that like a lot of people will try to use. Especially newer teams, I think they probably tried to, try to mimic some of these.
Oh, there's a way up there. Okay, I found it. Finally. Yeah, so comp ideas. Yeah, because it's funny because every time I watch, well, not every time, but the last few times, like the last few tournaments I've been watching pretty heavily, but a lot of the announcers are talking about like, oh, you got this, they would name the comps like, oh, we got this comp going on. I'm like, okay, well, I've heard that name before. I don't know what that comp entails.
Like Fly Killer.
I don't know what the strat of that comp is and what the core.
If you click on it, if you click on the comp, that's each one that's listed.
Yeah. So like Fly
It
Killer
literally
it's like,
explains every single like common one that you will most
I like
likely
this.
see.
I like this
Yeah.
a lot because this will be. I'm gonna bookmark this for reference.
It's really good. He put a lot of work into it. He has had a lot of time, and he's not on a team, so he's literally just like cracked out on his own shit, like his own meta without knowing it. You know what I'm saying? Without flying in it, without getting any data. And I think that's cool. Like I think putting that all in. Some people don't like it. Some people do. I think it's good overall for the EVE tournament scene to have someone that freely does this out of their own fucking time.
Yeah, I liked any of this kind of stuff, especially the. I know in the last tournament they had a link where it brought up. I think it was. I don't know if it was you that linked it to us, but it was a page where they had a breakdown of every team, every pilot, what matches they've won, what they flew when they won, their
He
records.
has that in this too.
Yeah, it was like this whole massive like AT, not just AT, but like just tournament breakdown of like every pilot, every team.
Huh.
And it was amazing. I was like, this is really cool to like.
Who
get
did like that for us? I remember that too.
Yeah, it was during the AT this last 18. It was I spent
when
a
I
lot
convinced
of time
everyone
just,
to change their brackets.
But me,
oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, reptiles. Oh man.
Zacharoth here, I fucked his bracket too.
Yeah.
Oh no, I would. Yeah, me too. Like, yeah, you would. We were joking
we
because
went
I was
over
like,
that
oh man,
quite
like you came in
extensively
here
earlier, yeah.
and you convinced me to Ackroth to change our brackets to put
Ninja Assassins not to win, and then
Yeah,
it was
well,
like the
I-
re-win
I-
You
team.
want to have them on?
I had Hidden Leaf winning the whole thing.
or
Not only-
us. We fucking got bodied.
Yeah, I had Hidden Leaf winning the whole thing. Although I had them losing and then going through the loser bracket and then up and winning the whole thing. But they went really far, but then
they got top
lost.
6, man.
Yeah, they
Dude,
went
they
really
did
far.
good, dude.
But
They did really good.
It was yeah. So and you
Too bad
convinced
about
us
their
to
prizes.
you convinced us to put your team in number 1, and then I was like, oh man, we kept Radicos on here super late, and I think he was drinking a bunch. And I was like, shit, is he like drunk and hung over in the morning for the AT? And then they went
No, I
0-2?
was good. There was
Okay.
I was good. It's just we ran into to Odin's and they brought their flag,
Yeah.
and we didn't think they would bring their flag. We didn't think that they thought of like highly of us, because you don't just bring your flag. First round, you don't just bring your
Unless
flag.
you have giant cojones.
Yeah, I
well, they
think
had
that- it
giant
was-
cojones, but
It was
like
like them and like 1 or 2 other teams are the only ones that did it first round.
Well, and generally you don't need to, right? Like
And I think
Yeah,
I think there was
exactly.
like
highlight.
wasn't there like 1 or 2? I think there was like 1 flag died first round or something, or maybe 2, or maybe the second round. But yeah, there was some flags brought out early, and it didn't go well for them usually. But
What times does this kick off tomorrow?
it's 1700. So I think it's Are you Eastern time?
Yes.
3 p.m.
So I think it's-
Central Daylight Time is what it's saying.
What?
Oh, that's
no,
the Path of Redemption.
no. It's 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific is what it should be.
Okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah, so 3 Central.
We can work around this.
No, it's
So
1
1
p.m.
p.m.
Eastern, noon Central.
They said
Or,
1
yeah,
p.m.
The
Pacific.
other way.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.
Well, I hope to see some of you degenerates back here for that.
Ooh, cursed. And the other thing. So with the bands, I haven't looked over all the rules. Is it similar bands to like AT? Is it 3 bands?
so like you can ban 1 Logi
Oh,
and it's 3 bands, and then they trickle down. There's just 1 trickle. So like, let's say each team bans Navitas, Merlin, Thunderchild. Then each team gets 3 more bans, and then it stops. It doesn't matter if they ban the same 3 bands after that. You don't get any more bans.
oh, okay. So you get 1-to-1 bands for same bands, but then it doesn't trickle down past that. And you said 1 Logi ban. So like if someone bans, say, a Basilisk, even if you get trickle downs, you can't continue to ban more Logi, right? It's
Correct.
just
It says that
one
specifically.
period.
1 Logic Cruiser or 1 Logic Frigate could be banned. If there's a duplicate, no additional Logic.
Oh, one
will
of
be
each
banned.
though? Can you ban like a Basilisk and
One,
a?
one or the other.
Oh,
Cruiser
okay,
or
okay.
Frigate banned per
Yeah.
match. And
Yep.
if there's duplicate banned, no additional logistics will be banned.
That's
Like,
interesting.
you can't
That's-
just that's a big dice roll in this meta. You can't ban shit out. You can ban like the strongest stuff that you don't want to see, but that really does a good job broadcasting to another team or all the teams. Oh, they
Yeah,
want
I
that
mean, it
banned.
probably
They
wouldn't
don't
be-
like that.
Yeah, Gene, it probably wouldn't be a Bassi. It'd probably be a Scimitar that would be banned instead of a Bassi, I would guess. But
I wonder how
basically,
many
I think it was
teams
just
are
using
gonna
an
ban out.
example.
Then overall, right?
yeah, I was just saying an example.
No,
Yeah, I'm like,
three bans.
Well, 3 blind.
Yeah,
and then you
so-
get 2 additional.
so
right?
do you think there should be a bit of Logi bans anyway? Just like, hey, ban the Tech 2 Logi, so they either have to be the less good Tech 2 Logi or bring a Tech 1 Logi just to like force them into that type of thing.
Oh, never mind. That's
Yeah,
the
that's what
duplicate
some-
thing. I'm never wrong.
Yeah, you're good. I understood. That's why I didn't respond dumb because I knew you were reading and you got it. So I mean, that's kind of the play in any other tournament is to force other teams into bringing something that they know that's not strong, right? And so they try to ban whatever logistics, Tech 2 or Tech 1 to be like, oh, we ban this Tech 1 cruiser, so you have to bring a Tech 2 or Frig Logi because the counterpart sucks, of the other Tech 1 ship. But like, it's all what people do in their meta. I really think in this one, it's the practice that they have with the teams that they practice against, and then how spread out other teams practiced. You know what I'm saying? Like, some teams might not have any other partners and people don't know their meta at all. And there might be something there where some teams haven't seen and they're like, holy shit, this is not something we've ever seen. They get fucking bodied. Like, that's, that happens. Like, when we win against teams that we have only seen never or once before, like, it was a different matchup because we weren't ready for some of it. But being able to adjust to it, I think, is the biggest thing that teams need to focus on, is like, when they get on grid, be able to, see what's there and assess, what are the biggest threats, what are the biggest weaknesses, what's gonna, play into what you see. And I think that's the skill part of it that I'd say the top 25% teams have a lock on. And then there's like a mid range, that have like, another 25%ish that have a decent grasp on it, and then the rest are like newer and teams that are just don't have as much experience, and so then it
because
just
it's a different style of combat than regular Eve. PvP.
yeah.
It is,
So
What do you think about the
that killed
conquest
us at
bans?
what in
I like conquest
1818?
bans. What'd you say?
That killed us with the 1818 with the second match we lost. Remember, with the what was it, going after the Paladin, or did it go after the Paladin and should have gone after it?
In 1818?
Yeah, that second match out of 3. with the
We
PL team.
lost to BSOD because we brought an exec navy instead of a fucking hyena with a Kingslayer comp, and shot at a Lashek that we knew that with bonus Magus and Pawnee links can't die to with Deacon reps with the 3 XL or RML RHML battleships. But that's why we lost the first one. That was purely on the fact that we brought a comp we had never even flown, or at least 3/4 of a comp, or like 1/4 of a comp we haven't flown. Like, the rest of it was pretty close, but then we decided to switch it up to an exec navy, I guess. Hyena would have been way better. Anyways, and then the second match we won against ABA, we absolutely demolished them. And then we lost to NFT. And we brought I don't even remember what we brought. I think I blocked that fucking match out because I didn't get to fly in it because I had taken my dogs for a walk and they told me a time, and then they were like ready like 20 minutes earlier. So when I came back, I didn't get to fly it. But let me see. I think it's the list, and I can look it up real quick if you just give me a minute.
I'm seeing a
While
couple
you're looking
comps
that
on
up,
here.
So what's that called again? Damn it. The conquest bans, basically, if in the final group of matches, or maybe just the finals, if the team who wins first match, they can't use that comp again, or those ships from that comp again. and then so it gives them a little bit of a disadvantage. So you definitely have to have more than one comp ready to go if you're going to make it to the end.
Absolutely.
I like that. It did bring up a
So
lot of
when was
variety.
AT? What was
2022.
AT? I'm just trying to find. I think NFT brought their Armageddon Navy comp that they were like rolling with and did so well with, and we lost to that because we brought. I'm looking at the PL thing, but I'm not finding the tab where it says who we faced. I think we made a different tab at that point just to assign people.
Yeah, I don't remember on a lot of that.
So as you're talking about this, so if you do scrimmage with people beforehand to practice, there's definitely an advantage of that. You get some, practice. But if you don't, then people don't know your comp. So you can look at it either way, especially if you're a very confident team. Don't scrimmage with people since if you have a lot of experience, no one knows your comps then. Or is it better? Is it better to scrimmage than trying to hide your comp?
I think it's better to scrimmage versus 1 or 2 teams than to scrimmage with a lot.
Now, picking the team to scrimmage with, how much that's got to go into a little thought process too.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Probably picking teams you're not in a group with initially. I
Or
would bet.
that and
well, you don't know what team you're in a group with, so we
Oh,
didn't practice.
shit.
We didn't practice against anyone that we were in a group with, so that was good.
I mean, the
But-
chances that you would is pretty low, right? I mean, if
No.
there's 50 teams, 4 teams per group,
Maybe, I guess.
that's a
if you
less than
wanna-
a 1 in 10 chance that you're going to be scrimming with someone that you're going to be a group with. So
kind of
Hell
got
is
picked.
the
Like,
sheet
I think these
here?
guys are going to go a long way. Maybe not
I-
scrimmage against them because they don't get It's a lot of
the one thing I'm looking at, I love is that I see there's a comp called Kiz Rush, and I love that the Kizreal is in there. And I know there's also a comp with an alligator in it, the reptile one or whatever, where it's like alligator
Yeah,
alligator 3 Gilas. Like I hope we get to see those because I love the fact that the new ships exist and I want to see them.
Lots of Gila bands from a lot of teams.
I'm sure, yeah. If a Gila's banned, then the reptile one's toast. But the Kizreal though, I mean, like it. I feel like that could be. Honestly, I think the Kizreal, in a normal PvP sense, probably a better ship, but in the ATE where drones can be pretty solid, especially with like triple Gila and an alligator. I feel like that's a pretty strong comp, as long as you don't get your drones destroyed. But
Your drones don't really get destroyed per se, but they.
It'd be hard to destroy those ones too because of all the bonuses. But
Yes, yeah. Especially that it's faction drones and not Tech 2 that you can use.
oh, yeah,
So faction drones tank more. So with the bonuses of the Gila, Gator, Worm, Rattlesnake, it's harder to kill them. But it's hard to kill them in general, anyways.
Yeah, I feel like just banning the Gila just wrecks that comp. So like banning the Gila just takes that comp out, whereas the Kizreal could still be used. Yeah. I want to see at least one of those 2 ships used, but I think the Kizreal probably I would think would get more play because the Gila is probably a really solid ship that has multiple uses banning aside from just that one comp. Whereas
oh hey, Jita's talking. A lot of things Jita's saying is very good too. Yes.
Yeah,
yes, all what he's saying.
Yeah, because I mean, you could ban the Kizreal.
Jita, come get in comms. What the fuck?
Yeah, if Jita wants to come in, we can toss him an invite to the Discord. He can hop in here.
Jita.
Yeah, let me get in.
Mostly so we can talk shit to each other.
I got it.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, yeah, he's Dom's gonna Dom's gonna give you a link to the Discord.
My wife's getting pissed off.
I want to see some of the new ships, and like I feel like the Kizreal is probably the one that we're gonna see, if anything, just because it's harder to ban that. Well, it's not that it's harder to ban it out, but like it's kind of a why would you don't want to like just ban a Kizreal just to do that one thing when you could ban a Gila and wreck a bunch of comps and basically take the alligator out of it.
There's just a lot of rushes open because of everything that you can add. There's so much that you can just add to it, like there's different comps, different ways you can run it with different ships. And so that's one thing that, Prediction Show made. And there's this rush isn't banned and missile. Nothing is banned. I don't think I think I think it's it's a good balance. I like this setup. I don't know if it's perfect, but I like it. I like the variety that I've seen from a lot of teams. What's up, Gita?
What's up,
Do you
hold on.
think
He's
we're
got.
gonna see?
Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, it might force a push to talk on. I think I took that off, but I don't know.
I think you did.
I think I took it off, but
for
then
a
again,
bit,
I don't know. You might need certain roles for it to get it taken off, but it sounds like he was miking up fine. So,
Radicos, do you think the Kisrael is going to be used in like that old quad BC setup we saw with like two Hurricane fleets and 2 Harvey navies?
Hurricane fleet sucks. I don't think we're going to see any of them.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Hurricane fleets. I don't know if we'll see Kisraels either.
Role, though.
I've seen more Kisraels banned than anything. So I can't really make a judgment call on that.
I really don't want to talk about it.
Is that your?
There's an actual Abaddon comp or Abaddon. I was
The
wondering.
show made that. Yeah. That's just like a starting point, like Gita said. It's all those comps are starting like, hey, this is a common theme that you could see. Like it might not be Abaddons, but it could be APOCs. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm just gonna ask that question. If you let's say you do have you're planning on doing this Kisrael comp, right? And it gets banned. What can you throw in its place of that Kisrael that will take its place? Is there an option?
Well, I mean, there's ships you can put in. I mean, there's other 33-point ships you can put in, like a Cyclone Fleet issue, right? You could.
I guess I'm asking, does that work with the others in that comp? Yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, that depends on the meta and how you fly and what you ban, I think.
So there's options, though. That's right.
Yes, there's lots of options.
Is that true for most of these beginner comp or these starter comps then?
Yeah, it's a good base point and good way to learn and understand what's what,
Yeah, and most teams would refine it in different directions, I would say, depending on the team style.
Yeah, it all depends on the team, because like so many different teams that I've seen that bring the same things every fight, and you're just like, holy shit! Like even if you ban it out, they bring other stuff, and you have to work through it, and it makes you better. I think seeing different variations, but like it's really hard to just like pinpoint what's going to be good and what's not, because it's such a dice roll this tournament. People be like, oh, they got hard countered. Oh, they should have seen that coming. Like there'll be commenters that'll be like cocky like that, but that's just because they don't know the meta that well.
I mean, also
not to bash them. I just think that like unless they are on a team and they're commentating, their knowledge will be built off the first 2 days into the second and third weekend of like what the meta is. And and I think you're going to see a lot of them kind of say like, oh, it's dice roll, like it could be good against this comp, but then versus 3 other comps it's going to get dumpstered, right?
Do we know who the commentators are? I mean,
that's listed in that match sheet.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's the thing is like this is where you're going to see the captains or whoever's helping run the teams, that halftime adjustment thing, right? You can see who's doing what with what, and then you're going to have to come out. You're probably not going to fly the exact same thing the next day, right? Because people will be adjusting to you, correct? Or do you guys have normally have enough comps to do that? Like,
well, like there's teams like they only need 1 or 2 or 3 comps. They can just take variations and run with it, right? But there's other teams that need like a handful of them just because they want to be prepared. If you're not bringing, what's, how do I explain this? Like in a positive, productive way.
By not being productive or positive.
Yeah.
Just say it. Let the hate flow.
It's just you have to have you got to have a handful of comps in this meta. If people bring the same thing, they're going to catch on. Like look at us. Everyone knew that we were going to bring fucking Rush against Odin's, and Odin's brings a Bargus comp to absolutely dumpster our fucking Rush comp. Leave Sleipnir open. We get baited into taking it because we feel positive about it, and then they fucking dumpster us. Like, and we made a stupid MGE play as well, but it wouldn't have mattered because that it was. That comp was gonna wax us no matter what we did, and so you got to watch out for that stuff. You gotta have a selection, or they'll just broadcast your bans and they'll bring what they know that can beat the 1 or 2 comps that they know that you can bring. especially if they've seen you. Like we practiced against them once, and I wish we didn't because, against Odin's last year, because we would have, which is a fault of mine because I probably pinged Yokan like 1,000 times, like please practice us, we need a good one, and then we get a good one, like, and then we realize how close, then we get paired up with them, and we're like,
Yeah.
fuck.
And they know that that one fit that you guys, or one comp that you guys used and
Yeah.
were good with. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we ran that against everybody last year, and like we felt so confident. That's why we brought it. We knew, and we knew exactly what YPL was going to bring because they were on a roll, and they were bodying everybody last year in practice. They were practicing barcode and stuff. They did really well with that comp. But like we were like, oh, we know how to beat this. Like Armageddon navies with newts. Let's just roll them. And we basically did. I think it could have went bad if we didn't catch Mazik in the Thalia. If Cable didn't catch him with the web, I think it could have went bad for us, and then we had to run through the bracket. But I mean, you got to be diversified, I think. But I mean, there's some teams that have 2 or 3 comps, and they're like, we will wax everybody with these comps.
Yeah, execution matters so much, especially with the
Yep.
7v7. I think you
Yep.
can outplay even bad matchups
Absolutely.
way better than in 10v10.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. Yeah, you're
That was the
absolutely
question I
right.
was going to ask you when you said saying that. So they're basically based it on their personal skills, not necessarily the ship comp. They just know they can fly better than most other teams. Would you say
Yes.
they wasn't? Yeah, they're so confident.
Yeah, their
those two-
execution
yeah,
is
okay.
so like they believe their execution is so well that like I mean I'll go and say it, but like the guys in our group, 7 guys 1 sheet, their execution alone gives them the edge over obviously everyone in our group, but I would say 90% of everybody. Like,
So I was just going to say, besides Ramrod,
especially since Hydra
which teams are
isn't
that
there, like
confident?
some Hydra guys are barcode, but it's only like 3 or 4 or whatever. Like I really think I think we'll go redemption bracket. That's what I've done because I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna be like, oh, we're gonna beat 7 guys 1 sheet. I don't care what anyone says. Like if you can be positive like that, but like you got to be realistic. Like when a team is that good, like you got to give the respect there. You can't just think you're the shit and you're gonna beat them just
What
so
do you
like
think
you're
of their
so then your
captain?
guys are like, oh, you have to believe. It's like, yeah, you can
I
believe
mean,
all
you
you
might catch
want.
them by surprise.
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll catch
Is,
them by surprise, but
What do you think of their captain for 7 guys 1 sheet?
What are
Rambo,
Yeah, you know him.
Rambo, yeah, he's good shit.
He's fly with him a lot. He is good.
He's good shit, yeah,
He's cocky.
but he's good.
No, he earned
he's
his
smart.
confidence. He earned it. Yeah,
Drayden, just jump in over it, damn it.
No, I'm waiting.
Ajita, we would like confirmation on your name. Can you pronounce it for us, please?
J1
I was right.
That's what I had in my head too.
I was
yeah.
joking, but I was right, Chiwanta. Oh shit.
I actually do have a copy pasta about the name.
Well, that's awesome.
Oh, but come on, you got to send it out now.
No, what I was going to ask you about the thing is like, so last AT, newt ships were like the ban. Like, it was like everyone was just trying to get rid of newts. Like people were banning like Curse. And,
That's pretty normal for
not
all
Inquisitor, but like, it was like
tournaments.
Curse and a Sentinel. Like, is that? You think that that's going to be another thing where like 'cause you can't ban out all newts? If you have 3 bans,
Yeah,
there's
you
like
can't
what,
ban them out.
six newt
I
ships.
think
You have, like,
anything
yeah.
is open. I don't think in this meta, it's open.
Okay. Because I was like, it's like you got the Curse, you got the Pilgrim, you got the fucking Sentinel, you have Armageddons, you have Redeemer. It's like you can't ban all the newts out.
Get a
so
Navy.
like, you can't get rid of all of them. So is it worth banning a bunch of nudie ships, or just like maybe toss one out? Like we don't want to say a Curse, but we'll deal with whatever else you bring, type of thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
but if
don't
you have a
usually ban
curse-
newts
If you don't-
specifically.
Yeah, like
Well, I thought
it'd be
that's like
maybe
kinda what
like
they were doing
like
last
a
time. They were banning all the
Balgorn
nudie
was.
ships.
Like if it was a Balgorn, like a lot of people are afraid of curses, just because they're curses. Like who,
Well, that's
who
the-
wants to
it-
see a nuding ship that you can that has E-War on it?
Well,
like
right,
just
'cause that-
tracking or disruption, weapon disruption on it.
I was yeah, in the AT, like, was that a thing? Like obviously they have the newts, but like, I mean, was tracking disruption like a pretty big thing in the AT as well? Like,
It
I think
always
it-
is.
It always is, yeah.
okay.
Even though I think
Like-
dams are more popular one. or have been in the last few years.
Which is Rick's thing. I mean,
damps have been pretty oppressive, but I don't know
if damps were super. I mean, I'm not saying they weren't used, but and you would think with the reduction in points on Galente ships on the ATE this last time that damping ships would have been way more heavily used than they were. Like you had.
I think there's a lot of different reasons why people choose to run damping ships or not, and it all comes down to personal preference, I would say.
Yeah, the one good thing about damping is that it actually protects from E-War, specifically non-damping E-War, because you can just damp it out.
Yeah, that's true.
Which will bring the E-War ship closer, which makes it more vulnerable to getting tackled and killed.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember a lot of practice matches for AT running in E-War shit, like either damps or jams. It's all about who gets that first one, who wins, especially with damps.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that was one thing I noticed was if you're gonna put someone in a damp ship, preferably put them out, have it be someone that's in the EU, because that server response time, especially with its like malices or carries, that matters.
Yeah, it does. It actually does. Another thing is you can play around damps a lot easier than tracking disruption, but you have to roll the dice with PDs between the missiles and the turrets. So, but you can always just ram if you're getting damped, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, but then also if you're gonna do jams, having 2 jam ships is really important because like Blackbirds have 0 mobility. Blackbird gets tackled, you can't jam off whoever's tackling it because of how ECM works. But if you have a buddy, that can jam out your tackler and maybe keep your Blackbird or whatever E-War ship free enough to maybe catch some reps or hit an MJD beacon, possibly live.
I specifically
Sorry, I'm talking somewhere. 1 sec.
You're good.
Swearing a lot when we were scrimming against Radakos, and I was getting cross jammed pretty bad, and I hated it. It has been seared into my mind.
So, are there any of the changes in the rules that surprised you or not happy about this year's?
Oh, really? I think the biggest one was the 150 points, but we kind of knew that was coming.
Because it was 100 last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we ran a lot of that last year. It's too bad we didn't show that at all.
Yeah, I was actually expecting it.
That's what everyone. Yeah, no, yeah, we all expect. Believe me, we just it came down to it, and we just kind of it just decisions were made that weren't optimal. So there's nothing you can do against that.
Yeah, we kind of had a plan that if we win with a comp, we're not gonna run it again.
Yeah,
which we did.
You guys had that strong that rush though.
Oh, the hammers that we lost with.
Well, yeah, but you won with it once, right?
Yeah, against an on-demand comp.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That was the one where we were sitting on a beacon. Because why not?
That's right. I forgot.
There was actually a reason for it, because we were scared that the Hugin would be max webs, and it could actually web the battle cruisers off, and we would just lose the cruisers and then the battle cruisers.
Yeah.
So we decided to play it safe, because losing to a 6-man team would have been emotionally damaging.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be terrible.
I was trying to find a
I'm
schedule.
gonna head to bed as well.
What else you got, Drayden?
Talk to you soon.
Well, I was gonna look at the schedule. What time is Akrath?
Good night, Akrath.
Good night.
I hate to ask you, what J1, what team are you on again?
Appelsiinikirjo.toimi.fi.
God, he's been waiting for her to say that.
I was like, wait.
He's so happy right now. It's just smile, big smile on Gita's face right now.
I was like, wait.
Oh yeah.
That's the one. That's the one.
So
Radical Sid's gonna lose right away.
He's not on your team then.
No.
We're gonna lose the goons.
As much as I would love to have Jeet on my team, no, he's not.
No, I'm chained in tables, seller.
Yeah, you are.
We
I do
normally
the
have to
same
pay for
thing.
that.
I'd do the same thing. Of course, I'd chain table too if I got him. I'd be like, you're locked
Okay,
up.
so J1 in your bracket or your group O, who is the biggest competition for you guys there?
I think
Nobody.
desync.
Desync, yeah.
Because
that
I know
first,
some of
so
those
that's good,
guys.
right?
They're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, what's his name? Gideon, their captain.
that's Gideon's
Senecar. He's fucking great. Like we lost against them in Captain's Cup, I believe it was, when we were trying to get into the main tournament, I believe. of
And
Captain's
I
Cup.
also know Rain is good pilot. Nicholas is good pilot.
Yeah, for sure.
So maybe not too much tournament experience, but they get a captain who has, and they have good pilots. So I think they are the biggest competition for us. But we're gonna lose the goons.
Yeah, probably.
This
You
is
think
gonna
they'll lose
happen.
to Goons?
Oh yeah.
I gotta pull for y'all though to beat Goons.
Yeah,
I mean-
I'm gonna be rooting them.
He's just saying that.
I saw
But, yeah.
the bracket and that you guys used the what was that one site? It's the same site that CSP used for their bracket thing.
Challenge.
Challenge. I was hoping that there would be like a bracket that the public could fill out as like a competition thing. I know it costs money for that. You have to pay for. Because I looked at Challenge before their thing, and like you have to pay for the ability and the amount that
You have to pay for the ability to set one up.
Well, you have to pay. You can set up a bracket, but you have to pay and have it a subscribe. Well, not subscribe, but you have to pay a thing for other people to fill out a bracket competition on your bracket that you made. And you have to pay based on how many people do it, but there is a unlimited number, which is like it gets into like the hundreds of dollars. So that's probably what CCP did, is like paid like $300 to $500 to just be like, here's a bracket, any number of people can fill it out type of thing. So I was like, I get it why they didn't do it, because this isn't like a CCP funded thing. But I was like, man,
I'm gonna get fucking Saucer still a little shit.
I
He
wanted
should've given
to fill out a bracket so bad because like it's like any sport. It's like I don't even watch this sport, like March Madness with the basketball stuff. It's like I don't watch basketball. I especially don't watch college basketball. But you throw a bracket in front of me, like the March Madness bracket, and I fill it out. I will be watching not all the games, but I'll be watching the scores and stats and stuff the entire time.
The entire time, yeah.
So it's probably
just like,
good that,
it's like
that
I
they
don't
didn't do
care
that.
until I do. Like once I have like not even skin at the game, but once I have a bracket on the line, I'm invested and I will watch it.
I mean,
I
there's
am
probably
too.
a lot of us that are like, I don't really care about March Madness, but my team is
Yeah.
my college team is actually doing good this year. All right, I'm gonna watch
Let's
all
watch
the
it,
games.
yeah.
Yeah, and apparently I have a team. I mean, Gonzaga's like over here in Spokane, so it's like they usually do okay. They never get. I mean, there was that one time they
So-
got to the finals and got
I
smashed.
thought they were going to beat Kansas. I'm sorry. I told
They
you
got
that.
to the finals that one time and got smashed, but like I always feel like Gonzaga gets seeded higher than they deserve. They're like, oh, they're a 4 seed, and they lose like a 10 seed like every fucking time. But they always make it to the tournament. And then they got to the finals that one time. What was it, 2 or 3 years ago, and got just trounced. So I think they lost by like 20 points. It was kind of bad.
I'm
Well,
just
that
sad we
note,
lost to
I,
a human cheat code.
I
in
gotta head
March
out,
Madness.
guys. I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, man.
But it was
Yeah,
good.
busy day
talking.
tomorrow. Yeah,
Thanks
yeah.
for having me, guys. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I'm gonna probably
Gita,
yeah,
good luck tomorrow, brother.
Yeah, good luck you too.
Yeah, good
Hey,
luck.
Brad,
guys.
thanks for stopping by, bud.
Yeah,
Good
I
luck
think
tomorrow.
that's. I'm
I
gonna
should
probably
probably
head to,
get sleep as well.
yeah. I'm
Yes,
gonna
I
head to
was
bed
gonna
as
say.
well.
I have
So
matches.
we're gonna close the thing. Yeah, thanks both of you guys for coming on,
Yeah,
and
thanks.
good luck
Yeah,
both of you
thanks, guys.
tomorrow, and we'll
Thank you.
catch you next week or catch
See
you
ya.
some later.
Thanks for having us.
Good
That's
luck.
exactly how I do it,
Good
Seema.
night.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, and yeah, we're gonna close the stream out. Yep, see Rain. Thanks for coming on.
Rain, can
and,
you hop in
oh,
Discord?
and Rain's gonna be refereeing tomorrow. She used to be doing the behind the scenes ref stuff. So any boundary violations, get them.
Hopefully, she's better than an SEC ref.
Now I don't know. Is the boundary violations, is that something the refs have to catch, or is that like an automated thing? I don't
It's
know.
automated.
Oh,
Oh, is it automated? I did not realize
yeah.
that. Okay.
Well, if
Yeah.
anyone's if anyone is fucking cheating, she'll get them.
Unless she doesn't like, unless she likes you.
I'm gonna do a shot for the road, and then we'll probably close the stream now.
Yep. Good luck to everybody
cheers.
tomorrow.
Also, I won't be here next week. Half of us won't be. We'll be in New Orleans, so I may try and do like a phone connect just to say hi if I have enough service. But if not, LB, I'm assuming I'm going to talk to LB. He'll hopefully run the stream, and then along with anyone else that isn't going. But if anyone is going to New Orleans, I will see you there and shots, and we'll be back.
Yeah, cool. I can do that.
Seema, you can't stop me, man. No, I'm behaving myself this time. I will behave myself. Oh, go ahead, Liz. Oh, Rain, what's up?
Dom told me to get on. What's up?
You said you turned the stream off. I gotta talk to her.
Oh, okay. This is yeah. All right. Good night, everybody.